I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
Hello, and welcome to the second and final day of the Shawnee State SMITE Invitational. Today we have the the double elimination bracket for the championship. Super excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be intense. As you guys saw yesterday, we have a lot of good teams, a lot of good matches. So, and I mean, these guys are playing for keeps today. Yesterday was just kind of feel each other out. These guys are going to be in an actual slugfest today. We talked all that hype about those keyboards. Today's the day to get them. So, if they want those prizes, they better be coming in this match swinging.
For sure. And fortunately, the first match being streamed today will be the University of Kentucky versus Shawnee. So it'll be a very good match. That was the closest match we had yesterday as well, and the longest one as well. So buckle in and get ready for that.
Yeah, that was we were talking about it yesterday. We kept saying, "Man, these guys are in an alternate dimension, just punching each other in the face back and forth for like 40 minutes." Oh man, it was good. But I'm glad that you guys had a good game. We're excited to see more of that. Hopefully, this tournament gets crazy like that, and these guys just go at it for the longest. So. All right.
I think that's everything from me, at least. I gotta go prepare for my games.
Yeah, you do that. You go get ready for your games, and I can sit. I'll talk to these guys for a sec. I'll don't worry.
Okay.
I got you covered. Go get them, Lud. Go get them. All right. So we're gonna bring it right back. We're gonna take a quick break though. So stay tuned, stay with us, and get ready for a whole day of Smite.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
All right. Hello, everybody. Back with me again today is Ronan. He's in it for the long haul, in the gauntlet of streaming today. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. I woke up, got me a little bit of breakfast, and I'm ready for some Smite action in this awesome tournament.
There we go. Ready to watch these teams duke it out.
Definitely, it's going to be a day to remember.
Yeah, for sure. But let's just kind of go over what we've been seeing so far. So we saw dominant performances from GSU. Kentucky had the upset yesterday. They won against ASU, so we'll see what happens there today. We'll see if these Wildcats and this ASU team will run into each other for the rematch.
Definitely. It'll be a rematch to watch if it ever does come.
Yeah, so excited for that. Also, again, we got our grand prizing. We're giving away 5 mice and keyboards to the winning team. Great looking keyboards, great looking mice. Again, the RGB Kentucky or the RGB Harvard study shows that your FPS and you're just really good at video games if you have one of these keyboards. So, and remember yesterday in our interview with Bob, he said his is from Walmart and it's only $20. We can't have that, all right? This man needs to get himself new mouse, new stuff. So, Bob, if you're watching this right now, man, you better win. Stop using Walmart keyboard and mice.
Definitely. Walmart keyboard and mice can get you only so far. Once you upgrade to that next level, get that RGB in, there's no limits. You just keep going.
Absolutely. I mean, like we said, this man is going to Giannis portal all the way across Conquest map. He's going to 360, ability cancel, fire, and it's just going to smack everybody. He's going to get a deicide. Easy.
Gonna get that nice tasty pentakill.
Oh yeah, it's going to be easy. But all right. So what we're just kind of getting ready to jump into all these games here. So just be kind of hanging out. We got our day 2 bracket there popping up. Ronan, do you want to kind of tell us what we're going to be looking at today as far as these games go?
Absolutely. So in round 1, we're going to have game 1, GSU versus Glenville. Round game 2, which we're going to be watching, Wildcat D Gaming versus SSU. Round 3 is going to be University of Michigan versus Akron. And round 4, is going to be SU versus Full Sail. If I were to have any prediction, I would say GSU, they're feeling pretty confident. They're most likely, I'd say, going to go to round 2. Between Wildcat and SSU, that's yet to be seen. But I have a feeling SSU is going to get a little bit of revenge today, and they're going to pull it out and face GSU in round 2. As for games 2 and 3, I think our top seeds, UMich and ASU, have a strong contest to win, but I wouldn't count Akron or Full Sail out of it either. They could both move on to round 2.
Yeah, definitely GSU is going to be coasting at least into semifinals and finals. That GSU ASU game is going to be interesting. If SSU comes out through the Wildcats, which like you said, I think they will. I think they want that revenge match. You know, I think the GSU versus SSU game will be really good to watch. But you know, I mean, outside of that, you know, Wildcat Gaming, the upset winning team, since they're kind of at the top, they're not really going to be running into ASU unless they come out of that first game and they're going to have to beat GSU to even get the chance. So
definitely beating GSU going to be a daunting task for any school here. Definitely. But if Wildcat does want to face ASU, they might, and they get an unfortunate loss, or if ASU gets an unfortunate, there's a chance they could meet in losers bracket, I believe. So they don't have to necessarily make it all the way through winners bracket to face ASU. There's always the unfortunate circumstance you're playing and you get knocked out of winners and have to face your rival in losers for a tournament-ending match.
That is true, but you know what? Nobody ever wants to be having to run into somebody in the losers bracket. They all these guys want to make sure they're staying up top. But yeah, it'll definitely be lots of good games coming up. So definitely stay tuned for that. And I believe some teams should have already been started. So here shortly, we're going to be getting some updates on that. But yeah, just kind of be hanging out. We're about to we're going to be jumping into this match here for you guys to watch. So get ready for some Smite because we're in it for the long haul today. All right, so we're going to be getting into these picks and bans here. All right. So we got nothing so far. What do you expect to see in this initial lineup?
In this initial lineup, I'm hoping we get to see maybe a Guan Yu ban because Guan Yu really solid, boring to watch in my opinion. He just is kind of there. Like other than his ultimate, you're just like, oh hey, it's Guan Yu. But as we see for bans coming out, we got Set and Morgan coming out from Kentucky's side, and SSU banning out Persephone so far.
The classic Persephone ban. Never allowed.
Nope, never allowed. Definitely a strong god as SSU proceeds to ban out Scylla. SSU looking more to ban out those mid laners, whereas Kentucky over here seems to be banning out on like a spectrum ban across the entire board.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna see that Scylla ban. Man, Scylla is just not allowed to be played.
Yeah, no, Scylla, she's really strong. If you let her get to late game and she just hits her crushes her ultimate, or no, crushes. If she hits her ultimate at late game, Scylla will just destroy anyone, regardless of how many protections they have or not. So, like,
Yeah,
a lot of
absolutely.
players don't want to get to that late game and have to fight against such a strong god late game. It's
Yeah.
kind of a similar thing with Persephone, though Persephone requires a little more setup, as we do see the Guan Yu ban coming out of Kentucky, realizing, hey, we're not going to play Guan Yu, and we also don't really want to fight into Guan Yu, so we're just going to ban it out and not fight it, as SSU comes in banning out the Changa, leaving Apollo open for Kentucky, and they're going to lock it immediately.
Yeah, and you definitely can't blame them. That global ult and just his mobility around the map with it, I mean, it's too good to pass up on, especially in these conquest games. We got Lud going Fafnir, and then Dummy's like locking the Danzaburo off rip here.
So it looks like we may have a dual lane match already set. Apollo versus Danzaburo. Two very different carries. Danzaburo more ability focused. Apollo more auto attack focused. But both do their job extremely well. They're great at shredding objectives and getting done what they need done.
Yeah, absolutely. And Danza just with his 2 being as good as it is, you throw it down, you get a no movement speed penalty in your autos, and when you get out, you get that little leaf clone. Just gives him options to get away. Plus his ult has the mobility on it too.
Definitely. As Kentucky, we see picking up Tsukiyomi and Jameer, both really strong gods in both the jungle and support roles, as SSU going to pick up Kakolin for their solo lane.
Yeah, it looks like Kentucky's breaking out that men's warehouse Ymir. Perfectly tailored suit, but not so much of a hat.
Yeah, Ymir. See, the issue with Ymir and his hat is he's got those two horns, and a lot of times it's hard to difficult to tailor a hat around those horns. So you just give him a smaller hat. It looks a little weird, but he's got a hat.
That is true. It completes the outfit. The man is still rocking in style.
Absolutely. As for bans coming out, SSU banning the King Arthur, knowing they don't want to fight that against the Kakolin. Kentucky banning the Nemesis, realizing, all right, they haven't picked a jungler. A Nemesis would be really detrimental to the comp we're trying to run. We're going to ban it out. SSU following up with the Osiris ban, just trying to ban out 2 solo laners they don't want to have to fight against late game once the 5-man rotations come in and your group to go in for objectives. As we see Kentucky banning out the Hunbots, really strong god. It's got a lot of CC crowd control on his ultimate, just forcing people to either use their beads or just move in a set direction. Very, very powerful god.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, I mean he is he's one of those gods that when there is the chance that he gets pulled out, I mean he just kind of goes to town. So we're gonna be seeing what the last couple picks are gonna be here.
And they're gonna be good.
Yeah, they will be good. I'm curious about who Twin is going to lock in.
My guess here is they're going to probably try and pick up their jungler, and they're going to save their mid laner for last, given there haven't been a lot of mid laners banned out, so they can like counterpick it. But as I say that, they're going to pick up Kronos, who is a very late game dependent god. He just doesn't do the greatest early game, but he he has potential early game, but once he gets to late game, he just kind of goes in and starts shredding. He's one of the few auto attack focused mages, so we actually might see a role reverse. We might see Kronos go into the duo lane and Danzaburo into the mid. As we saw, Kentucky just picked up Giannis and Sun Wukong. Giannis, a really great mid laner. He's got a lot of options with his portals for movement, be able to go through walls, and then they're just gonna pick up Wukong, a very safe, powerful solo laner. As the final pick for SSU was Ravana. They're gonna throw that in the jungle.
Yeah, very interesting lineup. It's gonna be interesting to see how this goes. You know, Kronos is he's so able to avoid death. You know, rewinds time, gets all of his health back, gets himself out of danger. You know, it's gonna be great for these early game fights here, because if he needs to back out, he absolutely can.
Definitely very able to play safe god. Really good. SSU's comp looking like maybe a little more late game, not as late game as necessarily Kentucky's, but Kentucky's late game is still, it's going to be a strong late game regardless. This is going to be a great match. Both teams really, they have solid comps overall.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to be loading into these games here. Get all set up. Yeah, so probably not much going to be going on these early games. Or obviously this early. Everyone's going to be just kind of rotating into lanes. Now, what is your prediction for when we might see this first team fight from these two teams? All right. All right, so we're gonna be jumping in here. We're gonna be yep, everyone just kind of doing their thing, going through the lanes and whatnot here. Got Kukul and Ravana just kind of waiting on their speed here, and then we're gonna see on Kentucky side, you're gonna have Suki run around in their jungle. Looks like there might be, almost looks like kind of a early, almost a thought of an early push here, but he's backing up in the lanes.
It's never just easy. Always
because until you were graduated from high school, and then it's going to be just keeping your room clean.
Everyone getting off to their safe, normal starts, just taking their traditional routing. We do see the, I don't know if you've commented on this already, but the Danzaburo mid coming out instead of in the carry lane, and we will see the Kronos go up against the Apollo.
Yeah, these going to be good matchups. I was wondering, when do you think we might see these two teams clash it out for the first time here?
I think the first big engage is going to happen sometime around the Gold Fury or the Greater Scorpion on Gold Fury side. However, I feel we may see a few minor clashes around the mid lane and duo lanes respectively.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, it looks like we got some interesting stuff already going on there in the mid lane. Looks like we got a Ravana, Danzaburo, and a little engagement with that Giannis there.
Definitely just trying to poke each other out, feel each other out, see who's going where, who's playing out of position. They're just trying to feel out their opponents right now, especially with such the unique comps that they're using.
Yeah, definitely for sure.
We see a First Blood come out on for SSU. They managed to claim the Tsukiyomi's life, I believe, or was it the Giannis? It was the Giannis. They managed to just get the Giannis. Maybe he's just slightly out of position, and the Ravana Danzaburo were just able to poke him enough, and eventually they poked him too much, and he just couldn't hold on and got sent back.
Yeah, you were trying to make something out of that wall there, but couldn't quite find it. It looks like they will claim Scorpion though, so that's going to give them a little bit advantage in lane there.
It's going to give them a little bit of EXP lead. Not much, but hey, anything helps.
Yeah, definitely. And as it starts to stack up, if they continue to get that Scorpion, it is definitely going to lead to some trouble on that side of lane.
Definitely, it always helps. But the first blood gold lead you get off of just getting first blood is really powerful, as we see over in solo lane, Kukulkan being forced to back down a little bit, taking a little too much poke from the Sun Wukong. As we see Kentucky looking to maybe invade the blue buff on the side of SSU. They actually do manage to steal it, and SSU is just going to have to back down for now.
Yeah, and early on in these, in these early engagements, in these early camps, you really want to make sure that you don't let them get too many, because it can go downhill a lot quicker than you would think. So SSU is going to have to be a little careful about how much camps that, these guys are going to be taking here early on. Both teams, honestly, it's going to be very interesting to see who can get more set up and who is going to be able to dominate earlier on.
Definitely. Kentucky's duo lane not looking too hot anymore. The Apollo getting poked out, being forced to back off a little bit as SSU reclaims their lane pressure over on the duo side.
And it looks like Suki and Giannis taking that mid XP camp. Those mid XP camps, they play a very crucial role here early on, because if you can secure both those XP camps and your mid laner can overlevel the other team's mid laner, it's going to lead to some problems later on, especially in those team fights where you're just going to be able to out DPS them just due to levels, gold that you guys are getting from it. It's going to be... It's definitely a make or break type of camp as far as just the basics.
Controlling the mid camp is one of the biggest things a mid laner has to do, because if you're able to control the mid camps and make sure that you're getting that XP and your opponent isn't, it doesn't necessarily allow you to snowball all the time, but it allows you to get that small lead that you need. So snowballing might come a little more easily. But a lot of these good teams, they're going to manage to trade mid camps, go 1-1. Each taking one, and just keep it nice and even, trying to not let the other team get too far ahead.
Ooh. Suki and Sun, looks like they were able to take out that mana there.
Yeah, they were able to invade the blue buff again.
Did get it. Kukulkan did get it, but
he did get it. So
yep, but he's going to be retreating back, trying to make sure he doesn't get caught by the Suki and the Sun Wukong here.
Definitely, the Kentucky just trying to take advantage of their first invade, try and get an invade again. Unfortunately, they managed to invade. Yes, they just didn't get the blue buff, but at the end of the day, taking a little bit of EXP away from your opponents is always good, as we see Kukulkan getting really poked out, going to be forced to base most likely. Soon come here. As we see maybe an engage about to happen around Kentucky's red buff. We got Fafnir eyeing it out. As we see, looks like nothing's really going to come out of it. Fafnir's just going to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it looks like Suki was going to run him out there. So Donza's still just kind of in mid, hanging out, doing nothing too crazy. Looks like him and Ravana are going to be going for that XP camp over there.
Definitely. SSU there prioritizing the lane farm over the invade, knowing that, hey, if we push this lane under tower, they're going to lose XP just naturally from it being under tower. So instead of trying to invade and steal their red buff, they're just like, we're going to take their mid wave, and we're going to prevent them from getting such a large mid wave. And that's going to set SSU just a little bit ahead, not the most ahead.
Yeah, for sure here.
As you see, a small skirmish happening around Kentucky's blue buff. SSU getting a little aggressive, being forced to back down once they see the Tsukiyomi's there.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna be seeing a gank coming onto that Apollo. You're gonna have that Fafnir and Donza collapsing with the Coronos, but Apollo is gonna be trying to get away. He's going to ult to get away from the fight. Maybe he might come back into it now that his teammates are there, but
No promises. He's just scouting out the area, which Apollo is really good for. It allows you to hover around untouchable and just get vision on your opponents for your teammates.
yeah, and he did collapse and he did take out a Scorpion, so it's pretty big for Apollo laning.
Definitely. We did see SSU manage to claim the Oracles just before we switched over to solo lane, where Kukulin actually turning the tides on the Wukong. Instead of getting poked out, he's the one doing the poking out. So always interesting to see the changes of powers in the game. How you could be losing one moment, but you're not that far behind, and then all of a sudden you're ahead.
Yeah, he could take out this Wukong, but I think he's going to opt to just take a little bit of structure damage. See if he can catch the Wukong kind of pushing out, kind of slipping up. But Wukong is looking to fish back, so
definitely Wukong just trying to play safe, which is something he definitely is able to do, especially with his passive giving him protections when he's below a certain health threshold. As we see SSU looking to invade Kentucky's blue buff, and they are going to manage to get it.
yeah,
As,
and Ymir looking like he's going to take a gank. Giannis tries to portal him out, but he just gets caught into the Kukulin. Oh, and he walls himself in. How unfortunate. So Ymir going down to Shawnee. Kukulin kind of weak, trying to back off here.
Definitely SSU taking early kill lead as we see
What are they thinking?
dual lane trading a little blows back and forth.
Yeah, Chrono's still looking pretty good over there. Kukulin and Ravana are going to be taking mana camp again. So they secured their mana, and now they just secured their own, which is not going to be good for Kentucky because Kentucky's not going to be able to get mana right now.
Definitely, and especially the secondary effect of getting the mana buff is it allows you to reduce your cooldowns, and just by having those reduced cooldowns allows you to cast your abilities faster, and Kentucky not being able to do that on the Wukong isn't going to be something they want. But they're just going to have to play passive, wait it out, wait for their blue buff to come back up, and secure it when it comes back around this time.
Yeah, another big team fight. Tsukiyomi finding the Donza. Suki is still weak, and it looks like they're going to try to trade him out. We're not sure if they're going to be able to. Kronos and Fafnir trying to collapse on the Apollo. Ymir coming in to help out. It's a little bit of a slugfest going on here right now.
Definitely. They're just trying to feel each other out and try and take SSU's Void buff, but it does not appear like they were able to, and they're just going to continue fighting it out.
Yeah, Kronos getting caught by the Ymir wall into ult is unfortunate, and now Kentucky has the 2 kills and are caught up to SSU.
Definitely. Just a few, well, not a few, but one unfortunate fight leads to Kentucky being not back in this game, but reducing the lead that SSU had against them and actually taking a small lead. But as I say that, SSU managing to claim the Giannis's life over towards the red buff.
Yeah, also the Suki. So they trade out Ravana for a Giannis and a Tsukiyomi, which is pretty big here.
Definitely. A 2-for-1 trade, not their best trade, but it's definitely a trade you want to take if you're SSU. Just saying, hey, we took 2 of them out. They only took 1 of us out. We're gonna take that.
Yeah, you know, and especially after that loss that they just took in that small fight there, you know, the momentum can shift very easily. So they have to make sure that, you know, if they take a small hit where they lose a little team skirmish, they lose 2 for 1, they need to make sure they answer back with the same loss.
Mm-hmm. And as we just saw there, the Kukulin managing to get the solo on the Sun Wukong, as well as stealing their mana buff. So that's going to set the give solo lane a very strong lead, and it's going to be a lane that SSU wants to play out of for a little bit, given all the other lanes seem to be relatively even.
Yeah, for sure. So we got Donza, Faf in mid, but it looks like Donza is going to be rotating to try to help the Chronos with the Apollo. Fafnir as well rotating over there, but it looks like there's going to be another big team push. Suki, Giannis, and Ymir coming to support this Apollo in what looked like it might be... This might be a team fight for everybody just without the solo lane.
It's going to be some type of fight, especially because Kentucky started off trying to look for SSU's void buff, but it looks like they're just gonna back off, realizing that's not a fight they want to be taking.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. These two teams have been playing very aggressive. You know, they're in each other's faces at all times, it seems.
Definitely, they're all just trying to get someone out of position and get a lead off of it somehow. As we see, mid lane, a little bit of poke going back and forth. Not too much going to happen. Kentucky, you're going to back down, stay on your tower.
Yeah, we should start seeing, now that it's around that 13-minute mark, we should start seeing either some moves on Greater Scorpions. And it looks like Shawnee State's going to try to take out the Greater Scorpion over a Gold Fury here.
Definitely. They're looking to set up for that Gold Fury once it comes up in a minute after taking down the Greater Scorpion. And I'd say they're in a pretty solid position to do that as well. However, Kentucky also, they're going to be in a position to contest it once it comes up. So we'll see what happens around the Gold Fury once it comes up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think securing this Gold Fury is going to not decide, but it is going to give a good hint as to what the rest of this match is going to look like. So this early Gold Fury is going to be very crucial for both teams.
Definitely. The Gold Fury is going to be a little omen foretelling what the future has for both teams in the match, although it's not going to be the necessary truth. Someone could take an unfortunate fight at the Gold Fury. They could lose a few people, but it's not going to be the end of the game. They could always turn it back around once we start looking towards those mid-game fire giants, which start to decide the match. Not a whole lot happening around the map. We're just chilling and killing the minions. A little bit of poke battle going on over in the solo lane.
Yeah, it looks like Kukulin might, yep. Suki came in to help this Wukong. Kukulin is going to find himself down. So
Definitely. Unfortunate for SSU, but without those without the vision, you're not really going to know. You kind of just have to play off visual hints like, hey, the Wukong's going in on me. Maybe I back down a little. Maybe the Tsukuyomi's trying to come kill me because we don't have vision on the Tsukuyomi. It's just small things like that that you necessarily have to look out for. As we see fight beginning to happen over in the mid lane.
yeah, Ymir taking out Donsboro. That's not a great start. But we have Dummy taking out their Suki. Chronos taking out the Sun Wukong. And it looks like SSU is going to be coming out on this on top right now.
SSU taking the 2-for-1 trade, although I'd more call it a 2-for-2 trade with the loss of the Kukulin over in the solo lane prior to that. Maybe not the greatest of fights, but not the worst of fights for SSU as we start to see Kentucky looking to take the Gold Fury.
Yeah, but we are going to see Fafnir kind of jump in, try to keep them out. And it looks like a bait. It looks like SSU is just trying to pull Kentucky back into a fight.
Definitely. That was my bad. SSU starting the Gold Fury, looking to take it down, trying to pull Kentucky and find them out of position, especially while SSU has their entire team up now, and Kentucky only has, they only had 3 of their members up, but their entire team's up now and rotating towards it.
Yeah, so Shawnee State needs to put the clamp on this Gold Fury. Oh, but Kentucky steals the Gold Fury. Apollo 1 health, Apollo fighting the Ravana. Kronos goes down as well. Apollo going down to the Kukulin here. Shawnee State is now on the retreating end of this.
Definitely. SSU trying to take out the Gold Fury trying to get that early gold lead as they can, and then unfortunately getting it stolen away from them. But on top of that, the poke damage that they took from it just led to Kentucky being able to kind of just walk in and clean up two of their members, which is unfortunate, going to give Kentucky a very slight lead. But SSU is not out of this. They just have to play a little more passive, get their farm back up, and just pick fights where they're needed, and not miscellaneously run around killing people like it's an arena game.
Yeah, for sure. I think Shawnee State just overstayed their welcome on that Gold Fury just a little bit after the initial fight. But, you know, Donzaburo going down to the Giannis now again. Hopefully we don't start seeing a snowball here. SSU needs to, as you said, they need to just play a little more passive, let that farming get back up, and then come back in swinging.
Definitely. They need to not over-aggress after an unfortunate defeat they took over by the Gold Fury. Because they're most definitely not out of this. They just have to take a second, calm down, catch their breath. And Kentucky maybe necessarily doesn't need to do the same. They do need to do the same, but they also need to maybe try and press their lead a little bit if they want to take this one. It is going to be interesting to see how both teams deal with their with the situations that they're in.
Yeah, absolutely.
SSU looking to maybe find the Apollo in Kentucky's jungle. Nothing too much going to come out of it.
Yeah, it looks like they might be thinking about trying to take out that Greater Scorpion, but hard to tell. But it looks like we will see a convergence on the Apollo with Ymir and Giannis rotating in to help. But Shawnee State's full team is practically there. So it'll be interesting to see if they opt to team fight these guys or what the thought might be.
Definitely Kentucky grouping up, getting really close together. SSU coming in to try and make something happen, possibly try and take maybe the T1 in mid lane after taking the T1 over in duo lane, as we do see a fight come down. Apollo ends up ulting in, using his global ultimate to just get into the fight as quickly as he can.
Yeah, Ravana getting the kill on the Tsukiyomi. It looks like they might also find this Ymir. They're trying their best to get him. Ravana now having to back out. Sun Wukong still battling it out.
Absolutely. Ravana and Konkolan is forced to back out after taking a little too much poke in the fight. But Kronos, Fafnir, and Donzaburo still in it, trying to make the most out of what they can. As we see Ravana just coming in from the side, blinking in, and managing to claim the Sun Wukong, making that a very nice, good fight for SSU and allowing them to maintain their pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, and it looks like we are going to see T1 power drop on Kentucky's side in the mid lane here. Shawnee State starts to back off now, kind of recompose themselves. Looks like they're going to be taking out Greater Scorpion for Fire Giant.
Definitely. We've gotten to the 20-minute mark where the Fire Giant starts to come into play, and SSU is going to start to look for setting that up, especially after that very big fight for them in the mid lane, allowing them to get two members of Kentucky down and allowing them to stabilize their the gold lead.
Yeah, and you know, and speaking on that gold lead, you know, it's really evened out. It's pretty much even, maybe, you know, less. It's about less than 300 gold here, it seems. But these, yeah, I mean, these guys are just gearing up to duke it out, you know, and it's coming down to the point to where, you know, Fire Giant could be the deciding factor in this game. So Shawnee really needs to be ready, and they need to be ready to prioritize, you know, getting this taken out instead of trying to get these team kills.
Definitely. We're going to see a convergence start to happen here around the Oni Fury, both teams wanting to get those Oni waves pushing down their lane to apply more lane pressure, not necessarily with gods, but like with the minion level, because Oni, if minions just, they hit a little harder than normal minions.
Yeah, for sure. Shawnee State looking to start to engage the Oni Fury. Kentucky's going to be coming in to converge on it, though, so hopefully this Kukulin can keep them held off in time for Shawnee to clear it out.
Hopefully.
Kentucky stealing the Oni Fury, also taking out the Suki. Or Suki taking out the Danzaburo.
Definitely. SSU played a little of the same thing they did last time. They got it low, but weren't able to zone enough. Also, Apollo with his global ultimate in there makes him a viable candidate for trying to steal the Oni Fury, and Apollo managed to do that and gave the Oni Fury to, took the Oni Fury for Kentucky.
Yeah, and now Pyromancer being taken out for Kentucky side. Kentucky's looking strong here. SSU's going to have to do a lot if they want to make the comeback to bring it out. But we don't lose faith in the Bears yet as Ravana finds the Tsukiyomi. Fafnir trying to get away. And it looks like Colin and Kronos, stuck with the Ymir. It's not where you want to be.
No, that is not where you want to be. And Kronos, unfortunately, does have his ultimate down, so he's not going to be able to get out as Kukulin and Kronos get taken out there. And unfortunate fight.
Ravana also being found by the Ymir. Those Ymir walls go crazy.
Definitely. SSU just finding themselves slightly out of position, and the Ymir using his walls to punish that and just clean up SSU as Kentucky starts to look for the Fire Giant.
Yeah, we'll see if SSU may be able to pull a similar move here and see if they can get a steal on Fire Giant.
They're gonna look to try and make something happen, but Danzaburo not doing the best, does get cut off by a Ymir wall.
Yeah, Fafnir just looking for something on Fire Giant. Shawnee State needs one of these objectives in order to get the ball rolling for themselves.
Definitely. As we do see the Apollo go down, and the Fire Giant seems to take a little less priority.
Yeah, and Tsukiyomi going to be fighting that Fafnir.
Yeah, Tsukiyomi just staying on the Fafnir, making sure he's not going to make too much of an impact, as Kentucky is forced to back off, and Fire Giant is going to stay alive, as most of SSU is up, except for their Fafnir, as well as Kentucky is mostly up outside of their Apollo.
Yeah, but Shawnee State did a really good job there of not letting Kentucky get that. They made sure that they pushed, and they were annoying enough to where, they got Kentucky weak and Kentucky had to opt it back.
Definitely. Just denying the Fire Giant there is huge. Unfortunate the loss of however many members they lost, but regardless, denying a Fire Giant is very big, and just being able to do it in such a way, especially with them only having 2 members alive, was huge.
Yeah, definitely huge. But Shawnee State, they have to start bringing it in, and they have to start taking these camps. Otherwise, Shawnee is not, going to be looking at any kind of advantage over Kentucky. Kentucky just being able to kind of steal all of these camps out from underneath Shawnee. I'm sure it's not been a fun time for Shawnee on that end, but, they're just going to have to figure out a way to secure these camps.
Definitely, that's what it's going to come down to right now, making sure you can secure your camps and just picking the correct team fight and winning that team fight. As we do see, unfortunately, caught out of position, the Danzaburo is Fafnir doesn't have too much he can do to prevent him from going in, as we see another fight begin to ensue around the Fire Giant. Let's see what SSU can do.
Yeah, Shawnee State not looking too great. Kentucky kind of, Kentucky with the indisputable domination there in that team fight. 3 members of Shawnee State going down, and Kentucky looking full and healthy. It looks like they are going to converge on that Fire Giant there, and looks like they're going to be taking it out.
Definitely. Just gonna sit there, do the Fire Giant, realizing that there aren't enough members of SSU up to contest it. They're just gonna take their Fire Giant off. Kukulin and Ravana come in and try to make something happen, but it's just sadly not enough, as we do see Kukulin goes down and Ravana also looking like he's going to fall here as well.
Yeah, Shawnee is, Shawnee's leaking a little bit right now. They're only going to have 3 members for, another about 35 seconds here. Colin and Ravana are both down. So, Kentucky's going to be starting to take this time to, being collapsed towers, collapsed phoenixes, and probably look to finish it out here before long.
Definitely. Kentucky's looking. I don't think they'll be able to finish it here. They might be able to if SSU plays right into their hands. But Kentucky right here is just looking to take maybe 2 towers and a phoenix, or just take all of the towers. Just get as much objectives done that'll hinder SSU from being able to come back. Whereas SSU needs to play really good defense, maybe not necessarily around the tier 2s, but around the phoenixes, because the phoenixes are the core essential of what you need to defend your Titan. And as soon as the phoenix goes down, your Titan's vulnerable. So SSU just needs to make sure that they defend their phoenixes and protect the Titan for as long as they can, and try and have force Kentucky to get as little out of their fire giant as possible. As we do see, looking at a tier 2 defense coming down here.
For sure. And, we are into this late game point now, so there's not really level differences or anything that else is going to really make too much of a difference.
No.
So, this is all going to be coming down to who's going to be winning out these team fights, which team is going to be able to secure things. And it looks like Kentucky going to converge on the Primal Fury here, going to be taking it out with these also hitting on the Oracles.
Definitely. Kentucky, after getting the tier 2, realizing they're not going to be able to. They might have been able to push Phoenix, but they're not going to risk it trying to push Phoenix and maybe taking a bad team fight. So they're just going to pull back, take the Primal Fury, and continue to get lane pressure.
Yeah, also looks like they're going to be converging on... Yep, going to be converging on Pyromancer here as well.
Definitely. Kentucky, they got the fire giant, and they just proceeded to kind of take all the objectives on the map, leaving SSU a little behind. And SSU going to have to play very much defensive, not get caught out of position, and just win the right fight, and SSU will be back in this game.
Yeah, it is not over by any means. Shawnee still has an absolute chance to bring it back. Shawnee is just going to have to start thinking about how they want to approach this and where they want to take their fights at, because it's at this point where Kentucky has secured so many of these camps that Fire Giant's down, buffs are down. Shawnee's just not looking at a lot to help them in these team fights, and Kentucky's been pretty stacked so far.
Definitely, as we see the Kronos maybe getting caught out of position here, as SSU looking to just play back, make sure they defend the Phoenixes, because the Fire Giant is still going to be active on Kentucky for a little bit of time left.
Yeah, and we did see, Kronos was able to find a place to recall, so he is back now with his team. But, we're going to be seeing fights on Phoenix. Shawnee really has to shut them out here in order to stop Kentucky from winning game 1.
Definitely. This is going to be the make or break moment for Shawnee right here, I believe.
Yeah, and Shawnee, doing everything they can. Ravana jumping in. Ravana finding the kill on Tsukiyomi. This could be the turning point here that Shawnee State needs.
Definitely.
Shawnee State is slowly pushing Kentucky out right now. Ravana again with the kill on Giannis. That is both big damaging characters down. They only have Ymir. Apollo is still up, but without that Tsuki and without the Giannis, it's not going to be looking too great. There goes Ymir. Shawnee State is finally making the comeback that they've needed this whole time. They're going to be chasing Apollo and Sun Wukong down lane here.
Definitely. SSU taking a really, really strong fight, just able to punish that of Kentucky without losing any of their members. However, they do lose a Phoenix. I'm not necessarily how much that's worth, but the Phoenix will come back, as well as SSU's members. But just being able to get Kentucky down for 50 seconds and allow them to control the map relatively well is going to be a crucial player in Shawnee getting back into this match.
Absolutely. This is where Shawnee, they need to converge on Fire Giant. They need to scrap the kill in the Apollo, and these guys need to take something. They need some kind of objective here to get themselves, competitive again. And, Sun Wukong is going to be finding himself going down. Shawnee State opting to back off of Fire Giant, looking they're all a little weak, a little leaking. Apollo kind of getting the read on them in his ult here.
Definitely, and it's just unfortunate how SSU managed to lose their Danzaburo, because that's one of their great objective clears and one of the great part of running pseudo double hunter, because Chronos kind of acts as a hunter, and you'll have great clear having one hunter, but just missing out on your second one is going to be unfortunate. And SSU though cleaning up the Tsukiyomi, so they might be able to contest this Fire Giant, if not take it, being up 4-3.
How after the one team fight, Shawnee State just seems to be in control. They're pushing Kentucky back. They're getting these kills. They're not losing out. Apollo having to run away from Poland. Again, Kronos finding the Giannis. Kentucky is just in shambles right now. Starting to, pull an offense together and run these guys.
Definitely. Shawnee is Titan, though, taking a little bit of damage from the fire means, but Danzaburo does come up, and he's going to help push out those fire waves to allow the Titan to regen health for a little bit. As we see, our teams are going to start to converge around the Fire Giant again, realizing that the next Fire Giant in-game is going to be a very crucial Fire Giant.
Yeah, absolutely. Shawnee State, they need something. They need one of these camps to start coming back against this Kentucky team.
Definitely, as we see.
Shawnee State. I was gonna say Shawnee State and Kentucky here. They're in it for the long haul again. We're looking right now. These guys are monsters.
Absolutely, we see SSU just trying to group around the Gold Fury as Apollo just kind of walks over and manages to take out the Primal Fury. No, the Oni Fury. As we will see, the Primal Fury will come back up again as Kentucky starts the Fire Giant, forcing Danzaburo is going to back and try and defend the Phoenix.
Yeah, blue team securing that Oni Fury there. Apollo able to just kind of take it out without really any problem.
Definitely. It's
And
just
right
one
now-
of the strong suits of Apollo, being a hunter. He's just able to get that objective clear so nicely. SSU's mid Phoenix does come back up, though, so that's going to be regenerating health as we start to see a fight begin around the Fire Giant.
Yeah, Apollo kind of pushing Donza, though, into another destroy Phoenix on Shawnee's side. Shawnee really, really has to win something here. They have to converge on this Fire Giant, and they cannot let Kentucky just secure this without contesting it somehow. So Shawnee State collapsing on top of it here. The RB team fighting going on.
Definitely. We do see SSU manages to pick up the Fire Giant, but they do lose two of their members in return. It's going to force the remaining three members of SSU to just back off and try and get out with their lives, as we do see the Fafnir unfortunately fall down.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. And one by one, SSU just fell there, even despite getting the Fire Giant, and just allowed Kentucky to run into the Titan room and take down the Titan.
Yeah. Shawnee trying to get away. It looks like, yep, they will find the Donza. Entire Shawnee team is down except Kronos. This is going to close out game one here.
That was a very rough game one for SSU. They took the lead early, tried to keep it. They lost it, unfortunately. And then from there, it was just a back and forth trading objectives. And it all came down to the first Fire Giant, which just allowed Kentucky to really take the objectives, the towers that they needed. And just allowed them to pull it from there. Then, once their Fire Giant ran out, SSU tried their hardest to contest the Fire Giant, and they actually managed to get the second Fire Giant. It wasn't enough for them to be able to win the match, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's tough, but it is only game one. It is a best of 3. So Shawnee has, all the time now to make the adjustment, and they have all the time to figure out what they need to do. In the second game, they really, really need to make sure that they're not losing these camps because, it just led to a snowball effect after so long. And, Shawnee they just couldn't find, a good solid answer, a good way to secure camps. They were able to secure Fire Giant there at the end, but it costed them the game. So, they need to be able to secure these when they pop up. They need to be able to push Kentucky out and then make sure that they're able to hold it down. And, I just don't think that, they weren't able to do it this game. But that is what, that's why it's a best of 3. They get an extra chance. They get times to counterpick and make a game plan from here. So we'll see what Shawnee wants to pull out for the second game here. We're going to go ahead and take a short little break, though, while everything gets reset up. So we'll be back with you guys here momentarily.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee's nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
All right, guys, we're back, jumping right into pick some bands here. So already there has been a Apollo and Danza ban on the Shawnee side, and we're looking at a Guanyu and Morgan ban for Kentucky.
All over really strong bands, really strong gods. Shawnee State realizing, hey, our Danza Burrow last game, it worked. Can't work as good as we wanted to. We aren't going to play it. We don't want you to play it. So they end up banning it out. Same thing with Apollo, except for I don't think they end up playing Apollo. Kentucky banning out the Guanyu and the Morgan, realizing both are the strong gods they don't want to go against, into SSU's ban of Persephone, really powerful overall mid laner, and Shawnee is saying, hey, we don't want to fight against it as we wait to see what Kentucky is going to choose for their third ban.
Yeah, definitely. Just kind of, and we're gonna see a Giannis ban coming out of Kentucky.
Very interesting. Giannis, very strong god overall. Kentucky managed to play it last time, not wanting to play it this time, opting to say, hey, they've got first pick. They could first pick Giannis. We don't want to do that. But that did leave Scylla open. So we did see Kentucky pick up Scylla, whereas SSU prioritizing the set pick, most likely going to get thrown in the jungle. Small chance it gets thrown in the solo lane. Into we see Kentucky picking up Coca-Cola, and overall a really powerful solo laner. We saw what SSU did with it last game. Now we get to what Kentucky gets to do with it this game.
And of course, like AC said yesterday, the one, when he's not here, we get to see Scylla, and when he is here, she's always banned.
Definitely. As we see SSU picking up their carry lane, they're going to pick up Cupid. Really strong, lots of sustain, just able to stay in lane, and really great at poking out his opponent as we wait for SSU to pick up their third god.
Yeah, so Lud going set this time, so we're going to be seeing some set gameplay. Hopefully Shawnee can use that, set's toolkit to kind of help them secure these camps a little better here going into game 2, and we're going to see a Nemesis come out on Shawnee's side.
Very interesting from Shawnee picking up the Nemesis here. That tells me that the set is probably most likely going to go into solo lane up against the Kukulin, and I'm not too sure how I feel about the set Kukulin matchup. Both gods are really powerful. Set, though, depends a lot on his anti-heal when he's going into combat. Not that he's going to go to combat against the Kukulin other than in lane. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up in the lane against each other.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. Set has he has a little bit of dot damage, and obviously with the teleport to his clones, he can get himself out of sticky situations. But like you said, it'll just be interesting to see, how that matchup plays out between these two. And it looks like we're going to be seeing an On Her come out on the Kentucky side.
Definitely. Kentucky realizing they're going against a Cupid. They want a really good boxing god for their carry lane, and they're going to pick up the On Her. On Her, great at boxing, just overall does what it needs to really well. Into the next ban is Kentucky banning out Raijin, a very powerful mid laner, realizing, Raijin, we don't want to fight it. You don't want to fight it. No one's going to fight it. SSU banning the Ymir, trying to ban out supports, not wanting to go against the Ymir. Kentucky banning out the Sobek, and SSU banning out the Ganesha. Ymir, Sobek, Ganesha, really strong supports, a lot of crowd control, just really able to help peel for their team as well as set up kills for their team, leading to Kentucky realizing that Humbots is open. They're going to pick up Humbots. They're going to use this ult to the best of their advantage and try and see what they can do with it. Humbots against Nemesis in the jungle, just a fairly standard matchup.
Yeah, definitely looking that way. I'm wondering, who the last couple picks on Shawnee's side are. We're going to be seeing Twins bringing out the Cthulhu, the big man himself, and a Terra.
These are very interesting picks. We see the Terra. Terra is going to go into the support. That's going to be for Lud. Cthulhu may go into the solo lane, and we could be seeing a very unique set mid, which will be very interesting coming out of Shawnee, because I haven't seen it played before, let alone from Shawnee as we lead into Kentucky, picking up the areas. Very interesting team comps all around. Let's see how they're going to use it together.
Yeah, this is definitely looking very interesting as we're kind of seeing these switches set in here. And Lud picking up Terra now.
Definitely.
On Cupid.
Yeah, so we're going to see a Cupid 80 carry, Cthulhu in the solo lane. A set mid, very interesting. I'm curious to see how that's actually going to match up against this Scylla, with Scylla being such a late game god. But Set, equally a late game god. Once Set gets online, he'll just teleport into your backline, and there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do about it.
Yeah, definitely. And and I think that Set is going to be I think Set is almost a pretty good matchup against the Scylla, just because, as we talk about Scylla, with her crush being, one of her really big tools and really her big damage output, if Set can make use of those clones and teleport out of that, he could just get right up on top of Scylla and, just kind of run his damage the way that Set does, being a very up close and personal god that he is.
Definitely. We're going to be seeing a lot of very interesting matchups here. The Cthulhu into the Cuchulainn. I'm very curious to see how that's going to play out, especially between these two schools. It's going to be a very strong match. It's going to be a good one to watch as we get everyone loaded in here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's kind of some predictions early game. How do you think that this, in your mind, how do you think the Cthulhu is going to go into this Cuchulainn? Do you think it's going to be a pretty even out thing? Do you think we'll see the Cthulhu dominate over time? Or do you think the Cuchulainn will?
I think we're going to see the Cthulhu start off really strong, because playing against magical solo laners is always really difficult, because traditionally in the solo lane, you're playing a physical god against a physical god. But when you have to build against a magical god, it kind of messes up with your early game build. So I think we're going to see the Cthulhu begin to get ahead early. However, I think late game, they're kind of just going to match each other with the potential and power that both of these gods have.
Yeah, for sure. And, and after the last game, when we talk about team fighting and talk about, early clashes, with how aggressive they were, I almost wonder if, Shawnee is going to try to play a little more collected this time, or if they're going to, have all those early engages again and kind of meet this team aggressively.
Definitely. It's going to be interesting to see. I think we're going to see a lot of aggression coming out of both sides here. Both sides got really good aggressive comps. I think Kentucky is just a little more passive with this, Scylla having to wait necessarily till late game. But regardless, Scylla's always going to be impactful with her too, having such a wide range.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see, Seth's just kind of clearing out wave. He's leaking a little compared to the Scylla, but, Scylla not really having much right now to deal with Seth. It's going to be a little tricky right off the gate here, very early on.
Definitely, as we see over in the solo lane, Cthulhu actually getting bullied out a little bit by Cuchulainn's AoE that he has on his 2.
Yeah, Cuchulainn level 3 over the Cthulhu, who's only at level 2 right now. We might just see, I don't know, it might just be Cuchulainn taking it in solo lane.
It might just be. It's just going to have to depend on their play styles. Although it does look like Cuchulainn did rush boost, so he's got a little more power than the Cthulhu, but Cthulhu, just being a guardian's a very tanky boy.
Yeah. Cthulhu does what he does, and that is take every hit in the world and still have it at least 75 HP.
Definitely. We see Dual Link getting a little bit aggressive here. SSU trying to poke out Kentucky, be like, hey, This is our lane, not yours.
For sure. Set here just kind of Set seems to be in control for the most part here in mid lane. You know, he's got to meet the Scylla, but again, I think, you know, if he can just get in close on the Scylla and really, you know, take advantage of his close range, I think Set is going to dominate that mid lane. But that depends all on how the Set plays this and how he approaches that Scylla.
Definitely. As we see the Cthulhu and the Cucullin just kind of boxing it out, feeling each other out right now. As we rotate over to duo lane, where we see a gank come in from Kentucky. Nothing too big gonna come out of it, but just applying the pressure in that duo lane.
Yeah, for sure. Cthulhu looking at the mana camp there. Trying to get something to come out.
And
Now Shawnee kind of pushing back in duo lane there. Honor and Hunbat's kind of on the retreat, it seems.
Definitely. Shawnee managing to invade the blue buff successfully, recognizing that the Hunbots went and ganked duo, and they're punishing the Hunbots for going and ganking duo.
For sure. Scylla having to clear minions off of that mid camp there. Set coming in. Probably trying to get some pokes in at the Scylla. But Ares is also waiting there in that mid lane. So we're probably going to see a Scylla Ares convergence on that Set. So Set's going to have to watch how he pushes this and how he plays this out.
Definitely, he's just going to have to play back as we do manage to catch the Cupid all out using his Heart Bomb to just pick off the last little bits of HP that the Anhur had, giving SSU the first blood and giving them that lead that they had last game. Let's hopefully see that they can maintain it this time.
Yeah, definitely. Here's to hoping. So we're gonna see. It is pretty even so far in the solo lane. Cthulhu is slowly starting to, you know, come out and hold his own. But it looks like Kentucky will be taking out those mid XP camps.
Definitely. They're just trying to get as much XP where they can, and just trying to Kentucky at least get to late game. SSU likewise just trying to win the game though. Both teams are.
Yeah, exactly. And we did see oracles, it looks like, fall to Kentucky.
We did. Kentucky just trying to make sure that they get vision on the Greater Scorpion when it comes up at 5 minutes.
So we have Set on still a little bit here. Set doing very well. Set 2 levels ahead on that Scylla. He's you know, he's just able to kind of hold it down. Looks like unfortunately he had a miss on that one there, which could have led to the Scylla's death, but no big worries as they're going to get the invade on damage camps.
Definitely, and as we saw rotating into the invade, but the Cthulhu managing to take out the Cucullin and getting even further the lead that SSU has over in the solo lane as we just rotate over and get to watch Cupid using his Heart Bomb once again wisely to take out the Ares. 3-0 lead here for SSU. Let's see how they manage to maintain it.
Yeah, Nem was trying to find a kill on the Humbots there. Couldn't quite get it, so she is opting to back up, you know, save herself and her life. Set dodging the Scylla ult. It is a 3v2 here right now. And Twins taking out the Cucullin. Nemesis trying to get a beat on that Hunbats, but Hunbats looks clear. Set looks like he might rotate around to try to meet him.
Set's just gonna try and back off. He's got enough health as we just watch Tara running away, trying to make sure she's safe, and Cthulhu just trying to clean up the rest of Kentucky's jungle. As we rotate over, watch a little bit of a duo action, chilling, killing the minions.
Yeah, Cupid just doing what a Cupid does, holding that attack button down and not really letting go.
Definitely. Kentucky here is just looking to pick the right fight and win the right fight, and SSU is just looking to try and prioritize on the lead that they have right now.
So not too much going on right now. You know, Thulu's still engaging the colon a little bit here.
Definitely just trying to feel each other out. Cthulhu with the early solo he had on the Coca-Cola and just trying to make sure he maintains his gold lead. The EXP lead, though, seems to have died down a little bit.
Yeah, you know, set now, making it back to that mid. You know, Kentucky has been locking down these mid XP camps, seemingly fairly well. So, you know, it's one of those things we talked about where, as a mid laner, you got to make sure that those camps are secured for your team.
Definitely, that's one of the things Set isn't going to be necessarily the worst at, but he's also not going to be the greatest at due to his lack of range. He's got okay range with his abilities, but it's not as good as what Scylla's going to have, as well as Scylla's just raw damage output, whereas Set requires a little more setup for his damage.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a Terra Set just kind of hanging out in mid against that Ares and that Scylla there. Nemesis doing her jungly things. She's going to be hitting XP camp here.
Definitely, just trying to deny as much jungle farm from the Hun bots as possible, as we see the Scylla looking to go down, and she will in mid lane, but Set as well, a 1-for-1 trade so far. But Cthulhu has rotated over.
Yep, we will see that Thulu pop his ult as well. Sulu trying to just pick up something here, it seems like. Nemesis might be finding, you know, a death here. She does take out Ares, though. She at least gets traded.
Just in time, that looked to be a 3-for-2 trade in the favor of Kentucky. So Kentucky making the most of their situation, trying to take advantage of a good fight that they were able to take in mid. And SSU, they managed to lose one extra member, but they are doing fairly well overall. So they're going to try and keep their lead as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, looks like Colin here is going to be breaking down Totem. And Terra is stepping up against the Cthulhu over there in solo lane.
Just trying to poke him out a little bit, deny him as much farm as she can.
Alright, so looks like going on right now. Nothing too crazy, just the Cthulhu fighting out the Cuchulainn. Man, that is going to be a tongue twister all day. Cuchulainn versus a Cthulhu.
Yes, it is.
You know, off of them jumping back to mid lane, you got a Ares and Scylla who are now back, and Terra has rotated over with Set. Looks like they might try to rotate around a little bit, see if they can catch anybody from Kentucky kind of out and about here.
Yep, just overall passive farming right now, waiting for someone to slip up so one team can get the edge over the other. As we are going to see convergence happen around the mid lane mids on the Gold Fury side. Something's going to go down as we do see Twins does fall there as the fight begins.
Yeah, Nemesis going down as well. Terra not looking too good for her either. Terra might... Oh, no, she's going to make it out. She's going to make it out with what looks like 1 HP. Oh, but no, but Ares is there, and Ares will find the Terra. So, Shawnee State losing 3 members there.
Yeah, there's an unfortunate fight. Shawnee just wasn't ready for Kentucky to engage, and when Kentucky engaged, it was too late. They just picked 2 members easily and managed to claim the third one just a little bit later.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's pretty much all tied up right now as far as kills and as far as gold goes, with Shawnee just being ever so slightly behind here.
Definitely. Kentucky's just been able to keep up with their lead and has been able to make sure they can do what they need.
Yeah, it's in Shawnee State, you know, they got to be careful about, you know, these team engagements that they're going to take. You know, last game they had a little trouble securing, you know, those buffs, and if Shawnee can't compete against these guys in team fights, you know, they're going to have a very, very hard time trying to lock down these objectives. So Shawnee has to be ready, and they have to be careful when it comes to fighting out this Kentucky team.
Definitely. They gotta make sure they know where they're positioned and take advantage of everything that they can.
Yeah, Terra making a push on the Scylla. Scylla opting to ult to try to get out. Hunbat's coming in to give some assistance here. You know, Terra will find herself going down.
Definitely. It looked like it would have been a good fight for SSU, but then once the Hunbots came in, it was just all over, and they weren't able to do much to claim anything. But Sat managing to sneak out a little kill on the Scylla and dodge the on her as well.
Yeah, very good dodge on Set's end here.
Overall,
Again,
making it
SSU. Yeah, it came out pretty even, but again, SSU, you know, they gotta watch these engagements. They have to be aware as much as they can of where this Kentucky team is, because, you know, any wrong moves and then Kentucky is going to come back and pick it up. So Shawnee just has to be ready to engage these guys, you know, at any possible time.
definitely. They just need to be aware, be ready, and take advantage where they can. Not too much happening now. We're gonna wait. Every team's gonna chill and kill. I would expect to see something happen around the Gold Fury Greater Scorpion eventually, especially with Gold Fury going to be a prominent objective in this game to try and maintain any lead that you have or get back any lead that you have lost. As we do see the Tier 1 tower does go down for SSU over in the solo lane. Not going to be the end of the game, though. They seem to have a tower health pressure in the other two lanes. As Kentucky getting a little bit closer to SSU's jungle, just trying to deny them farm, as we see Terra just following the Scylla.
Yeah, and we will see Nemesis take out the Colon here. You know, hopefully Shawnee can kind of start to snowball something here. You know, because these Greater Scorpions, you know, they got to be taken out.
Definitely, and the solo, not the lovely gank from the Nemesis with the Cthulhu managing to take down the Kukulin was very good, and it's going to be a small step in the adventure Shawnee needs to gain their lead back, as SSU does manage to take down the Greater Scorpion on the Gold Fury side.
Yeah, so with Greater Scorpion down, you know, here in a couple minutes, we're going to be seeing that Gold Fury pop up. So Shawnee is going to have to, you know, they're going to have to start getting ready for this fight that's going to be coming up. Hunbats looks like converging on the Cupid. Cupid opting to ult. Doesn't get much. Ares pulling them back in. Cupid will go down. Terra will also be going down to the Hunbats.
Definitely. Unfortunate. The Cupid, he did have his beads down, and then the Ares was just able to go in. He was able to ult, and there's not much the Cupid could do to get out of it. He doesn't have any CC immune abilities, as we see Kentucky is able to pick up the Gold Fury.
Yeah, and right now Shawnee's on the run here. You know, Set trying to get away, hopefully not meeting any CC from any of these people.
Hopefully, as we do see Kentucky looking to aggress on the Tier 1 and mid just a little bit, while SSU, their Nemesis, is going to just look to deny as much, or take as much jungle farm away from Kentucky as they can.
Yeah, ooh, on her, almost finding himself caught by Set. He does leap out though, so he will be safe for right now. Set just going to be clearing out wave.
Definitely. After a little bit of an unfortunate engage and a loss of the Gold Fury, Shawnee is looking to just sit back, recuperate, get their farm up a little bit, and then pick the right fight. It looks like they're going to try and take out the Pyromancer here to counteract the loss of the Gold Fury, and they're looking like they managed to get it.
You know, and that's, you know, and Shawnee is, you know, securing these objectives. That's exactly what they need if they want to find themselves competitive in this.
Definitely. It's going to all come down to the objective secure, which I actually would give in favor to Kentucky with Scylla, her ultimate, and her crush ability. They just have such damage output. It's going to be difficult for SSU to solidly get objectives if Kentucky's around, but they're going to, if they pick the right time and manage to take out the Scylla, gaining objectives isn't going to be an issue for SSU.
Yeah, definitely. What's going on right now? It looks like we're going to be seeing a convergence over in duo lane. Shawnee not really converting. They're trying to, communicate what's going on. A couple of group pings there, but, and it looks like it will be a collapse in middle lane again. Kentucky just trying to put the pressure on SSU and trying to drive them back.
Definitely Kentucky looking to take this tier 1 tower. And SSU going to look to try to defend it with what they can. We'll see a fight start to go down in the left jungle around mid lane. Ultimate's getting used. We see Cthulhu just trying to get as much damage out as he can as the Nemesis looks to gank on the Scylla.
Yeah, Set coming in, taking out the colon. You got 2 people down for Kentucky. Shawnee trying to make a play here, converging on the Ares. Ares going down, and yeah, Shawnee coming out on top there. That that's the kind of push that Shawnee needs. They lost 1, but they traded the 1 for the 3.
Definitely, and Shawnee managed to get both tier 1s in both the duo and mid lane, just allowing the Cupid to push out ever so slightly, and now they're going to get a little more poke damage on the mid tier 2, and Nemesis going on the Hunbots just barely misses the kill. Just going to look to kind of get away, but on her is there as Shawnee managing to get 3 towers from that initial very strong fight, only losing 2 members. Overall, I'd say this is a pretty good win for Shawnee, and it's going to give them a solid lead going into the start of the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 3 members, and all the towers that they took there, that's the kind of pressure that Shawnee needs to start putting on Kentucky if they want to be seeing results here.
Absolutely. That's the pressure they're going to need to see, and it's the pressure you want to see coming out of Shawnee. As for Kentucky, they just need to play back a little bit. They're going to manage to keep the lead small that Shawnee has. They're just going to try and look and do the same thing that Shawnee just did. They're going to try and find the people out of position and win the right fights.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Fire Giant has spawned. We have seen the Greater Scorpion on the Fire Giant side go down. So the next objective, I believe, will be the Fire Giant, where we see a convergence around. However, Primal Fury does appear to be coming up soon, so that actually could take priority over the Fire Giant. Just a quick, easy objective for either team to take down before they fight for the bad boy, the Fire Giant.
Absolutely, and it looks like Kentucky taking out the Oracles as they're getting ready. We see Primal now up, and it looks like, yep, Kentucky is going to opt to try to take Primal. Shawnee State, I'm not too sure what Shawnee wants to do here. Shawnee just not being there for the Primal Fury. I think they just got caught out of position there, but there is still the Fire Giant up, so
Definitely
Shawnee hopefully going to be recovering.
Fire Giant is up, and that's going to be where the teams start to rotate towards to now. The Primal Fury taken down by Kentucky. Kentucky just saying, like, hey, we're still in this game. You may have had a good fight. You may have taken a good amount of towers, but we're still going to control the map, and we're going to make sure we get this objective as we start to see a convergence here around the Fire Giant.
Yeah, for sure. Shawnee State stacking up on that Fire Giant. It looks like they're trying to bait Kentucky in for a fight because Shawnee wants to get something out of these guys.
Definitely Kentucky looking to get a pick or two. Shawnee trying to get the same, as we do see the Ares initiate with the blink ult. not going to get too much out of it. No one's dead quite yet, but the On Her managing to claim set. But Kentucky, 2 members looking really low. There goes the Scylla. On
Yeah,
Her.
they're going out. Big fight going on. Nem really putting in the work right now. Thulu and Ares going at it. Nem taking out. That's 3 members down, but that's also 3 for Shawnee. This fight is looking like it's an all or none right now. The only one left is Cthulhu here. It's going to be hard to tell what happens, but it looks like Shawnee will go down.
Definitely. That looked like it was a great fight from both sides. Kentucky with the initiation. Managing to take down 8 out of the 10 players on the map. And just Kentucky barely able to edge it out. And they will take the Pyromancer off that. But they're not going to have enough people up to do the Gold Fury. So it looks like we're just going to have to wait to see the next engager on the Gold Fury. Not the Gold Fury. The Fire Giant. And whoever takes that might end up taking game as we get into the later minutes of the game.
Yeah, this is it's getting down to the very crucial wires here. You know, Shawnee, you know, they can be in these team fights. They just have to make sure that they're, you know, group targeting one individual, taking out those high damagers, and then just kind of, you know, filing in the smaller threats here. They have to make sure they're taking out Kentucky's big players first.
Definitely, it's gonna be crucial to take down the Scylla, the On Her, because once the Scylla and the On Her are down, there's not much that Kentucky's going to be able to do. But they can say the same thing about SSU. Once they take down the Set and the Cupid, or the Nemesis and the Cupid, Shawnee's not going to be able to do that much as well. So it's all going to come down to who gets picked when and how.
Yeah, and it looks like Set's going to be taking some damage here from the Colon. Backing out though, Lulu just kind of throwing out some pokes. You know, and these teams are really wanting to get this Fire Giant now. They really want to secure this. So let's see if Shawnee can, you know, step in, contest this the way that they need to, and hopefully make something out of it.
Definitely. Both sides just kind of poking at each other right now, waiting for someone to get the hard engage. As there goes the Ares blink into the ult. It manages to catch 3 of SSU's members, and 2 of them go down almost instantly.
Yeah, and that's Set and Nem down, so all they have is Cupid. Para taking out the Honor though. Cupid trying to get out. Cupid now going down. Shawnee definitely not on the pleasant side of this team fight here. But there's not a lot of damage left for Kentucky. There's a pretty healthy Cthulhu though, and a pretty healthy Terra.
Definitely. They're gonna try to make something happen here. The Ares is low and the Kakolin just under 50 HP, but the Scylla still being up is going to be very difficult for Shawnee to get anything to happen.
That is true. Scylla is still up. So there, you know, definitely some damage left for them. But, you know, Shawnee's going to have to regroup again, and they're just going to, you know, they have to keep Kentucky from getting Fire Giant. Because if Kentucky gets Fire Giant, you know, this could be the snowball towards the end, and Shawnee does not want to see that just yet.
Definitely not just yet. Fortunately in that fight, Shawnee losing 3, Kentucky losing 2. But they did take out 2 crucial members of Kentucky, so Kentucky was not able to take the Fire Giant, but they did manage to claim the Tier 1 in mid, which the Tier 1 in mid at this late of the game, not the most important thing, but it's always kind of nice having your as many towers up as you can, just for like a morale boost as we look to see what happens around the next Fire Giant. And whoever claims this Fire Giant, it may just be the game for them.
Yeah, and that's definitely what it's coming down to, is this Fire Giant is going to be the last piece that these guys need to drive a nail into the coffin for either team. So if Shawnee can manage to win this team fight and take Fire Giant, you know, they can take it right to Phoenix and then take it to Titan and bring it home and make it 1-1 here and still give them a fighting chance here in this first round.
Definitely, as we see a skirmish begin to happen with Ares' blink down. Scylla below half health, but is SSU going to be able to pick her off? And they do. The Nemesis just hard diving the backline, running at the Scylla, making sure she won't be added any impact in the next fight. As the Cupid managing to take down the Ares, 2 crucial members of Kentucky's strategy, and this might be what SSU needs to take the Fire Giant.
Yeah, this is exactly what SSU needs. You know, they need to take out these characters. They need to push onto Kentucky. It looks like they're going to opt to take Middle Phoenix as well. You know, it's hard to say. They might even just... It looks like they're just going to push Fire Giant. They don't even need... Or not Fire Giant, Titan. They don't even need the Fire Giant.
They don't. They're just like,
Shawnee
hey,
State looking to end it.
There goes the Han bots. Shawnee State going like, hey, we don't need the Fire Giant. We got minions coming in. We're going to take this Phoenix, and we're going to try and even take the Titan. But is it going to be enough as the
It's
Honor?
not. Oh, Shawnee. The Titan has... He breathed on the Titan, and he's dead. Shawnee just could not finish it out. And this may be it for Shawnee here in this round. It may come down to the close.
Shawnee is, they're definitely still in this. That was very strong, taking the Titan down as low as they can. They now have Fire Minions up in the middle lane, and they still have all their tier 2s up. So even if Kentucky were to take the Fire Giant, they don't have enough to end it quite yet. Shawnee is going to be up in time to defend the Phoenixes, so Kentucky's probably just going to look to take the tier 2 in mid lane and possibly even trade Phoenixes, but they're not gonna be able to win game off this. They're still in this for the long haul, as it does look like Kentucky is rotating to maybe take that Fire Giant and try and capitalize on SSU's just near miss at ending the game.
Very true. I was too captivated by the abysmalness of them not being able to close it out. I want Shawnee to win this, but yeah, they don't even take the Phoenix. They will take Fire Giant though. So Shawnee, you're definitely right. They are not out yet, but boy, was that unfortunate. Was that a killer for Shawnee?
Definitely, Shawnee thought they had it had enough, and I think what ultimately came down to was if they had focused the on her and got the on her out, none of the members of Kentucky would have been up in time to end it, but because they decided to prioritize Titan over Honor was just able to come in and clean up shop and just allow Kentucky to get all their members up and get Fire Giant on all their members. However, the Fire Giant is gonna run out in about 3 minutes, and Shawnee answering back by taking the Primal Fury. And Kentucky, though they have the Fire Giant, they're still gonna have to play defense a little bit because they did lose a Phoenix, where Shawnee still has all 3 of their Phoenixes still alive.
Yeah, absolutely here. And oh man, that's just, I just can't get over it. They were right there, but it's all right. Shawnee has to recollect, and they have to be able to do that same thing. If they can do that same thing again, even if they can just pressure them into Titan, you know, they can put the damage in and they can finish this out. You know, Shawnee is so close to closing out game 2 and bringing it to a game 3. They just have to make one more final push here as a team.
Definitely, and the set just split. Pushing manages to actually take out the on her, which was such a crucial role in the success of Kentucky being able to win this. And it's just going to allow SSU to walk into the Titan room and apply pressure.
And Shawnee takes it. They do it. They throw their bodies at it, and Shawnee will take it. That makes it 1-1 in the set. Second game coming out to 30 minutes. These guys will not give my mental state a break. They are in it for the long haul.
They will not. They were ready. They were like, this is where the game ends. The game ends here now. Our set managed to pick the on her, and we're just going to punish them. That on her got played out. Now, I was a little nervous because I was looking at the mini map, and the set and the on her duking out. I wasn't sure who was going to win, but I think due to the fact that the set managed to outbeat the on her, that allowed SSU to just run in and do the last damage they needed to the Titan to win the game and take the match to 1-1 as we move into game 3.
Yeah, and it's going to be an exciting game 3. These teams are swinging, neither one wanting to go down.
Absolutely, both teams doing amazing. Shawnee, unfortunate showing in game 1. Game 2, they came back swinging. And they're here to stay. They're here to cement themselves, try and take it into round 2. And we will be back after a short break with game 3.
All right, we are back. We're going to talk a little bit about the round that we just saw. Boy, Ronan, that was my head. They killed me there at the end, man. Shawnee being absolute animals there. With the rush down to Titan, and just being ahead. You could have breathed on that Titan and that thing was falling over, to, they had to make a second push to get back to it. And it was, it was crazy. The whole thing was just I wasn't ready for it at all.
Definitely, it was something else of a match. Shawnee pulling out all the stops, being like, "Hey, it's now or never. If we don't do it, it's not going to happen." So they rushed down Titan the first time. They just barely miss it. They're just like, "All right, we're not out of this yet. We can still do this." So they take their time. They collect. They get the pick on her with the set that's just slightly out of position, but he wasn't out of position because he was trying to bait the on her, I believe. They managed to take out the on her, and they just rush it down again. They lose 3 members, but they have Cupid up, and it's enough to just take out the Titan, and Shawnee manages to win the game. It was very exciting, very fun to watch.
Yeah, and it was great. So, excited to see this game 3 because this is it. I mean, this is winner takes all here. Winner of this will end up facing Georgia State. So, kind of take those hits as you will. Either you face Georgia State or you face them later. So, either way, these guys are unavoidable. But we're gonna go ahead here, and it looks like people are jumping into picks and bans. So let's go ahead and get into this here.
Indeed, picks and bans starting off very nice, fast paced. They know what they want to ban. They're getting out of the way. Kentucky banning out the Morgan set, not wanting to play. They realized how much of an issue set was last game. They're just like, nope, no set. We're done with set. Set's gone. Similar thing with SSU, except for from the first game, they realized Don Zabura don't want to play it. Same thing with Apollo. So Apollo, Don Zabura out of here. As we move on to the third bans, this is where it starts to slow down. They don't know what they want. They're trying to think, what do we want to play? What do we not want to play against? Trying to figure out what to ban. I'm thinking we're going to see maybe a Kakolin ban out of either SSU or Kentucky, as we do see Kentucky banning out that Scylla, realizing Scylla, it didn't do the best for us. We're not going to do too much about it. We don't really want to play it, but we definitely don't want our opponent to play it. So we're going to ban it out as we look to see what SSU goes for their third ban. Interesting ban coming out of SSU. They do ban out the Guan Yu. Not expected, but they probably realized, we're not gonna get Guan Yu, so we're gonna ban out the Guan Yu, and we're comfortable playing Cthulhu or Cthulhu. Really, any warrior that's good in the solo lane or guardian.
Yeah, for sure. It's after from the first game to the second game, now going into this third. I'm excited to see the team comp that's going to be coming out. So first up, we'll have a Tsukiyomi pick over there for the Kentucky team. But we'll see if Shawnee decides to rock out a double guardian again, or if we're going to see maybe something a little more streamlined here. Lud picking up Giannis and locking him in.
Tsukiyomi, Giannis, both really strong gods. Tsukiyomi, good in the jungle. Tsukiyomi, sorry, really good in the jungle. He's able to apply the pressure early, and he's also able to apply the chaos late. He just doesn't have the greatest damage output late as he does compared to early. Early games rarely where he succeeds, but he's also a viable late game as well. As we see the Giannis Cupid pickup for SSU. SSU recognizing Giannis, great mobility in a mage, very optimal. Got the semi-global ultimate that can hit very far. It's actually a global ultimate. I think the teleports that it creates are semi-global. And then picking up Cupid, it worked for them really well last game, and they're going to use it this game.
Yeah, that Cupid was definitely putting in some work there. And it looks like we are going to be seeing On Her come back out again for the Kentucky side.
Definitely, they're hovering on her. They're just like, On Her, we think it worked well for us. It tended to work well for us despite them losing. So they're looking to run it back, and it's looking like they might pick up Ymir on top of it. Ymir worked fantastically for them first game. it got banned out last game. They didn't get to play it, so they're saying, hey, we need to make sure we get Ymir here, because if we get Ymir here, we'll be set for next round, as they do lock in the Ymir on her. As SSU picking up the Humbots, saying like, hey, you guys use Humbots well. You didn't pick Humbots, you chose to go Tsukiyomi, so we're going to play the Humbots, and we're going to have you deal with that very annoying ult that comes out of Humbots, as well as his dive potential is very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it looks we might be seeing an aggressive team style here for Shawnee. You know, that Giannis Cupid Humbats coming out, and it looks like there will be a Kukolin ban coming from the Kentucky side, as well as, you know, Scylla unfortunately being banned again. But definitely, you know, she is such a strong god that you know, you really never want to face a Scylla. You never want to face her. So, and
Definitely.
Shawnee coming out with a Chang'e and a Raijin ban.
Chang'e, really strong god. Her ability to nullify a lot of things is very helpful, as we saw a Kukolin ban coming out of Kentucky, as well as a Cerberus ban. They're recognizing, hey, they got first pick right here. We don't want to fight Kukolin, or we don't want them to have a Cerberus support, so this is what we're going to ban out. Whereas SSU kind of just trying to ban out those mid laners, recognizing that Kentucky didn't pick any, and these are the mid laners that they don't want to fight with Giannis.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost wondering if we may see we're going to see a Ganesh come out. I was wondering if they might end up picking up an Athena, but Ganesh is still, you know, with the silence ability that he has, that's absolutely a very strong silence. I think that's going to be doing great for Shawnee in these team fights, especially since they just picked up a Merlin. You know, if Ganesh can silence that Merlin out, you know, they could just pick off the Merlin and be very set up in these team fights.
Definitely, Ganesh's silence is a very powerful, strong suit of hers, as well as his ultimate. That gives him the ability to just zone extremely effectively, because no one wants to walk over those lines that his ultimate creates. As we see Cthulhu, the final pickup for SSU. The Merlin Sun Wukong, a very safe pick on the Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is great. It did well for them when they played it earlier in this set. And Merlin's he's just a really powerful mage overall, able to deal damage and get away from damage easily with his flicker. So it'll be interesting to see how the mid matchup plays with two very powerful and mobile gods.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to be seeing that. It looks like we're going to be seeing Humbats going into jungle here. But going into this third game here, what do you think that we can expect from Shawnee going into this? Do you think that we're going to be seeing, you know, that more aggressive style of play? Do you think they're going to try, you know, maybe pull something again where they rush down Titan like they did in the second game?
From Shawnee, I'd expect to see lots of early aggression out of both sides. Both sides have good, generally good, workable early aggression on both sides. However, when it comes to the late game, I don't expect to see Shawnee running it down to the Titan once more. I think it worked with the last comp they had with this set mid. I don't think it works as well with this comp with the Giannis mid. I think we're going to see a lot of action, though, both teams wanting to play a little aggressive, trying to get that lead. But they also need to tone it back and play safe, not get caught out of position, which both teams seemed to do back and forth last game.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think, you know, Shawnee is going to have to find a way to get a pretty convincing win here.
Definitely it'll be interesting. And as we know, GSU made it on to round 2. So whoever wins this gets to go up against GSU. So we'll see who gets to be the lucky winner of that matchup.
Yeah, so while not much is happening here, I'll give you guys a quick little update as far as bracket stuff if you guys are interested. We have, it looks like ASU is coming out on top, and one of the next games will be University of Michigan versus ASU. And some of the losers bracket stuff already starting here with Full Sail coming out over Akron, it seems. But just a quick little update there for you as we kind of get loaded up into here and everything gets started out. You know, camps come out, minions come out.
Definitely, we're just gonna get off to our generic start. Everyone's gonna get their buffs, rotate to lane, and start chilling and killing the minions to get their farm up.
Yeah, definitely here. Ganesh dropping Void for Cupid. So I'm really, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how dual lane. We have a Ganesh and Cupid in duo versus the Onher and Ymir. So, you know, we'll have to see how this plays out.
Definitely, it'll be an interesting, it'll be an exciting, it'll be a good match to watch.
Yeah, Ganesh already leaking a little bit here, but, you know, it can definitely happen here early on.
Definitely, as we see the Wukong poking the Cthulhu out a little bit, whereas duo, they're doing their duo poke things. Ganesh are taking a little too much poke, being forced to back off from the Honor.
Yeah, Ganesh, very, very weak there. You know, Ganesh has to be careful here. Ganesh doesn't want to be found slipping too much early on in this game here.
No,
and
Ganesh needs to just play passively and wait for her to get her abilities online, because she right now does not have his silence.
Yeah, right now not too much going on for Ganesh there. You know, mid's looking pretty good. Shawnee is seeming to hold down mid fairly well here against the Merlin and the Suki. Hunbat's rotating through. Looks like he's going to try and find the Suki here. While Suki's trying to grab XP, Hunbat's is on top of him. And Suki extremely weak. Hunbat's trying to find this kill early on to secure. We're not sure if he's going to be able to secure it, and it doesn't look like he will. Suki backing off to recall. Hunbat's falling back to Giannis.
Hunbat's making the right call there. Tsukiyomi, albeit he was low and he might have been able to get the kill, but it wasn't going to be worth it if he couldn't get the kill, because the Giannis had recognized that the Merlin was going to come rotate to help, and I don't think the Hunbat's was going to be able to deal with the Merlin should he have come.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Hunbat's was out of mana there, so even if he did get the kill, he would have found himself into a Merlin with not really any mana. So, and that's not, you know, you want to get kills out of this. You don't want to play trades.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially early game. The better you can get the lead, and the safer you can get the lead, the better.
Absolutely. You know, looking into dual lane here, Ganesh is trying to play it safe. Cupid picking up Void Camp. And it is looking pretty even, although the Onher is level 4, but again, early on, that's not too bad here.
No, the Cupid should be able to catch up relatively fast. As we see Skirmish go down, and Giannis does fall in the mid lane, unfortunately.
Is unfortunate. Yeah, we did see the Suki rotate into mid here. Hunbat's now trying to kind of stay on tower and keep himself going. Wukong might be finding himself taken out by the Cthulhu, but it's hard to say because of ult.
Yeah, no, Wukong's ult gonna make him safe in the air. He's gonna get back up to around half health, and he's just gonna play it safe and get out, get his health back, and just make sure that the Cthulhu isn't able to kill him, and he won't be able to kill the Cthulhu also, unfortunately. But both gonna have to play it safe, try and get as much poke and farm as they can, and back when needed.
Yeah, absolutely. So, kind of, it looks like, you know, just kind of the back to the chill and kill scenario here, where teams are just kind of farming up. Not too much going on. Ymir making the push on Giannis, though, in mid.
Yeah, Ymir just using his presence to try and apply that pressure while he waits for his Merlin to come back to lane.
Honestly surprised we didn't see another Ymir ban, considering how much of a threat Ymir was and how annoying it was for him to be able to wall off Shawnee as they were out of position. But
Definitely, Ymir, very strong god, but he's not one of the priority picks or bans necessarily, as we saw last game, if you remember. But Shawnee banned him out in the second banning phase, so they did leave him open in the first banning phase, and Kentucky just didn't pick him last game. But they realized their mistake and were like, hey, Ymir worked really well. We're gonna want it again as we look to see Cthulhu and Wukong duking out with the Ymir coming in to help him out, and they will claim the Cthulhu's life.
yeah, Hunbats tried to rotate over, but just couldn't quite make it there. Ganesh in mid, rotating onto the Suki. Hunbats, Ganesh. Looks like they might be falling back, realizing that they're outnumbered here, 4-2.
Definitely, big rotations coming out of Kentucky, just making sure that SSU unable to do anything after their soul laner has died, as well as SSU trying to contest their blue buff and make sure that Kentucky didn't get it, but Kentucky unfortunately did get it, so it's going to be a little less farm for SSU, but they're not out of this by any means, and they could still make something happen here.
Yeah, and then we see that Ymir wall being the death of Hunbats here. Ymir just waiting for the Ganesh ult to end. Is now for Suki, though, finding himself killed by Cupid here.
Definitely. Kentucky probably got a little too aggressive in the Suki, just found himself out of position with a Cupid nearby, and the Cupid just capitalized on his lack of health.
Yeah, so far early on, it's not looking terrible, but it's not looking the best that Shawnee might want it to look. They're not too far behind in gold, but they are definitely not finding themselves on the winning side to some of these early skirmishes, which, is definitely not where Shawnee wants to be. But with it only being 7 minutes into the game, they have plenty of time to turn that around and make the change there.
Definitely, they're going to be able to make something happen here. If they just gotta, like we say, like I keep saying, pick the right fights, the where, the when, the how, and not get caught out of position.
Yeah, keep it having a little bit of a standoff there with the Ymir. Jumping over to seeing what is going on in solo lane. Thulu backing up, dropping mana there. Wukong just kind of doing his thing in mid. Looks like Wukong knocking out Totem, but there will be a convergence on top of Wukong. Hunbats, Thulu, and Giannis trying to take out the Wukong, but he will opt to ult there.
The question is, will he be able to get out once he ults? And he just jumped down, goes to his hard form, and does get out. This is why Wukong is one of the safer gods. He's got a lot of mobility on his 72 transformation, and his ultimate just allows him to get in the air out of harm and take no damage. But the Hunbots blinking in, tower diving to try and get the Wukong does pay for his life as they get the Wukong. And as we saw on the kill feed over in the dual lane, Cupid did lose his life, making things not the greatest for SSU right now. They need to really be more aware of the where and the when, not necessarily the how right now. It's just like, if they can find the where and when, they'll be fine. The how will come with time.
Yeah, it was a risky move for the blink on there. I don't know if that was something that they decided that they should go for, or if it was just kind of a impromptu. But Shawnee really, they got to pick these carefully. They have to pick these fights carefully, and they have to determine when they want to push Kentucky, because if they make careless mistakes, Kentucky will capitalize on it.
Definitely, as we see SSU starting to go on the gold fear, trying to bait out a fight, try and make up for the losses they've already suffered with a fight around this gold fury. Yeah, it looks like Hunbat's being pushed out of position into the on her by the Ymir
Shawnee State still pretty grouped up. Shawnee not looking worse, or not looking unhealthy, but they definitely could use some help for this fight at Gold Fury.
Definitely. And everyone from Kentucky is here, but Giannis from SSU, even though he's got that global ultimate, is not here, as we see Cthulhu claiming the Tsukiyomi, and SSU managing to steal the Gold Fury away from Kentucky, as we see Cthulhu picking up a double kill, claiming the Ymir, as well as SSU just going all in, trying to get as much as they can out of this good fight for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly the kind of fight that Shawnee State needs if they're going to be dropping the Wildcats down into losers bracket here on these round 1 games. They have, there we go, and another kill coming out from the Hun Bats on the Merlin. However, the Wukong will find Ganesh, which isn't bad. You know, the support dying versus your ADC dying is definitely not worse. But you know, Giannis will find his life being cut short here by the Tsukiyomi, which is unfortunate. So it ties it up a little bit here.
Definitely.
But,
SSU, they took the fight. They had the winning fight, but the question was, did they go a little too hard? Man, maybe they needed to just stay back, because as we see now, they just lost their Cupid and their Hun Bots, and there's just... It was a good fight, but did they push a little too hard, and now it became a bad fight?
Yeah, and I would venture to make the case that you know, is seeming what happened here. Shawnee just kind of overstayed their welcome after the fight. You know, they should have taken the 2, recognized that it's better to back off here and hold that lead. But unfortunately, you know, Kentucky capitalized on it and came back from it, which Kentucky will still hold a gold lead on Shawnee here, but definitely not out of it yet.
Definitely not out of it yet. They did manage to get the Gold Fury after all, and they picked up a few clean kills. It was just a little sloppy cleanup at the end. As we see a fight go down around the Tsukiyomi, will they manage to get him? Is the question.
It looks like we might see Giannis go down. Ganesh was trying to help the Suki there. Hunbat's taking out the Suki himself. And Cupid being hit down by the Honor here.
Yeah, it was just a great shot out of the Honor, realizing the Cupid's low, and Honor is just so far ahead. Level 12 is the Cupid is only level 8, so definitely goes to show that duo lane has been playing more in the favor of Kentucky than it has of SSU. But SSU, they just need to sit back, they need to farm, they need to pick the where and the when wisely. And they just need to take their time to get back into this. They need to not rush it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Shawnee, they just have to slow it down a little bit and make sure that they, you know, are just getting themselves ready for these fights, because they're underleveled right now. It's not going to work out in the favor of Shawnee if they continue taking these fights underleveled. But we will see Cthulhu securing the kill, but he might fall here to the Ymir. And he falls to the Suki instead.
Indeed, he falls to the Suki as the Giannis also falls.
Yeah, Shawnee not looking, you know, I think they're playing still a little too aggressive. I think, you know, those last game nerves are still kind of following them into this third game here. You know, they're being caught out of position, and they're trying to make pushes that they're not ready for yet. So Shawnee definitely needs, you know, to take a step back, just kind of take a breath here and regain themselves, get their farming going, you know, and then once they're ready, push this Kentucky team. And we will see a tower go down in mid for Shawnee. And it looks like the first line of towers will be falling here for Shawnee. Just about.
Definitely unfortunate for Shawnee, but that's just one of the repercussions from having unfortunate losses as it is.
Yeah, front line of towers are looking pretty weak. It looks like that that dual lane tower is about to fall down any minute here.
Definitely, it'll give Shawnee the little extra gold they need to stay in this. As we see, Kentucky looking at the Pyromancer, and they will manage to claim it as probably eyes now shift towards the Primal Fury for the next fight.
Yeah, absolutely here. Shawnee State just trying to get a regroup here. Looks like we'll have a Ymir and a Merlin, and the On-Her kind of pushed up here on Gold Fury. Going to be taking it out as Shawnee might try to contest here.
Shawnee is going to need to contest here if they want to lessen the lead that Kentucky has on them. And they definitely have the ability to after what happened at the last Gold Fury. So if they can just recreate that at this Primal Fury, they'll be solid. They just need to not go as deep when it ends.
Yeah, and right now there's about a 7,000 XP difference between the teams and about almost a 5K gold difference. So, Shawnee definitely, they need to try to slow down what Kentucky is doing right now, and they really have to finish this farming out. They're just not ready for these team fights yet.
No, they're not, especially with such an experience difference being so large. Shawnee just needs to passively farm, get picks where they can, and just try and get back into this game. Kentucky's just doing a great job of keeping control of the map and making sure they maintain their lead.
Yeah, they need to draw this out for as long as they can. They have to make sure that they can push this as close to endgame as they can to give them a chance to really fight back on this Kentucky team when they make these pushes.
Yep.
So it looks like Shawnee is going to be trying to get a little bit of farm going here. Hopefully they decide to stick with it because they really need these. They need these waves. They really need to get themselves back into this.
They need the waves. They need to try and somehow squeak out the tier 1 in mid and duo lane with them being so low. Those will definitely help a little bit with the XP, but definitely with the gold difference. And I really wish I could say they don't have to contest the Fire Giant, but with how far ahead Kentucky is, I think they have to contest the Fire Giant, because if they mess up contesting the Fire Giant, it could just be the game for them. As we see a fight start to happen around the Greater Scorpion, and Lord Blood does go down.
Yeah, we will see blood fall. With Ganesh down, we're gonna have to see, what is Shawnee gonna do to try to contest Kentucky right now. Cthulhu finding himself being caught between looks like the On-Her, the Wukong, and the Suki were all there.
Definitely.
So,
and the Cupid just trying to split push, get as much as he can, trying to at least punish the Fire Giant by taking the tier 2, which it looks like Shawnee is going to be able to do by taking the tier 2, but Kentucky is going to be able to take the Fire Giant, and their entire team's going to have the Fire Giant, which doesn't spell good things for SSU right now.
Yeah, SSU at this point, they have to set up a wall of defense here. They got to be able to just hold out until that buff runs out. Find, again, like you said, find the picks that they can. And then once they're a little bit more caught up in levels to these guys, they can start contesting this and take it to Kentucky's side.
Yeah, that was right there was what Shawnee needed to do, because they realized they really couldn't contest the Fire Giant. And I'm pretty sure, I don't think Kentucky is able right now to win off of this Fire Giant with the current tower state. However, just by pushing the tier 2, it gives SSU a little something in return for Kentucky taking the Fire Giant.
Yeah, for sure. And that unfortunate catch there on her catching the Cupid, and it's dangerous right now for Cupid because On-Her is just is so many more levels above him that, you know, he's going to be taking these hits and he's going to be eating these hits hard.
Yeah, definitely. Cupid, just like any other hunter, very squishy, but like with a 4 level difference, on her auto attacks are just gonna chunk for so much of Cupid's health. Cupid just needs to really play in the backline and hope that Ganesha can peel for him.
Yeah. Looks like here though we're gonna see Kentucky take out that T2 tower in mid, and they might be making that push onto Phoenix here. You know, with the level advantage and Fire Giant going, they have all that they need. They just have to make this push hard. But Shawnee can still hold it. Shawnee just has to defend the line here.
Definitely. Shawnee, yeah, they just need to hold the line, make sure that they can't get a Phoenix. But it's going to be difficult because Anher is going to shred it quite well. But Shawnee, they've got the tools alive still despite losing Giannis to make something happen here.
Yeah, we will see a couple ults go down. Hunbat's going down. Now the Thulu. Cupid trying to be on the run, but it looks that is a deicide for Kentucky. So it looks like they're going to be dropping out Phoenix here, and this will probably be the game.
Probably Giannis will be up in 5 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Anher and the Merliner is going to have enough damage to shred it.
Yeah, that will be game here. So game 3 going to Kentucky. Shawnee State putting up one hell of a fight, but no worries to these guys. GG's to the Kentucky side. You guys played very well, and I'm sure our boys were very excited. But it looks like it will go to Georgia State facing off against the Wildcat Gaming team from Kentucky here. And Shawnee will be bumped down to facing, it looks like, Glenville here.
Yes, they will. It'll be interesting to see who wins between GSU and Kentucky here. They'll get their rematch from our round 3 match yesterday. That'll be very interesting to see who takes it out on top and who falls down to losers bracket. As next match we will be watching, I believe, Michigan versus ASU, which will be very exciting. Be a good match to watch. It'll give us a good feel for all of the teams in the competition. Given I believe we haven't seen ASU play, but we've seen UMich play, and they put up a good fight against GSU yesterday. So we'll see what they can do to ASU today. Anyway, that's going to be it for round 1. We'll cut to a break, and we'll be back with an interview maybe. Who knows?
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
All right, welcome back, guys. With us, I have Agent Blur and King Clutch from University of Kentucky. Do you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm the jungler and captain for University of Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm the ADC, and I've been around for about a semester and a half now. So, and you said you're the captain, right, Trevor?
Yep.
Yeah, you're the big boy.
Well, awesome. It's good to have you guys here. So let's talk a little bit about, how crazy these games were. Game one went on for a little bit. Became a kind of a battle of who was going to outlast the other team. What was your guys' mindsets, in that first game, as it was kind of hitting the, that 20-minute mark, the 30-minute mark, and it kept going, how are you guys keeping yourselves kind of in it?
It's definitely nerve-wracking knowing that we went late with them yesterday and to game 3. So at that point in the game, you're kind of whoever wins the fight is usually going to win the game. So we just kind of walking through each other through the team fights and making sure we're all on the same page. Because if we split the damage or anything like that in a team fight, then the tables can get flipped very quickly.
Yeah, we made sure our comms were like matched up, and I know like with Apollo Ult and Tsukiyomi, what we tried to do was like ult the same target. What ended up winning us the game was the split push into left lane, for us left lane, and then ulting over to Fire Giant, and right then we just got the Fire Giant, got the game. But before that, it was really hard fought. So
Yeah, absolutely. So let's jump into that game too. Let's talk about the crazy moment, the pentakill, the on her saving Titan from being blown up with 1 HP left. Let's talk about how are you feeling in that moment. Let's talk about some nerves there, because you were the only one who was there. You were the last bastion for game 2 in that moment.
Oh, so I'm gonna be honest. I missed a bunch of autos. I think while Trevor was alive, and then he died, and then they all like started diving the Titan. So I was like, it's gotta happen now. And I think Sam, our support player, said, focus the damage or something like that, and it all just like, I was like, I just gotta start hitting autos. That's really all that was going through my mind, was hitting autos. I didn't think of much else. And,
Yeah, it was.
It was definitely like nerve wracking, but right after the pentakill, I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm sure that was definitely a relief. Coming off with the pentakill, Titan's still safe. You guys are still in it. Everybody was able to respawn and kind of restack. Obviously with Titan being that weak though, it was just they just kind of closed the game out. They pushed and it just took a couple hits, but you guys brought it back, and you guys showed a dominant performance in Game 3. You guys played very well. You came out on top of team fights. So what was the change from Game 2 to Game 3? Was there any was there anything that you guys were looking out for more so in Game 3 than you were before?
Definitely just banning the set, and we really just wanted to kind of go back to more of our comfort picks. It's Game 3, might as well play what you're comfortable on and make it happen. We went back to the Tsukiyomi and the Ymir we played a lot yesterday, and that seemed to work well for us.
Mm-hmm. Game 2 was like a bit interesting because we picked the Ares. We thought it would be like really good. And I mean, we had a really close game 2. We ended up losing, but Game 3 we just went with our comfort picks and played what we had, so.
Cool. Ronan, you got anything? You wanna talk to these guys about?
Not too much. Mostly, you guys enjoying the event so far? We've asked every team so far. Are you guys enjoying it?
Absolutely. I definitely feel like Smite's one of the games that doesn't get as much love. So anytime we can have any events like this, it's really a good time. And we're thankful to you guys for hosting it and all the casters and everything. It's been a great time.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Well, thank you for participating because we couldn't make this happen without you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't think we have too much else for you guys. I mean, great games. We're excited to see what else you guys have coming in. So it's great having you guys. We're glad you're having fun. Yep. All right. Continue to do so. But thank you guys for joining us. All right. So jumping in, let's take a look at what's been going on with this bracket since all this craziness has been happening. So it looks like we're going to be having GSU versus Kentucky coming up here. We're going to have UMich versus ASU, so it should be a good game. That's the game that we're going to be watching here. And as far as stuff, looks like we haven't started the losers bracket yet. Akron did have to drop out, unfortunately. So Full Sail will be getting through into losers round 2. But it will be it'll be interesting to see what transpires from here. That GSU Kentucky game should be very good. Those guys, they're looking for the rematch. They're looking for the win. So we'll see if they are going to bring it today to this GSU team and see if they can stop these guys from just kind of playing it safe. GSU was very good yesterday at just kind of waiting it out until they could get the advantage. So we'll see how that goes out here. UMich ASU is going to be a really good game, so excited for that as well. But all right, I think we're going to cut to another break here. Going to kind of get everything set up, and then we will be back. You guys will be AC is going to be jumping in here and taking care of you guys. So is Cannon Fodder here. So they're excited to bring them in, let them take over for us here, and we will see you guys after this short break.
Awesome.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
What is happening, people, Smite lovers? I will be your caster from now on for this next game, along with my good buddy AC. You want to introduce yourself, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? AC. We're gonna do some casting for the next Smite game.
But before we get into that next game, let's look back at what's been happening here. Let's reminisce over that last game, especially. That was a nail biter. Watching, it's a full set, best of 3, full set. And it's just, I'm speechless. Watching, I call back to that second map. SSU decides the more bodies we have on the Titan, the quicker we can win it, and that just takes it. Massive moments like that in this last set. Hoping to see more. These players are playing for some pretty nifty little prizes. Pretty nifty rewards. It's I believe we're looking at every player's gonna get a mouse, a nice mouse. Listen, if I had that mouse, I would use. That's all I would use. It's a nice mouse.
I think me and Jake talked about this yesterday. So the RGB on the keyboard is going to increase your FPS for sure.
No, yeah, definitely.
And if you use the mouse, you hit all your Giannis ults, all your Thanatos ones. Like, it will improve performance 100%.
No, yeah, definitely. The keyboard and the keyboard and such makes you better just by it being it. And then you have those bunker cord accessories. A whole bunch of good stuff coming through for these players. Now, next match we're going to see, I believe, is – let's look. Do you remember off the top of your head? Because I'm bad with names.
Next match, we're going to be watching University of Michigan and ASU.
Now, from what I've seen through the brackets, these teams are doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good clean runs through everything. They're fighting pretty well.
ASU put up a strong fight against Georgia State yesterday. And, Michigan, my bad, University of Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we get some good close games here. Maybe another 3-game series. But, yeah, we're excited to get into these next set of games.
Definitely. I want to see more 3-game sets. I want to see more 50-minute sets. We're here for the long run, and I want to see some good fight go down. All right, give us a few. We will be right back with the next set.
grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
take it from these guys. Raijin having to back out and run away. Tsukiyomi fighting to kill on the Sobek.
Just pushing the Sobek out, but Raijin answers by taking the Tsukiyomi.
Morgan takes out the Raijin. Poland takes out the Honor. Right now, it is only the Erlong and Dom. But an answer back from Erlong.
Definitely a 2-for-3 trade.
Morgan not wanting to let her go, but really no choice.
Yeah. The Embos are trying to just get them in and take out the Ama. Ama under rest.
Yeah, she does not want to go down. She is getting away with a sliver of health.
That was definitely close to Amano Sugano. Very fortunate that she was able to make it out.
Go back into their jungle or go back and get the objective. That's what they might do here.
Richard Cupid finding a kill. He is level 20 now. This is in game from him.
Raijin
weak.
Kali's gonna pop the ult and maybe get the kill onto Ymir.
Yeah, Ymir going down. Athena going to be taking out this Wukong. The only one left now is Apollo again.
Yep. It looks like it's gonna come back. The Sun Wukong's gonna try to tank his ult is down. They're gonna find him as well, and this is gonna be it.
Yeah, this is about a wrap. You know, they still have Kali up. Cupid is still up. Pretty healthy.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough here. The Thor's out with the hammer.
Yeah, Kali's just hammering down on that Thor. Thor goes down. It's only Ymir left. Yeah, that is game. Jeez, they tripled. There, yeah, Suki is going to be finding himself going down with Moja. And Morgan try to catch up, but quite do it. Looks like they'll back out of it. Poland getting some damage in the combo. Looking to be that she's going to get away from it. Big fight in mid going on. Morgan being completely obliterated by the Erlong. Erlong getting out, half health with his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by no means when it comes to late game will any of these guys be out. Damage camp. Looks like he's going to be trying to secure it. He's going to be running into the Sobek though on his way back. Looks like we're going to be a little bit of a team fight going on. Looks like we got some dives.
A little bit of pokey back and forth.
Yeah, big team fight.
Convergence.
Yeah, Kentucky finding that kill. Looks like they're fishing on the kill on the forward as well. Poland's definitely safe here.
Definitely.
Oh, he's not safe. He pushed out. He should have just went ahead and went back, but he decided to stay, and it looks like he got caught.
Yeah.
Hunbats, though, finding himself caught between a rock and a hard place. That hard place being Ymir, gets taken out.
Definitely.
We're gonna see Kentucky solidify that. You know, they're gonna take that gold period. Tsukiyomi weak at 1 health, finally goes down to the Erlong.
That Tsukiyomi ult was so.
See Poland pushing the fight. We're going to see 2 kills from Kentucky right now. They're looking to clean up. GSU has to be on the run right now. Jingwei being able to get out as good as she does. Poland diving on, taking out the Agni. We see Jingwei left with Ymir. Good pluck. We see Jingwei go down. The only person left is Ymir. If there is a time to push towers, this is the time that Kentucky needs. This is what can recover. Now this is where the game changes. Will GSU decide to play passive? Because right now, as they're just trying to push, Kentucky is closing them out. Yeah, this is Kentucky's game. You know,
Definitely.
Kentucky is just closing them out unless this Jingwei can pull something crazy. But it's a 4-for-1 trade.
Keep it all. Might find his kill in the mirror.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like they're going to be shredding off that Wukong's protections. They're going to find the kill on him.
They're going to get his ult off in time.
Triple kill so far coming off. They're going to be converging on mid tower, probably punching
I think Nox is out of that.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find it. Or not. Kali coming in. Apollo, the only one standing for the University. It looks like Ymir Thor going to try to come in and make some plays here. Might try to steal it.
We're also a little early though. He's going to find the kill though.
Yeah, he will find the kill. Cupid is nowhere to be seen here in this fight.
And this could be a huge turnaround here for Michigan.
Yeah, it's a huge triple kill. Yeah, Cupid just trying to find his way.
It's, all comes through again. Looks like they're going to find that kill on Ymir as the game just gets into the fight so quick. They probably didn't even need her, but she was just there for support. No one else is going to die. Everyone's full health.
Take it from these guys. Raijin having to go back out and run away. Tsukiyomi finding the kill on the Sobek.
Just pushing the Sobek out, but Raijin answers by taking the Tsukiyomi.
Morgan takes out the Raijin. Poland takes out the Ama. Right now, it is only the Erlong and the Danza left.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
Welcome back. We are getting ready to jump into our U Michigan versus ASU game. Now, I haven't, personally, I haven't seen too much, but what have you seen coming from them?
I believe I watched Cass at UMich playing GSU yesterday, and it was a pretty close game. UMich almost pulled out some of those games, and
well, we're definitely going to see what can come up with picks and bans coming up here.
Yep, so we'll just jump right in these picks and bans, and hopefully we can see how teams are going to play this out.
First band to come out is the Kukulon. As we've seen, it's been a very priority here. Very big. Either you pick it or you don't. It doesn't matter. Followed by the Persephone.
Yep, Persephone could call in pretty standard bans here as well as the Morgan. So far we have pretty standard bans. I don't think either team's just trying to get a feel for how both teams are going to play. So maybe game 2 we'll get some different bans.
Definitely. These seem to become boxes very standard, very safe bans. They don't really know what, there's something sketchy going to come out or something different going to come out. So they're going to safe ban these. Set follows, pretty good. And looks like we're stalling out here on third ban. Now, from what I have seen, it's going to be a lot of emphasis put on. Looks like these mid bans are coming out, and the Giannis band does come.
Yep, there goes the Giannis. Yep. So we've seen Giannis played by SSU the last match against Kentucky, and he seemed to play a big factor in getting some kills early game and late game. around the map, and we do get a Scylla lock for Pies the Doom here, so not picking favorites here, but Scylla's my favorite god in Smite, so not picking favorites though.
No, of course not. I mean, yeah,
I know.
Scylla has seemed to be if she's not banned, she's picked up first or close to the first. She seems to be very powerful with these teams. And in response, they pick up Apollo and the Sun Wukong.
Yep. So Apollo been good. We can see here in this meta because he has that global ult, able to maneuver on the map. He can farm his lane, helping team fights, and Scylla's going to be good for late game as her passive. She gets a damage buff as she maxes out her abilities, so hopefully you can see that being played. Don's another big pickup here, and yeah, he's played pretty often. I think it's a pretty common pickup for the ADC lane, or maybe even for the jungle here. We'll see how they decide to play it.
Looks like ASU finishes out their draft with a Sobek, so matching support for support picks. And we'll get in. So second ban phase here. Probably going to see quite a bit of a. Well, I mean, I think probably more targeted mid lane bans here from the side of UMish because they didn't. They haven't picked their mid lane yet. Maybe Apollo can flex. Who knows?
It's kind of a tough spot here for ASU as they don't really know if Don's is going to be that ADC or that jungler right now, so they could ban either one at the moment.
Definitely, these first picks, very good flex into many positions.
So they're going to go with Tsukiyami here. Hopefully that Don doesn't play in jungle. They're going to be pretty open for their ADC picks.
The Dons has been we have seen Dons played in mid and jungle, and that's why he's such one of the best third or best first half draft because it's such a mind game to make your team force ban one position and then you put him in a different position. He's just so good right now. And the Fenrir comes out as the final ban from ASU.
And the Rajan ban from UMich here. So ASU probably going to look and pick up a mid lane here. They still need a jungler as well, so
we will see how they're going to read this draft and how they're going to break down what needs to come up. This is the maker. This will decide. Ravana does come out, so they pick up a jungler.
Yep. So the Ravana jungle here for ASU as I think UMich might go for Don's jungle here. We'll see how they decide to play this out though.
Yeah, since they since ASU has essentially shown their hand, except for probably mid laner, maybe Apollo flexes, but they pick up the Bologna is hovered, and
nope, looks like Don's going to be the carry here for UMich.
Yeah, with the Ratatasker and the Bologna picked up as the last two for UMich, Don's is going to be that ADC and that carry that he is made to be.
ASU picking up a mid laner here. Let's see what they decide to go.
Now,
Giannis and Rajan both ban. I'm interested to see who they pick up here. I'm going to go with Thoth. Yep.
Now these drafts, they seem pretty I'm not it seems like they're putting a lot. Each team's putting a lot into their one person, their one with ASU it could be the Apollo, but it seems like for UMich the Scylla is going to be their biggest damage threat coming out here. Don's the Burn will eventually get there, but still it seems like they're going to want to go all in on like one or two people, and they're just hoping that this early game fights.
Yeah, so definitely going to be a big key here for you, Mitch, as they advance into the game. And hopefully, I don't think ASU is going to want to go late game with you, Mitch, here. The Scylla, the Dons, and the Rat, I just don't think it'll be good for them if they let it get too far in the late game.
Yeah, the blow-up power from each one of those extremely late game carries is just so potent that this goes, if this goes as late as our last games, ASU has problems on their hands.
Yep. The global ult from Apollo is good early to mid game, but as we get into late game where the mobility isn't needed as much as the extra damage would be useful. So I think that's also going to play a factor compared to Dawn's Assault, where he can use his missile to do extra damage or use it as an escape.
Yeah, the difference between these ADCs, like the ADCs are going to have some of the most impactful ults here. It looks like there is some technical difficulty on one of the ends. Looks like we will be maybe a bit later. May take a little bit more time here. There is a problem coming from. Looks like you, Mitch, had a slight technical error. Nothing too big. Nothing too major here. It looks like we are trying to figure out how we want to approach this.
So what do you think some of the keys for both teams are going to be going to this game?
For this game, and if we're going with this draft, I think it's going to come down to just having good fighting. But it looks like we are going for a blind remake. So if this were to go the way it would go, I've got to favor you, Mitch, in this draft in this fighting phase, but it looks like we aren't going to get this matchup. Maybe.
Due to technical difficulties, guys, we're going to hop to a short break here, and we'll be right back.
minions have spawned.
All right. All right, and as we get into game here, we had a technical difficulty. We're in. We're good. Game has started. Had a minor little remake, but we are here. As each team makes their moves to get these positioned. Nothing too big. Normal start. Now, as we've said before, the starting, this early game fight, this early game in general needs to go the way of ASU essentially.
Yep, I'd agree with you. I just don't think they can let that Scylla get into late game.
Once Scylla hits late, once Donza Burr can hit mid to late, it's just so much damage and so much everything always coming out from everywhere. As the poke and the fighting does start in duo, and looks like Bologna and Sun Wukong do have a little skirmish around Totem, just establishing dominance, making sure people know that they want the control and they want what the XP. Where do you expect these first major fights to go down?
I think a lot of the fights are going to go down probably in the duo lane and start off the game here. I think Apollo might like to play a little bit aggressive here.
As pings go down, as it looks like they may be going for a four-man fight into duo, maybe not. ASU is just cleaning up oracles, cleaning up jungle camps as a unit. Can start rotating. Totem falls to the Bologna, I believe. What I want to point out is just the Thoth wave clear into the Scylla is just seems unmatched until Scylla, starts getting that damage up. Thoth can just clear these waves and push and roam.
Yeah, early game for ASU is looking like it had the advantage, so hopefully they're able to capitalize on that.
I hate to play favorites. I'm hoping Mitch goes through. I got some buddies big into that. Go to that area. I got some old friends I went to high school with. Go to that school, but not playing favorites. But if Mitch doesn't do these, get these massive early game. If Mitch can just play for late game, things is essentially secure. As ASU has to play. They drafted a team where they almost have to play and fight these early objectives and these early fights. Things are going down to signal to people where what's about to come up, where they're at for these rotates.
Approaching the 3 minute, about 30-second mark here. Bologna hits level 5 first, followed by Sun Wukong, and then Scylla. So Scylla's actually going to hit level 5 before Thoth does.
And while that fight goes down, the Apollo takes out the Dons, which is factoring to back up. The duo lane is still healthy here. Apollo is 5. The Dons is still a level down. It appears though the early XP lead is going to the ASU.
Yep.
But in return, the Bologna does kill the Sun Wukong, taking the totem again. And they frag 1 for 1.
We're going to see Rat use that ult to get into that solo lane and take out that Sun Wukong, or help Bologna take that Sun Wukong out. So taking early advantage of the Rat ult, getting it, using it, now getting back on that cooldown. Hopefully you can get another fight with it again soon.
It looks like, they're... ASU is very big about moving in these 4-man herds almost. Whenever one person has to go do an objective or the jungle has to go do something, it seems like the entirety of the team is there to back them up.
Yep.
I think that's just because, they rely so heavily on the early game that...
Thoth is able to hit that ult on the Rat, but Rat's going to get away somehow. And the Ravana's not able to capitalize off using his blink, and the Rat's going to keep his life. So big play there from the Rat to be able to stay alive there.
The Rat getting out is kind of big there, just because it allows him to sort of, not give up the goal, but also allows him to get back and clear, and keep the clear healthy, and keep his clear good.
Yep, we're going to see Bologna hitting level 7 early here over in the solo lane, so she has a level advantage on Sun Wukong.
I think she will again just attempt to just push him under, taking every advantage she can get. That Bologna's goal is just to make sure that Sun Wukong stays down at all points in this game.
Right now we see a slight gold lead coming from UMich here, so hopefully they're able to keep this growing.
It is an early gold lead, but I don't think you're gonna be able to tell much from these teams until much later into the game. As Scylla ults.
Here comes a Rat out in the mid, and he's going to take out Thoth here. Sobek pops his ult, but 3 in mid here. I don't think Sobek's going to get out of this one, and he's not, as Rat finishes him off. Good team fight there from UMich, and that's not good for ASU as they're losing early game fights. We know UMich is going to get stronger going into the late game.
Off that double kill, they go. It looks like they're going to take probably the Fury, and
Going to do Scorpion and get that Fury spawn started here as Ravana's looking to make a move into the duo lane, but I think Don's must have had a word down and read that early as he's far back. So I don't think Ravana's going to be able to get a play off that.
And this, it seems as though there may be something going down towards duo. Don's looks like he falls to the Apollo again.
Yeah, Apollo's just going to ult there on the Don's in his jungle. Don's found out of position there. We're trying to maybe get that jungle camp and maybe get a back out before Apollo recognized that he was in his jungle, but he wasn't able to, so good pick there from Apollo.
Apollo is winning these earlier fights and these early 1v1s and 1v2s and 2v2s. But once these do go down, it seems as though, he will lose that killing power and that ability to cut through players, as the Don's just innately scales up better than him.
Ravana or Sun Wukong is going to take out the solo lane.
Ravana comes into solo. Ravana moves to solo at least.
Sun Wukong does get that kill on Bologna. So we're going to see Bologna go down in the 1v2 there.
As the teams keep posturing, looking for these big OBJs. The Gold Fury has spawned after that Scorpion got taken down. And it looks like everyone's they're just waiting for these. They want to take a fight. Looks like the Ratatosker comes in. Rat goes in on the 2. Ults in. Saffron ult comes out. There's a warning though that 2 more are coming.
Rat ult's going to come out as well, and looking like UMich again is going to be able to get both these kills here. Thoth is rotating a little bit late there. Looks like Sobek's going to go down. Thoth's going to find the kill on Fafnir. We're going to find the kill on Donzaburo. Rat's going to try to escape with his life. Silver's over a little bit late. Misses their stun. And I think that's going to be it for the fight in the duo lane as both teams split 2-2.
Take that trade and walk it off. Call it a net positive, net equal, because at this point each team is 5-5. Goal difference not really there. I mean, it's slight, like 1K. Nothing too major that can't be corrected. And
Rat again, huge beyond escape with his life there. He's 2-0 with 3 assists. He's playing big for the jungler here from UMich.
he does seem to be have that much. He seems to have a much greater presence where he needs to be. He knows where he needs to be, and he's always there. And that just, as he does just that, it looks like he starts moving.
We're in the solo lane here. We're gonna get a fight, and Rat's gonna find another kill on Sun Wukong. So Rat and Bologna now in the solo lane. Ravana chilling out there, trying to decide if he wants to engage or not. I think the Rat being level 11 now, 3 kills, 3 assists. I don't think Ravana's gonna take this fight.
Yeah, Ravana never wants. I mean, Ravana's good in his own right, but he is down essentially 3 KP, 2 kills, and 1 assist, and he is just at this point much weaker than the Rat, who has been almost spoon-fed these kills. Not spoon-fed, but he has been taking these kills and making himself stronger.
Yep. We are pushing the 11-minute mark right now. We have Rat's highest level 10.
Now,
12, my bad.
Now, what? There should be a fight coming through here soon, right? Am I not crazy? I feel like these fights. I feel like I want to take these fights for some reason. Things come through. It looks like they're going to go for the Thoth. Maybe not. They're going to force him out at least. Sobek runs for the. Sobek's just trying to get something done here. Trying to force.
It's like I think they're gonna disengage. 3 in mid lane. Still on our way back though, so when Scylla gets back, they might try to take this fight.
Like they're going to maybe start the Gold Fury. They're definitely waiting around it. It's going to aggro. As Mitch comes to match. At this point, it is a stalemate. Whoever pulls this trigger first on anywhere on this half of the map is gonna come out huge. As the Danzabura does get caught forward.
Yep. Big thing to note here is Ravana's been moving around with his team, splitting XP, and Rat's been farming lanes. You're gonna see Rat get that level advantage on Ravana, so.
But as they're doing that, the Danzabura does fall once again.
Yep. Apollo does get that kill. He's been playing well against the Danzabura here early, so hopefully he can continue that into the late game.
Apollo goes into the air looking for just the information of where everyone's at, what's going to happen here. ASU is up here. They are a player up as they look to get to the Gold Fury first. I just wanted Sobek. Sobek tries to get out. Sobek does stash out. Rattle comes out. Rat is in the air. Rat is looking for damage here. Sobek falls weak. Sobek falls to the Bologna. They have made this fight even, and the Fafnir are still looking for more. Onto the Thoth. Rat kills Thoth. Philip takes down the jungler, and the rest of ASU has to get out. Yeah. Come on. Okay.
That was an interesting decision there from ASU to hop that Gold Fury, and it's not going to pay off for them as they do get 3 down, and now Michigan able to turn that around, and they're going to hop the Gold Fury and get it.
In response to the Gold Fury, though, ASU does take Pyro. They can take the early Pyromancer.
The Pyro trade for the Gold Fury here, not exactly what ASU wanted, but they're still in this game. They still have time to bring it back, so hopefully they're able to do that. At least they made a little bit of a trade rather than just giving up Gold Fury for nothing.
Yeah, but that small little that little fight beside Gold Fury does put you Mitch up by about 4K gold.
Yep. We're gonna see the Apollo here. He's gonna be double teamed by Rat and Dons. Doesn't look like they're gonna be able to find that kill as Apollo escapes. Like, it seems to be no HP.
Yes, they realize they can't take that fight, and then the people over there just get out. They just walk away. We'll force the Apollo out. Apollo can be back if his ulti's off cooldown when his ulti comes off, but nothing major is going to happen here. As Skirmish may go down.
Scylla is level 13 compared to Thoth at level 11. And I believe she's got 2 stacks for her passive here. Going to give her a pretty big damage buff going into this mid to late game.
And this is exactly what ASU needed to avoid, was the Scylla getting ahead at all, and the Scylla getting this damage built. As they're trying to get vision around, trying to figure out where everyone's at. Bologna and Sun Wukong are still just having it out in solo. Apollo shoving lanes, and it looks like they're just going to do a little slow push here. They're going to try to find where someone's at. It looks like we're going to see a small invade from you, Mitch.
Again, Apollo finding himself in a 2v1. He might be able to get out of this one, but I'm not sure. Thought Dash is going to help, but I don't think he's going to be much of a help there. As Rat finds another kill, 5-0, going to ult to get out maybe. Thinking about hopping on the Thoth, and he does ult on the Thoth. Scylla with the ult finding the kill as well. Scylla's going to ult again. Sobek is one shot, but he dashes out. I think he's going to keep his life here.
Sobek gets out, and the Don's ult comes in for participation at that point. He needed to get there, he gets there.
And obviously we talked about before, this Rat's coming in big for you, Mitch, here, as he's 5-0-6 right now. As he's been in every single fight, and he's been in every single lane. It's definitely made a huge impact for you, Mitch.
The Rat does seem to be their main not carry, but he's there when he needs to be. As looks like Apollo goes in the air trying to stop that split push. Looks like they're going to just work their way through the jungle, taking camps as needed, working their way out.
Have 2 tier 1 towers down, as opposed to ASU, who has no towers down for you, Mitch. So you can see that gold lead slowly increasing for you, Mitch, as they almost hit 7K or about 6K gold lead right now.
Yeah, as we have stated, this is looking, this is going to get worse and worse for ASU as the Silicon still scale and the Dons is still scaling and everyone is still working towards their 4th or 5th item. It's not looking pretty, and I would like to know what you think on how they come back from this deficit at this point. As it looks like
Johnson and Paul are going to duke it out in the duo lane here. Sobek rotating over though, might find the Stons out of position. Stons does decide to ult out, and it looks like should go away with his life here. Rat with another kill on the Thoth over in the mid lane.
this Rat is just massive. This jungler is massive as he starts working his way. Just getting these kills out of nowhere. Out of thin air, it almost seems.
That's the power of that Rat ult, though. He has mobility to get around the map. He's a dash and the ult compared to that Ravana, who is, he has the mobility with his ult, but it's not very far. So Rat is able to maneuver and get into fights faster than he is. And Ravana, it seems like he can't keep up this game.
Definitely seems outclassed as they move for the Gold Fury.
You make sure and get that gold for you there, trying to hop into Apollo, and you see Rat going up to his ult again. He's gonna make it to the Apollo, and he'll probably clamp that kill, but Sobek with the stun. Apollo with the stun, excuse me. And no kills through for you, Mitch, but they do get that gold fury, so the big objective there for you, Mitch, increasing their gold lead now to 8K. And Ravana's going to try and farm a little bit. They do get that tier 1 tower down from you, Mitch, in the mid lane, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You, Mitch, taking Pyromancer too.
They move to Pyro, and they're gonna. ASU here doesn't want to engage. You, Mitch, is just trying to get out, and they secure still a massive lead. It seems. Scylla is 2 levels up onto the Thoth. The Dons, while being kept down earlier into the game, is starting to match and meet the Apollo's power level. And it's...
So Apollo seems to be winning his 1v1s against the Dons, but the team fight is coming through for you, Mitch. as keeping the Dons in the game, keeping Apollo kind of at bay, as they're pretty much winning all the team fights by marginally large. So
It looks like they may be stacking for a fight by fire. Rattle comes out. One ult.
Rat again on the Thoth here, trying to find him out. And Rat just diving into their backline, finding any kills he wants. Might find to kill Nirvana as well. William takes out Nirvana. Sobek is weak. And looks like Sobek's going to escape with his life, but they are going to find the Apollo. Some Yukong behind. They're probably going to find that kill too. Sun Wukong will escape with his life. But not what you want to see for ASU there is they lose another team fight 3-0. They don't get a single pick off of Mitch, and this is going to be Fire Giant.
That was just such clean play coming out from the Rat. The Rat just gets into the backline like he does and gets the kills as he needs them. This Rat now setting 8-0-7. Has touched, I think that's every kill that has gone down for this team.
Yep, that is. Rat has been involved in every single kill that's gone down for you, Mitch. And you can just see the impact of the game as Rat's already hit level 20. And no one on ASU is really close except for maybe Sun Wukong. But not what you want to see, especially going into late game. This game is looking pretty much almost out of reach here for ASU.
It's definitely fallen to their fingertips, but you know, one big brain play is all it takes to turn this around.
So what do you think ASU needs to do here approaching this late game to get back into this?
I think they just need to wait for these OBJs to come up. Maybe sneak one if it's possible. You know, maybe a little sneaky sneak on one of the big ones. And try to push an advantage. But they have no tier 1s down. They have, you know, they're nowhere close to any damage on tier 2s. It is just, I stand correct. They have the mid-tier 1 down. But
Also just hits level 15. He's been almost, I don't want to say irrelevant, but he's been pretty much out of these fights. He's getting dove in the backline because his Rat's so fed, and Scylla's obviously able to keep up. She's 3-11-5. It's just hard for this team to get back into this game when they just have so much damage for Umich right now.
looks like Umich is going to stack their solo, try to make some push happen here.
Just Apollo, he is going to try to take out that tier 2 tower for, that's tier 2 tower for Umich, but I'm not sure. Might go down here, but he's going to try it back. Umich making a look a push. The Phoenix here, they get one. Out's still in the jungle. He's trying to farm back up to get a match with maybe the Scylla, but he's not going to be here to help protect these towers, so maybe he tries to back soon. And he is going to try and back as they take out another tier 2 for ASU.
Looks like they may go for another tier 2.
And this is going to be all the towers down for ASU to try to protect this Phoenix, but I think a team fight is what Umich wants at this point in the game.
I think that's all they need, but they recognize that, you know, their waves are kind of in a not good position for them to take an early fight as they go to just. Looks like they do. It looks like they're going for another Fury.
Let's free about to come back up here. ASU, they're kind of pretty much out of this. It's probably going to be a free Fury there for Umich, and another objective goes Umich's way, and I think that's what Umich wants, not what ASU wants, obviously. And Gold Fury is going to go down.
Gold Fury falls, and they're looking to get back here, looking to just take one good fight. You know, maybe a Pyro fight, maybe a Fire Giant fight, as they only need one good fight. They have their solo lane is wide open. Phoenix is down. Every other lane is missing all their towers. They only need one. They only need one fight here, and if ASU can't somehow pull a great fight out, this may be where this first game goes.
Yeah, and you're going to see here, Umich gets that Fury back, finishes their build, and they're just going to hop on Pyro. ASU trying to desperately farm their way back into this game, but you see Thoth is just still level 17. No one on ASU hitting 20 yet, as 3 for Umich just hit it.
And the Apollo, who had such a good early fight, took so many good early fights, is just, at this point, ran circles around by the Dons. He tried so desperately to keep down.
Apollo came out strong in the early game, but I think it just goes back to the team fight's not going their way. Mitch getting over leveled, so I think it kind of made him a difficult spot there for his team as he just out damaged.
It looks like they recognize that Apollo's been trying to get some waves crashing. They're probably going to need to go defend that, so that doesn't happen. While looks like ASU may stack for a fire giant, may not. They should be trying to defend that.
See ASU moving on the fire giant here, and I'm not sure this is going to be a good play for them as Mitch have no question in rotating in and trying to pick up easy kills.
I mean, Rat is already there. Rat is going to just hurt anyone that comes in. Who tries to get vision on it.
That's on Wukong. He's going to poke the Sun Wukong out here, and I think ASU maybe plays for the stop out here to try and steal this fire giant when it comes up. What they probably are going to opt to do here, maybe they have a ward on it.
It looks like they start the fire giant.
We'll see if Mitch here uses that Scylla ult to secure this fire giant as Thoth surely takes the attempt to steal this.
That goes in. That goes into the air. You're looking for picks here.
But Rat did a good job at zoning out the Thoth, so he was unable to use it all in that. He's going to go down. Sobek's going to go down as well with that Scylla ult. So Scylla looking to find a second maybe. She's not going to find it in time. Ravana's stunned by Rat.
Double kill.
We see Ravana's ult come out there to escape, but it's just not able to match the Rat. And Scylla's going to find another kill. And I think those are going to be it for ASU.
Yeah, so those 2 picks after the fire take, it's going to be...
Apollo's still up, but I don't think he's going to hold this Titan off. He's going to get CC'd by the Bologna here, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, there's no way to defend.
So what are your thoughts here on that game 1?
That, we established that Mitch had to wait for their fight to start. They did just that. They may have went down early kills to the Apollo, and the Duns comes up, and the Duns goes down early, but it's still just the late game fighting from that team is just massive.
Yep, that's what we talked about earlier was the ability for Mitch being even in early game was really a win for them because as the game progressed, you can see that they upped in damage and they were able to easily take over that game once they got to mid to late game.
And coming away from that match, I can say one thing for certain: ASU is going to probably this next game. We're probably going to see a lot more of those later game scalar bans coming out from ASU now that they know how Mitch wants to play this.
Yep. And you see Rat going 8-0 and 10 as he was involved in 18 of the kills, and Mitch had 18 kills. So Rat doing a great job as a jungler of getting into fights, and he had no deaths, so he's able to play his life and get out of there. I think that came in huge for Mitch winning those team fights.
And also looking at the Scylla also died 0 times, only had 10 KP, 5 kills, 5 assists. But again, not dying is massive for someone like a Scylla who can just scale and then one shot damage comes through on her ulti. Great play, great patience, especially coming from Mitch.
Yeah, earlier it looked like it was going to be a little bit closer as at one point it was 6-6 in kills, but like I said, Mitch playing close in early game was exactly what they wanted. ASU needed to capitalize more on early game fights and try to get those going, but they were just unable to get them go their way. Paulo made a good effort in the duo lane, but it just wasn't enough as Michigan pretty much dominated the mid to late game of that game there. Dominating game 1 here by Mitch. So we're going to hop into the second game here as we go over to picks and bans. And maybe ASU can decide what they want to do here to turn things around for them.
Sure. Welcome as we get back into
Back picking bands. Sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, it's good. It's good. I'm just trying, I want to see what comes out of these teams again. That last UMich fight, UMich just kind of takes that late game fight. The bands come out, Persephone and Kukulon. So nothing targeted just quite yet at either team.
I say surely the Rat gets banned by ASU. I would be scared to let Rat play another game from UMich there, as he came out 8-0-10. Huge performance there by him.
Yeah, I think if ASU lets Rat or Scylla through this draft, I think they're going to have the same problems. And in response
There's
to
a Scylla ban already.
Learning, I see, yes.
So I think a key for ASU in this game is going to be to keep that mid laner up to par for the other mage. I know last game it was rough as that Rat was pretty much popping off. I'm sure he was getting ganked because that Ravana was behind, but that mid laner, he was almost the same level as their tank last game. So hopefully you can get some better play out of him.
Yeah, the solo play was just something else. As the Guan Yu ban, the Morgan ban, and the Apollo ban finish out, and first pick comes through as Set. Now, Set's one of those characters that I've mostly seen banned, but when he's played, when he's let through ban phase, he is drafted, and he usually comes out massive.
Yep, and usually you see that Set early ban because he's just so good on the map. His ability to maneuver the map, and he might even be played in solo or jungle yet, but I'm surprised they didn't get a ban here, as they do choose to ban Apollo. So,
and as the next come out, you're looking at a Kepri pickup and a Don's pickup. Pretty good. Now again, this Don's could be a flex pick, could go to the jungle, could go. We've seen some teams like SSU run it in the mid lane. It's such a good early pickup for any.
Yeah, also surprised there's no Don's ban there, as they choose to. They do ban Scylla and they do ban Guan Yu and Persephone, but I think maybe getting a Don's ban there might have been nice, but we'll see how this plays out for them. As Apollo did do well against the Dons last game, so they're looking to re-up their ADC play.
Yeah, the Apollo play definitely came in early, but eventually the Dons just outperforms in AoE damage and the team fighting and the ability to get places without, it's just so good. It looks like a Horus is hovered.
Yep. We are going to see the Jingwei. I assume that's an ADC pick here from ASU. And Cousinbo is going to be picked as well. So, curious to see how this plays out. The NIM pick here.
The NIM comes out, which means the Don's still a flex pick technically. The Nemesis is probably going to be in the jungle.
Yeah.
That's our only useful really position. So, maybe ASU target bans, mid laners and solos, but again, the Dons being able to work in mid does make them have to mind game it, as Janus does. Giannis does come out as a ban.
Yeah, they're going to ban Giannis here. They might be trying to force ASU back into that Thoth pick maybe, because based on the performance last game, that's something you want for you, Mitch, is to repick some of the same characters that were underperforming in the last game.
Yeah, if your mid laner can't perform on these, if you can ban out the mid laner's preferred plays and the preferred styles and the preferred champs, it's so much easier to take these early aggressive fights. As the Sun Wukong does come down as a ban, so is I believe that is New Way. And we come down to the wire on this last ban, and Thoth is the last ban.
So interesting enough, ASU does ban Thoth, so they will not be playing Thoth this round. Neither were you, Mitch, for that matter.
It's one of those. It's probably one of the situations where they're like, well, if he can't pick it, he can't. If it's banned, he can't pick it at all. It won't tempt him, so they're going to force everyone off of the Thoth.
Yeah.
As we'll see what Umish's first pickup is out of.
And Umish going to go back with that Bellona again. She played extremely well in the solo lane as well.
And it looks like the Discordia is hovered by ASU. Tsukunomi and Discordia.
Yep. So Tsukiyomi was one of those gods we seen banned last game by UMich, or not UMich, but ASU actually banned Tsukiyomi last game. So this time they choose to play it. So UMich or ASU is going to have a Set and a Tsukiyomi this game. So that's probably going to see Set for sure in the solo lane now. So hopefully that can make an impact for ASU coming into this game too.
Yeah, looking at this, I want to see what this last pickup is before I pass judgment on anything, because it looks like they're thinking hard about this one too. This could be.
This is a big pick. This is going to be the mid laner probably for UMich, and they're going to go with the Nox.
Yeah, Nox is fully committed to, and they do get her through.
Yep.
So
I've seen Nox played a couple times throughout this tournament here, and I think the big thing coming from Nox is her silence ability with the AoE effect. It can help huge in team fights, and hopefully we see that come into play here, and she's able to use it effectively.
yeah, that is something major. Is on the side of UMich, there is a whole bunch of lockdown. Whole bunch of bodies to cut through. The Bologna gets tanky eventually. The Khepri is always tanky. I am not very. What's the word? I'm not very convinced on the staying power of ASU's comp. I could be wrong, but I don't feel like there's a lot of staying power in these fights compared to what UMich is willing to do, where they can just stay in fights and keep going.
Yeah, it looks like ASU might have a slight. They have the Set, the Tsukiyomi, the Jingwei's crit, so they might have some definitely early game pressure put on UMich again, and hopefully they're able to capitalize on that early game pressure. But I think I definitely like ASU's draft better this time than I did last game. But we'll see how they decide to play out with it, though.
Comparatively, yes, that is much better than what they had to play, but I don't know. We'll have to see how this goes down as we attempt to get into game.
So ASU does fall on game one. What do you think are some keys for ASU to come back and get a win in this game too?
It's going to sound mean, but I think a little bit more staying power in their draft. Their draft seems to be very focused on early aggression, and UMich just seems to be able to take the aggression easily. I think they've got to, even more than last game, play a lot more aggressive and a lot more all-ins. Send 4 people after a person if you have to. Send 3 to mid lane to blow up one person. As long as you can keep these late game scalers down and these late game fighters, I think you will. I think they come out on top here.
So we don't see a rat ban come through, and UMich decides not to pick the rat, and maybe they just decide the team comp for the other team wasn't really how they wanted that rat to play out. So hopefully here the Nemesis pick is able to make the same impact that the rat was able to last game.
Yeah, the impact of just the rat again cannot go unnoticed or underappreciated, simply because he was everywhere. He touched every kill that went down. It's a fairly decent sized kill game, but it's this jungler from UMich has been just performing, and I am waiting to see how their nemesis plays.
Yep. I think some keys for ASU here is going to be able to put more pressure on UMich early game. They were even, but they had to be able to find kills and be able to get going into mid game. They had to have some kind of security, as even though it was even, UMich seemed to have that advantage. ASU needed to take that away from them, and I think ASU needs to get some more objectives as well. I think UMich pretty much dominated the objectives last game, so hopefully ASU can turn that around going into this game.
Yeah, I think going even is not good enough for this ASU team. They need to go up every trade they take, every fight they want to go into. If they're not going up in these early game fights, they're not going to be able to have the staying power and the ability.
Yep.
as we look to get in here. I'm real curious how this solo lane matchup's going to go, because that Bologna seemed to always be able to pressure out every, the Sun Wukong. Bologna seemed to always be able to fight him, and going into this set, I wonder if it's going to be the same, more of the same.
Yeah, Bologna played really well against that Sung Wukong. Hopefully the set pick can put more pressure on that solo lane.
Looks like there is going to be a pause going through. We had one player kind of have a little uh-oh moment. A little DC. We're going to get that fixed and figured out. And of course, as I say that, looks like they will be back. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, well. Now, the duo lane coming out from you, Mitch, this time, last time they kind of got got pushed on the tower, kind of got fought a lot. How do you think this is going to play out this time with what seems like a more fighting comp, a comparatively to last time where ASU just took the fight? Do you think ASU is going to fight even harder and try to get like 2 kills? Do you think they're just going to not fight at all and try to scale? Because the scaling eventually fell down hard.
Of course, we know Jingwei's passive allows her to get back into the lane pretty quickly compared to other gods. And hopefully this cousin bow for ASU is able to put more pressure in the lane. So I'm hoping to see more aggression out of the dual lane from ASU. And hopefully Michigan's going to try to probably not even aggress, probably just kind of hold the aggression, hold the line. Like I said, another 6-6 early game for Michigan is probably a win for them.
Yeah, as long as Michigan can refrag these kills and retake these fights, they will win eventually. It seems like this team is very comfortable with playing forward, and will very very comfortable playing behind. Misspoke. So I'm hopeful to see. Hopefully they may do that again. Hopefully they may not. We will eventually figure this out.
Yep. A lot of these team fights are going to come down to how Nox is able to use her silence, able to use her root in order to keep players within her silence there. So we'll see how that plays out as well. Discordia does a good job putting early game pressure on, so the mid lane fight's going to be interesting.
I am excited to see, the lockdown potential, because as I've said, I feel like Mitch has a much better staying comp, but if the Nox can just get her silence onto an important person, an important area, that's going to be, their biggest mission here to get anything.
You see already in mid lane, the Nox able to hit his silence onto that Discordia, put some lane pressure in, make a rotate, get these mid harpies pretty easily now.
It's going to force out, make sure no one can come contest. As looks like Mitch is shoving ASU under their, kind of taking this aggression. As we've said, not the best for what needs to happen, but the Kuzumbo does get grabbed by the Kepri. Fight comes through.
That looks like he might go down here.
Kazumbo survives.
Jingwei's going to stay, so he might go down as long as Kepri can get a CC attack off. No, Jingwei finds the Kepri. That's a huge early game pick for ASU.
That is exactly what this team needs, are these early kills, Kuzumbo barely surviving. Jinwei seemingly overstaying her welcome, but coming back with a massive kill on the support, and forcing that Dawson code not.
Nemesis is going to be in the other team's jungle, and he's going to get found by 3 players from ASU. I don't know if Nemesis is going to get out of this. A Nox silent root again. We talked about it earlier. Might help Nim get out of here, and she is going to blink, and Nox might have just saved Nemesis' life.
Yeah, the prio coming through from that mid to just back up that Nemesis getting out. So just so she doesn't give that kill, have to give up the clear pressure.
You've seen ASU try to aggress on Nemesis. Nox hits her silence, hits her root. Big play there to get that Nemesis alive, and they still have that 1-0 lead.
As Bologna is just shoving set. Bologna does kill the set. Set
So
this
again,
down.
we see that Bologna finding that kill on set, and Bologna proves to be the stronger solo laner as of right now. I think she did well against Sun Wukong last game. Going to take out that set here again in this early game, and that's a big win again.
That puts the kills even, and again, this is the spot where ASU doesn't want to be. They don't want to be even. They always want to be ahead every.
Yep. Cody and Nox here putting some early pressure on each other, and looks like Nox might outclear this wave, but pretty much even here in this mid lane. So
Kuzenbo grabbed by the Kepler. Another fight going down duo. Kuzenbo does go down to Don's.
Don's does find that kill. Jingwei's full health. You see the thing here for ASU is that Don's and Kepri are both practically full health there, so something's got to happen here in this duo lane for ASU to be able to stay in this game. They're going to hit that stun. Jingwei does use her escape though. Kepri's going to get the pull. Don trades a 2, and Jingwei is not going to escape with her life stage. That's 2 down in the duo lane for ASU, not what you want to see in this early game.
That's massive there, where Don's hits 5 just in time to rocket for under her turret.
Definitely some good awareness there by Don to know that he hit level 5, able to get that ult off and find that early kill, which is huge.
As Nemesis shows mid, trying to force ASU back, trying to match. Kuzenbo rotates. They're just looking to match and fight here. Split the XP where needed. As Bologna is again fighting the sets.
Bologna's going to win the fight against the set again, and Bologna's becoming huge. It looks like every single player here from UMich is coming in solid and just playing their role in this game right now.
That is something. Last game, we put so much emphasis on the Scylla and the Rat. But you got to realize, Bologna's over there just doing Bologna things, just getting kills. As Tsukiyomi tries to show up. I mean,
despite that early game pick from the duo lane for Jingwei, which looks like pretty much along the other lanes, even the duo lane now after that is pretty much being controlled by UMich right now.
UMich is, UMich to me seems like they are just, they're not panicking. They are just taking these fights as they need, and it seems like ASU is kind of getting scared. Even this early into the fight where it's, not too much is happening, no goal difference, nothing too big. It just seems like they're trying to do stuff that isn't going to work or shouldn't work and won't work, and then they just go down, and it's scary to watch.
Seems like UMich has a general control on the map, pretty much at all times. They're just kind of controlling what they want to go on, and they're just kind of doing their thing, and that's allowed them to be up in this game right now 4-1.
Yeah, and the early game is exactly what UMich doesn't need to take, but even when they do, it makes the earlier the early game ends, the earlier the late game gets there, and that is exactly what UMich is playing for.
Lona might find herself in a little bit of trouble here. She's gonna have 3 people rotating onto her. He's gonna pop her all. It's now a 1v4. If Lona gets out of this, she might be the best player in the game, and she's not gonna get out of it.
But in response, they are into the dual lane, taking out the Jin Wei.
And again, ASU can't seem to find anything going. They're going to 4 claps on that Bologna and give up farm in the lanes. And they think they get that kill, it's going to help them in the game, but they do end up trading out over the dual lane. So not really an advantage there for ASU.
I think that comes back to just the excellent macro control from UMich. They, Bologna's saying, hey, I'm going to die here. But there's 4 of them, and that just allows the Jin Wei, Jin Wei's alone, you kill the Jin Wei, you get tier 1, you take that trade every day.
And Bologna able to play a life there long enough that you've seen to rotate, as Kepri rotated from mid to that dual lane to help Don's get that kill. And Nox finds the silence, going to throw the ult at Kuzenbo, but Kuzenbo is going to get away with his life.
And this Nox, scary to play into her, and watching just that pure damage come through onto the tankiest member of UMich is
And just credit to UMich's players to have the awareness when that Bologna gets in that 1v4, like, our Bologna's up, if you want to carry our Bologna, that's fine, we're going to go kill the Jingwei and dual lane.
Yeah, the Bologna's already so far ahead. You can kill her, it'll be her first death. We're going to take your Jin Wei and put her further behind.
Yep.
It's massive macro play.
See, Don's now 2 levels above that Jingwei, so if he keeps this lead, this could not be good for ASU going into late game.
Kuzenbo grabs Nox. Silence was on the Kuzenbo. in a net neutral mid lane. You know, they're gonna as
I'm sitting at half health here, but should be fine. She takes his protections off of Cousin Bo, so kind of backing, farming up a little bit, and we're just gonna have pretty much waiting for the next team fight here.
while we're doing that, Set actually pushes out the Bologna, coming out with the damage from his clones and the ability to get around.
Yep.
Actually, for once, turns a fight in his favor. That doesn't kill her, but maybe he does. He goes back in.
That gets bonus all right there, and you do see that dive on Set or the dive on Bologna was a complete loss for ASU, as they're able to more neutralize so Set can get back in this game, and he's able to put some damage. And Tsukiyami's going to rotate over. Bologna might find herself in some trouble here. Now they're going to dive on her, and they do get that kill on Bologna again, as it's huge for ASU as they're able to neutralize this game, and Tsukiyami's going to back. I don't think Nam's going to make it in time. And a huge kill though from ASU.
Definitely, you know, they turn the 4-man. You know, it takes 4 of them to kill her one time. It takes 2 of them the next. At this point, they may have a plan of just, hey, the Bologna's doing damage. We need to stop her. And it's like Nemesis does run the Set down. In turn, Nemesis does take Set.
And Nim gets that set trade, and that's big for you, Mitch. That's honestly, it's big for ASU, not in a good way, as Set was just getting back in this game against that Bologna, and Nim's able to catch him off and get that kill.
They're going to send 3 after
We're
Nemesis.
hitting on Nim right now. Capri's going to try to get over help, but it's not going to be enough. As they do get that kill. Nox rotating over a little bit late there. Going to get that CC, and I think Capri. Not
He's looking for a
sure.
grab here.
Right, and they're going to find Cousin Bo. Another trade, but a jungle for tank trade. That's good for ASU. As not really concerned if your tank gets a little bit behind, but getting that Nim down, making her respawn, allowing their Tsukiyami to try to get back into this is huge.
Yeah, and recognizing that, hey, we can probably take one of them, but we can't take all of them. And then coming in, you know, Mitch comes in, makes ASU play kind of safer, forcing them out of the jungle.
You see that fire giant come up there, and so is the gold tree for on the map now. So those objectives are playable. Hopefully, we can see some action coming into those soon.
The big question is, which team's going to prioritize which one, and which one's going to be made a move on first?
Good question. I think red team here with the almost 2K gold league might try to prioritize fire giant if they can. They're just gonna play off the reads like where players are playing, and maybe if they get a 4 stack in a lane again, trying to gank the day up, just go for the opposite objectives.
Yeah, it has seemed like, you know, with the 4-man dives coming through, whatever side decides to get dove, it's going to be this OBJ.
You see coming through right now, they're drawing 4 players to this left jungle. The Gold Fury could be free right now, and that's what you see from ASU. They're taking the Gold Fury. They see 4 in the left side jungle, and I'm not sure that's a play ASU wants. They find the kill on Bologna, but that's a free Gold Fury for you, Mitch.
Yeah, Bologna dies, but the Nemesis doesn't fall below 3/4, and Bologna may be able to actually contest this Pyro. At least solid for one for his team. Looks like the team is on their way.
ASU sees the goal go down. You see Don pick up that kill. They do get Pyro, but we've seen this last game as a UMich trade. UMich is a Gold Fury. ASU trades the Pyro, and it is a okay trade, but it's obviously not what you want for ASU. And it is a 2-for-1 kill trades, but still you gave UMich that Gold Fury for free practically.
Yeah, watching these objectives fall like that, you know, makes you realize that each team has a different priority here, but the fact that the Bologna is constantly being the one attacked makes me think that, you know, ASU thinks the Bologna is going to be the biggest threat here. That
Yeah.
she's going to be constantly attacked.
Bologna did make a huge impact last game, but you see the problem with focusing this Bologna is that they're giving up stuff on the right side of the map, as Don finds Jingwei again over there when they traded Bologna, and they do find the Gold Fury, so big picks on the Bologna here is not letting her get over leveled, but I don't know if it's worth the objectives and the focusing of the carry at the back end of the duo lane.
Especially as the Dons is up 4-0 into a Jingwei who is 1-3. You know, the damage. The damage that is going to be coming out here in this next fight is going to be big from just the Dons. As it looks like
Set winning that fight in solo lane. Let's focus on the back. Nemesis getting one shot. Nox misses a root, but Nemesis does a double dash, and she's probably going to get away pretty free there. But a lot of damage going on to Nim. Lona again losing her 1v. She's at half health now in solo.
Lona's forced to just get out. She has no way of surviving. She's probably honestly afraid that, Seth's going to walk in, there's going to be 3 more behind him. She has to play so safe at this point.
And looking at the levels now, you see Don's at level 15, practically farming the Jingwei over there. That's just based on the play from ASU, putting so much focus into that left lane by the Fire Giant that Don's is able to just do what he needs to do over there in the dual lane.
Discordia is trying to hold mid tower as 3 stack. May try to siege this. As Kuzenbo shows up for the rematch. Again, Jinwei isn't in this fight yet. She's coming back now, coming back to lane. But neither team wants to really do anything here without an actual objective.
So Bologna getting one shot over there. Seth's practically full health again. And so Focus Bologna allowed Seth to get back into this game and be a play. And Seth is a strong god overall. So allowing him to get back in this game could be a huge turnaround for ASU. So Bologna just needs to play her life and not lose her 1vs over here to allow UMich to keep this lead going.
Yes, it may seem like, earlier it seemed like they were just kind of wanting the Bologna out of the fight. They were like, Bologna, she did so much damage, we don't want her. But outside, they were just trying to get, there was brains behind them. They're trying to get this set back in.
Yeah.
As Root goes on Discordia.
Discordia will stay alive here. Seekim rotates in. You see Jingwei's passive. They're allowing her to get back in the jungle and quickly start farming again. That's the only way she's able to keep up with that Dawn. She is now level 16.
She is, she is slowly falling behind with this Dawn. She just seems to be getting every kill possible as Mitch steps into the jungle, maybe setting up, probably setting up some visions, getting their buffs back on them. And, this isn't as bad as last game for ASU, I don't think. It's only a 2 gold deficit. It's only a 2 kill deficit too. I think at this point, ASU has a much better chance of being in this game.
Set able now to have that level advantage over Bologna as he's made nice progress back. Looks like we're gonna have rotates in the right lane here for a team fight, as Bologna's gonna be pretty much non-existent in this. Don does get that kill.
The damage is trying
to ult on the Nim. He might find that kill. Don's getting stunned out. He might die. Go down.
The ult does come out.
Only gonna be one shot. Nim gonna be one shot.
That is grab.
Don's gonna find himself probably dead here. I set rotates over. Huge hit there though and that's gonna be a huge ability hits there for Nox. He's able to find that kill on Set.
Appears to be a 2-for-1 trade. Bologna finally showing up to this fight from the back, as Kuzenbo was the last one left.
Yep, and you see there, them focusing Bologna allowed Set to get that early rotate as he had the level advantage, and that's what really won that team fight with Set coming in. But it looks like they might find this kill in Kuzenbo as he overwelcomes to stay here in the lane. Surely Bologna gets that kill, and he does. Something I see a lot of teams struggle with in this tournament here has been winning team fights and then overstaying in that position, allowing them to get picked off again.
That does seem like a very massive thing here. Is these, but the next one supporters.
And Bologna again finding another kill, and they're gonna feed Bologna again. She's gonna get back in this game pretty easily now.
Jinwei does scare. Jinwei does scare her off eventually, though.
Yep. She does find 2 kills though. What seemed like a good play from ASU to kind of focus Bologna on the set to get back into this game resulted in ASU overwhelming their stay in the jungle. They should have backed and won their team fight, but instead Bologna rotates over late, picks up 2 kills.
Maybe the late rotate was just a big brain play from the Bologna. Maybe it was just nothing, but that does that does put you Mitch at a very good point. A very good point in this game.
Now we're going to see the gold lead coming in here for UMich because they're up almost 4K gold now.
And again, Don is approaching 19, almost 20, with the Jinwei still being only level 16.
Yep.
This Don's just farming at this point, just trying to get ahead. That's safe fight.
One of the keys I talked about earlier in this game was the ability for ASU to get objectives here, and you see Mish getting Pyromancer now. So not only did they get the Fury, they also get the Pyromancer off that team fight that could have went ASU's way, but it's unfortunate now for ASU as they're losing the gold lead slowly increasing, and UMich able to capitalize off of the map control they have.
It seems like ASU here is so afraid of taking. I mean, they almost have to be taking these 1v1s. They're sending 3 or 4 people after one person that's out of position, which one they're giving up these objectives, which is just increasing these gold leads.
See Don's now 19, trying to hit 20. Hopefully ASU can find their way back into this game.
Like you mentioned, knows that Jinwei is kind of far away. If they're going into this fight, Kepri goes in.
They're going to grab the Discordia. Discordia might escape with their life, though. He does escape with their life. UMich just looking to take fights now with the level advantage they have. Trying to focus out the backline right now as Nemesis and Set does come in to help. And ASU backing off there. They don't want to take a team fight, which is smart play from them. And UMich backing off now. I think UMich is just trying to push them back into the jungle to maybe make a play at the mid tower Fire Giant here.
Definitely seems like they're going to try to siege this here. They are stacking there. Kepri goes to start tanking. They are sieging mid tower.
That is mid tower down for ASU as UMich push up onto the map, looking to play aggressive. I think they're just going to push until they force a team fight here out of ASU.
So I don't know. Kepri's taking so much damage. They may have the damage they get through.
Cuzbo tries to dash in, and Cuzbo's going to go down. That Nemesis able to get in there, take those protections off, and Set's one shot here now. Kepri one shot. Kepri does have the ult up, able to stay alive. They're all coming in huge for Kepri as he dashes out.
Each team is trying not to lose every member possible.
And I think UMich are going to back off here and maybe try to get an objective here.
Yeah.
Kepri weak though, they might not be able to get Fire Giant. I think they're just going to back off here and go farm the jungle.
That was the ability for ASU to stay alive. That people stay alive with that such little health is massive. The the Suki ult comes through. The dashes come between the people. It's just the amount of AOE damage that's going down is.
What UMich just did right there is something ASU should have done earlier in the game as they took that kill. Even though the ASU had those players, Michigan had the ASU players weak, Michigan took the kill they had, backed off, back to farming, back to keeping the level advantage and not starving lives at ASU right now trying to win team fights.
Yeah, Michigan knows they're in a very good spot, XP, gold, lead wise, map control wise. That the kill that they can get a kill and break even, that's good enough for them. ASU is the one that has to not take the even. They have to take these up fights, and it's not good in the position that they're currently in.
See Don's chilling at level 20 now. He's going to be 2 levels above pretty much everyone on ASU's team. And apart from that, though, levels aren't terrible for ASU. Just that Don's is looking a little higher level now. Blunted does have the 1 level on Set. Nox has a level on Discordia, but ASU are still in this game even though they're down about 5k gold.
Looks like UMich makes it up for another siege. That seems to be their plan. I mean, they at this point, UMich is just trying to force these fights because they know they have the damage and the staying power.
Yep.
And
I'm sure the plan for UMich here is just force team fights. If they want to keep dropping back, then they're probably going to go for Fire Giant here, and that's just what they're trying to do, put pressure. You want to force these team fights that way that ASU can't farm out in the lanes as long as they're team fighting. And you see UMich here just going for that Primal Fury, pretty much going to be free, not contested. But ASU look like they're going to make a play for the Fire Giant, but Nox and Bologna are going to be rotating early. Might be able to come and steal this.
They do start fire. They start the aggro, and
maybe a Nox out here. Maybe a Nox out here to get the steal on the Fire Giant. Nope, they're gonna have to drop it because UMich came over, rotated. This is what UMich wants right here: a team fight for an objective.
Set falls almost instantly to the set to the Bologna.
See that Jinwei all come in. She's gonna be able to get back out of the fight.
Kuzenbo is trying to spin the win out.
Yep.
Nox
Definitely
just locking
not
down
gonna get
Tsukiyomi.
Yep. Here's one shot here. Nox might go down there. Her abilities are on cooldown. Tsukiyomi is not going to get away with his life here. That Dan's going to find him probably pretty easily. You know. Before they get cleaned up, Jingwei is the only one who's alive now as Yumichi gets 4 down, and they're going to hit Fire Giant.
Yeah, the other team was so kind enough to leech it for him, and now they're just gonna turn and take it.
Jingwei is going to try to do something here. Now she's probably going to find herself dead, maybe. No, looks like going to back off. They're going to get Pyro as well, and that's devastating for ASU. As that's pretty much exactly what Yumichi wanted.
Yeah, they take being able to get both of those both of these major objectives without losing anyone at this state in the game is big.
Now you see a 10k gold lead coming from Yumichi, and again, this game is looking out of reach by ASU.
Yumichi is just such a good, they have such a good map control, such a good area control.
Yep.
Such good, team play. They're taking the fight on their terms. It is like a well-oiled machine.
ASU here not really playing to the position they're in, as they're behind, and I don't think starting the Fire Giant coming from behind is something that they wanted to try to do there, but they tried to go for it, got to probably half health, and they were able to rotate it early.
As Yumichi may again just try to siege one of these turrets.
Yep. Jingwei out by herself over there, but she's gonna ult to get out, but Don's is there waiting on her.
Does have damage.
Team fight. Nox hits her ult. They're pretty highly leveled now. They can probably tank this tower. Yep, Kepri's gonna tank it. That's another tower down, and Yumichi's gonna try to push probably through mid Phoenix here.
There's no stopping this steamroll of bodies.
Yep.
Looks like
So
Yumichi
gonna go ahead. They're gonna get that tower down probably. They're gonna start hitting the Phoenix, and ASU's gonna have to make a hold here to get back into this game.
Yeah, the only saving grace when it comes to the side, one of the side Phoenixes is that there's no wave really to crash. You have to tank the entirety of the Phoenix, and it's not. Yumichi is strong, but they can't do that yet. But mid's another story. They are gonna have a wave meet here, and they may take this fight.
It's done there. ASU doing everything they can to hold this Phoenix at bay now.
And at this point, it seems like Yumichi is just waiting for waves to reach.
Yep.
Anywhere where they can get where the Capri does have to tank the enemy damage and the Phoenix damage.
Yeah. This wave will probably be cleaned up pretty easily though by Discordia and Tsukiyomi, as it does. So about to die already.
Disengage onto the set. Second blown up instantly. They're looking for more. Jinwei falls.
Don's going to kill. Tsukiyomi's gonna dive in the back line there, but he's gonna be by himself. He might find that Nox kill though. Nox decides to dash out away from his team, and Kepri able to save the Nox there. A huge play from Kepri there to keep that Nox alive. That's gonna be a deicide from Yumichi, and surely that's the game here. So they're gonna close this one out.
Massive 5-man, massive play, and there's just no stopping this. Everyone's dead. Titan dies.
Yep, dominating a game too there from Yumichi again as they continue to show that they're computers in this tournament. They're trying to take it. They're trying to take the championship and looking strong going into their next game.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Yumichi competitors. I would call them winners at this point. They are just walking through every team that they've been meeting in today's bracket. They've just been, their macro play is amazing. Their ability to play as a team is amazing. It's just, as a whole, they are performing so good. I expect to see them in the finals.
Yeah, but Yumichi coming out super strong there. I don't think, again, everybody kind of played their part through that game. Everybody's looked pretty strong in that game. There's not a lot to say about how dominant Yumichi was that game. They made all the right decisions again. I think that's a second game for ASU. I'm not sure they got an objective again.
Yeah. There's nothing. You can't really say, oh, so and so, especially this game. You can't say so and so did massive or so and so did this. It was just incremental. They make a play here and someone else makes a play here, and it just adds up over time.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna take a quick break here following that game 2, and we're gonna get some interviews on. So we'll be back shortly after this break.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
Welcome back, everyone. With us sitting here, we have U Michigan. We have two U Michigan players. We got Pies of Doom, and we got. Sorry, my camera's being covered up. You want to go and introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Pies of Doom. I'm the captain of UMich Esports. I'm the support.
And I'm Null Chaos. I'm Mike, and I'm the mid laner for UMich SMITE.
Now, let's start off by saying, how do you feel after just a quick 2-0 clean sweep? Like how do you feel as players going ending there?
We felt good about that one. We felt that like our shot calling was good. We felt like our coordination was good, especially with the performance of our side lanes. Our side lanes did extremely well that game, and that was really essential to shut down the set, make sure the set didn't get ahead. We actually, funny about that, we completely forgot to ban the set. That was not we weren't trying to get it through. We just completely forgot. But we ended up adapting and were able to shut that down pretty easily, and that was in large part due to our side lanes doing really well. Our ADC got strong and was able to survive the dive, and our solo laner Princess Nut was able to really stop the set from getting ahead and running the game.
Yeah, that's something we talked on as the game went on, was that early game, Bologna picked up that early kill on set and got kind of ahead, but it seemed like Bologna got collapsed on by 4, but the ADC was able to take out Jingwei, so we really seen a huge play from your side laners there going into that second game, as ASU did a good job at trying to get Bologna back down after she got a little bit above that set and get set back into the game, but the way your ADC played was just dominating over there, able to keep that Jingwei at bay, and Don's played really well that second game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the first game.
Go ahead.
The first game where the Dons, kind of fell a little bit behind, but eventually, started winning. Again, the first game, I want to address the first game first, where your mid laner and your jungler died 0 times. How do you feel as like a Scylla being able just to scale like that?
I mean, it felt really good. I knew I had to play safe both games. It was especially because when I picked the Nox thinking it was going to be a set jungle, and so it was like I was expecting to dove constantly, and then the first game as a Scylla, it was more of a playing to kind of sweep. Well, those fights ended up being me coming in and sweeping it up with a Scylla ult, Scylla crush, something like that. It was just we had a lot of pressure, and so it was just trying to follow up on that pressure. Felt good though.
Yeah, definitely some clean play coming out everywhere. I want to look at like these your ability to. It seems like your macro play was impeccable there. Like, what goes through your mind when you're making plays where you're going from gold or primal to the fire giant? Like, what are you trying? How is that call going through? How are you deciding when to fight and where to fight?
It's more about like where we think they're gonna be. Like our ward vision, both teams' ward vision was really good through both games. It was a big fight to try to get wards up, to see where they're at, to see like, okay, where are they? Oh yeah, they're 4 and left. Let's take Gold Fury, or let's do Gold Fury. Oh, they're getting on fire. Book it there. So it was a lot of it. The biggest thing was the ward vision and being able to spot out what they were trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was mostly just like we were trying to punish them when they went out of position that game. The second game especially, we felt like we had to be wary of our backline, and we couldn't do the same thing we were doing the first game with the Ratatasker, the Fafnir, the going in and diving. We had to really be careful of our backline from the set, from the Tsukiyomi, from the Kuzumbo, all of, like the things that can really make a fight go south quickly if not properly dealt with. So we were really just looking for ASU to like be out of position and spot that with wards and punish that, and just take objectives based on that. We really had objective centric play that game. That was all of our cons. We're like, let's do, like we do kind of plan out these things ahead of time. We say, all right, let's collapse on Jingwei here. If they follow up, we take the fight, we kill them, and then we go to gold. That's a lot of what our cons are like a lot of time.
Yeah, that second game especially, you guys did a great job at making the calls to rotate. I think one of the big plays that second game, and you guys probably agree, is that whenever you guys took Gold Fury, you knew they were going for the Fire Giant, and Nox was able to quickly rotate over, and Nemesis with them as well, able to collapse on that Fire Giant and get them off of it, and you guys won the team fight, and I think that was pretty much almost sealed the game for you guys. That second game was getting both those, the Fury and the Fire Giant there. So I just want to give you guys credit for doing that. And so, how would you guys say picks and bans went for you both those games?
I mean, second game, obviously, we hoped our picks and bans were a little better. We completely forgot to ban the set. And so our entire draft is pretty much centered around the set for the most part, except for Danzaburo. Danzaburo is just too strong of an ADC. We feel like he's one of the ADCs that are just a tier above the rest. So we felt like we had to pick him. But like the Nemesis, the Nox, the Kepri, the Bologna were all picked more or less as responses to the set. So I think picks and bans, we did a good job of responding to the enemy team and adapting our game plan from them. And our first game, I think we had a good idea of, like, we had a good game plan going into it as well, and but it felt like we got to choose our game plan a lot more in game 1 than game 2.
Yeah, I think you guys just overall just were, I'm not gonna say better prepared, but you guys definitely had definitely better map control, better decision making of the team, and you guys pretty much dominated ASU that whole game. So congratulations to you guys. And I don't think we have any more questions here. Yeah, so thanks for guys coming on, and good luck to you guys in the next round. Hopefully you guys can pull out a championship. But yeah, GG's.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Man, yeah, what a dominant performance from these guys.
Yeah, I would say so. They pretty much won both games at the less than 30-minute mark. So I'd say they're up probably double kills. So good play by those guys.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting seeing these guys come in and go against GSU here in our semifinals. Excited to see what these guys are going to do.
Let's take a look at the bracket here as we see what games we have coming up.
All right.
So it looks like we're going to have GSU and UMich playing in the semifinals to advance to that finals here. We're going to have ASU and SSU playing in round 2 of the losers bracket to get that round 3, try and make it to finals there. And Wildcat, which is going to be University of Kentucky, playing against Full Sail there in round 2. Hopefully get some good games out of loser brackets. That way we can get a competitive finals. And yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
If we're going to step over to the prizing page here, every player that wins the finals is going to get a mouse and keyboard, thanks to our sponsor, All Mid. And we've talked about before, the RGB on the keyboard, more FPS, the mouse, hit all your abilities. So pretty much a pickup here. You're probably going to want to definitely win this finals. And both teams are playing here for this awesome gear.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty looking gear. And, while you guys are busy hitting those sick abilities, that cross map ability cancel, Yana Assault full screen, you got those pretty colors just lighting up all over the place. But yeah, it's sick gear. So we definitely want to make sure that, winner takes home the gold here.
We're going to go to break here. Going to get started with the next round of games pretty soon here. So thank you guys for watching. We're going to cut the break.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
All right, guys, and we're back to see this semifinals match.
Should be an exciting one here as Mitch was able to dominate that last game against ASU, and GSU has been pretty solid throughout the whole tournament, so this should be a good matchup here to get into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be intense because GSU just has the ability to stay alive as best as they can. They stay alive. They start to if they're behind, they close it, and then they just kind of slowly take a gold lead, a kill lead. So these guys are going to be pretty unstoppable. When the match starts out, and given it time, these guys are just going to dominate it. Mitch showed such a good performance from ASU. We're just going to have to see, how they're able to pressure GSU.
Mitch has had some pretty high tier decision making for them. Or Mitch, my bad. Mitch has had high tier decision making from them, so hopefully they can carry that over in this GSU game, as it's going to be pretty huge. Yep, so we're hopping over to pick some bands here. As you see, Nox banned first, so must have been watching that last game. Mitch did play Nox, and we do see a Morgan ban. Guan Yu, pretty standard stuff here besides the Nox.
Yeah, and yeah, as you said, it's the pretty standard stuff. Guan Yu, Nox, Morgan always banned, never playable.
We heard from Pies here. I was getting ready to say they talked about how they forgot to ban Set that second game against ASU, and you see him come out pretty early here as they do not want to play against the Set. Tsukiyama ban comes in.
See if that Scylla ban comes in. Maybe you'll see some Scylla gameplay.
Oh, I already got one Scylla game today. We'll take a second one. It was Mitch who played Scylla as well. It did go 5-0, 0 deaths. It was huge for Mitch, and here it is, the Scylla pick. Let's go.
And locked in. Although I
That's
don't know how I feel about her. About her. She's got her like little tendrils kind of sticking right through the platform, just hanging there.
Yeah. So you see, GSU does pick up the Downsboro there. I know Mitch talked about how good Downsboro was to have on the map, so they're probably not too happy they didn't get that Dons pick there, but they do get the Scylla picks. Hopefully that can counter each other out.
Yeah, just hoping we're gonna see Athena probably coming in the solo lane here, so more of that good Athena gameplay.
You see Athena, and it was actually GSU yesterday who was playing the Athena so well, and you do see Umich go ahead, and looks like they're just going to take it from him.
Yeah, they probably watched that Athena gameplay from yesterday and said, instead, let's not ban her because I didn't feel that maybe she was worth the ban, but let's just go ahead, since we know we'll be able to have that pick first, and we'll just lock her in.
And you see instantly from GSU, they know they play Athena, they know what they need to do to be able to counter her, and you see the instant Thor pickup there. So they're going to have a global wall on both sides right now to be able to hopefully counter that Athena a little bit. Well, Thor's probably isn't full global, but it's pretty much covered most of the map. And on her going down here, I kind of like this team comp here from Umich right now, but GSU is looking pretty strong as well. This should be a good matchup here, Jake.
Yeah, this should be really good. That Agni, man, Agni is a scary mage, especially just because, his ult doesn't necessarily... It has a cooldown, but not in the traditional sense to where, he just kind of gets one shot of it, every 15 to 20 seconds. So he's going to be firing that ult off every team fight.
Yep. And you see the Rat Band coming from GSU. So these guys are clearly watching prior games. They're doing their film. They're studying. They know. We talked about it in the interview. Rat was popping off from Umich, and you're going to see the band come through as they don't want Umich to have that Rat again.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, him going 8 and 10 and assisting in at least, every kill that the team had. They definitely do not want that kind of gameplay to have to go against here.
Princess Nut going to play that Sun Wukong. She played Bologna twice last game. So looking to change up here with the Sun Wukong. Feeling like it can be better for her team. And yeah, I think it's a good pick for them. We'll see what GSU decides to go with here.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, everything else, pretty standard. You have your On Her coming out. It'll be good to see Scylla coming in here and a Ravana and Ymir. So pretty standard stuff. That Ymir is going to be trying to catch people, trying to disengage in fights, trying to catch them when they're pushed out from their team. So
an important pick here for you, Mitch, is I assume they're going to pick in a jungle here. So let's see what they decide to do to counter this Thor.
Yeah, probably a lot of, and we're going to see a Camazotz be locked in here.
So you see a trend here with Umich. I do like going for the global ults. I like playing Rat last time. Rat with the ult, obviously, he can cover a lot of the map. Camazotz with his ult as well can cover a lot of the map. So interesting to see how this game matches up, and hopefully gonna have a lot of mobility on the map this game, it looks like, between Thor and Camazotz and Athena. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting gameplay. Like we said, GSU just has the ability to withstand and then eventually find themselves where they need to be or where they want to be before they start making pushes and plays. So we're going to have to see if Mitch can pressure GSU into breaking and seeing if they can get through, GSU's just ability to withstand.
So obviously, one big thing to note from last game from Umich is I don't think ASU got a single objective. Umich does a really good job at picking their fights, run objectives, and knowing when to hit objectives. And most of their objectives they got were pretty free. It was just due to their top-tier decision-making to attack those. And hopefully GSU can bring that same kind of energy to the game, allow them to get some objectives knocked down, and hopefully GSU can match Umich as far as their decision-making goes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just getting loaded in here. So what do you think? When we get loaded into these, how do you think Mitch is going to have to approach this GSU defense to kind of find a break in it?
With the Scylla and on her is obviously a good early game god, but I think UMich here just need to play this early game as close as they can. On her should be good to hold off Donzaburo. We're going to see them trading back and forth, but if they can get to this mid to late game where they're able to keep the game close and get that Scylla up online and getting her damage in, I think that'll be really big for UMich, and they'll be able to pull out if the game lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah, I definitely agree to that. And, in GSU, they'll probably just stick with their, the game plan that they've had. They'll just comfortably sit until they're level to where they want to be, or to where they think they're, everybody's good to start pushing these fights and getting into these objective battles. And, I think that they're just going to play the same defensive dominant play that they've been doing this whole time that we even saw yesterday in the seedings.
Yep. I would agree with you, Jake, and maybe even see GSU come out maybe a little bit more aggressive, maybe with their Agni and Dons and Thor. Hopefully, they can come out and probably get some early game kills. They really need to put the pressure on UMich early game, I think, to give them a better chance come late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have characters as high damaging as Scylla, you have on her, and then there's that Athena who can just jump from solo lane to wherever to gank and assist on fights. They're going to have to, play aggressive. They're going to have to match the pacing here with UMich in this first game. So it's going to be important to see how they decide to tackle that.
Yep. And UMich hopefully can use that Athena to their advantage, not only to help in team fights, but to pull objectives, to maybe draw GSU to one side of the map and have that Athena TP across to objectives. That would be huge for UMich going into this game.
All right, so just waiting for everyone to get kind of set in here. Yeah, everyone's buying out items.
Yep.
Let's see what we decide to build here.
I'm sure you see pretty standard starts here for most players. You see Scylla going Conduit Gym. And the Lost Artifact, pretty standard.
Yeah, Sun Wukong opting to build looking like he's opting to build some lifesteal here, which is obviously the call that he's going to want to make. That lifesteal is going to help with his survivability in solo, so.
Yep. Varna going to opt to go boots, but Dons is going to opt to go for Deathtoll and the Spiked Gauntlet here, so he's going to have a pretty good amount of life still there. He's going to be able to stay in lane longer. And that's what he wants to do against this on her, who is a strong early game god. Just be able to outlast him in the lane.
Yeah, that Agni opting to not pick up a relic, instead, that he went magic shoes and that lost artifact. So, be interesting going for more of a classic build.
Yep, you see Amir going to get those awards down onto the other team's purple buff at the beginning of the game here. Hopefully that can play to their advantage, and they can maybe do something off that to give them advantage further down the game.
Yep, just your standard start here. Just taking out XP, we'll hit speed, gonna go to mana. Too crazy. Agni and the Scylla kind of trading some shots, it looks like, in mid there.
Definitely two different playstyles here in the mid lane. Scylla might find an early kill here, which would be huge for UMich. And she does. Scylla finds an early kill on Agni, and that's the problem. That's the downfall to playing Agni mid lane, is that Agni is a really in-your-face character, but Scylla's going to go down to Ravana. Ravana's going to use the blink. Camazot's going to go on Ravana. We have some really early game action here.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams seem to
not fight that. So we got an early trade mid lane, and pretty much they canceled out each other. But like I was saying, that Agni, his abilities are more like in your face base. He's got to get up close to you, except for his ult to do that damage. And Scylla is like, I don't want to be in the fight. Let me stay back and clean up. So we'll see how those play out going later into the game.
Yeah, for sure. Agni's biggest range ability is his ult, and not really having. Obviously, he's not going to have his ult for another couple levels, it's going to be a little harder for him to be able to combat that Scylla as easily as Scylla could combat the Agni, but obviously once it gets up, we'll see how it goes.
You actually see Thor playing the solo lane and Ravana jungle here, by the way. So interesting play here from SSU. They opt to put Thor in that solo lane, but I'm sure it'll work out in their favor as they probably practiced this before.
Yeah, and and Thor has good stuff. He has the teleport on his hammer. He has his slam that if it hits, it roots and stuns. Well, I think it just stuns you, but Thor definitely he has tools to allow him to stay in solo lane without too much of a problem, for sure.
Definitely here as they poke back and forth in the solo lane. After that 1-1, seemed pretty passive play, I would say, from both teams.
Yeah, Wukong looking to take a little bit of damage, but now he's got Thor running back into tower there.
It's gonna be a weak. Wukong knows he's awarded or he has good map awareness. No, he needs to back up. Ravana's rotating in. Ravana's gonna be by himself here, and he thinks Sun Wukong's there, but he's gonna try to find that kill on Wukong. And
Yeah,
early
but
dive
this
there.
Gamma
Gamma does find the kill, and Thor's probably gonna get found as well. Maybe not. Gamazot's could have got a little 5 off that. He could have ulted the Thor, but that was a really aggressive play by the Ravana there to dive that Sun Wukong with Kamazots being there. He's seen the Kamazots. He thought he could get the kill anyway, but he wasn't able to get it off. Another big kill there by Image.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna have Kama moving around. On her is trying to get away from this Ymir right now. Ymir trying to get the kill on this Honor. Looks like they're gonna tower dive for it.
Honor able to get away. Ramir's one shot. I don't think anybody on Umich is able to rotate over in time, so he will get away with his life. Like I said, Jake, before this game started, Mitch's decision making on getting kills and when to get out and stuff is Thor is one shot there. Kimazot's could have killed him and tried to take that kill, but they're gonna take the kill they had and go away with it and just take the small lead they have. And that's how Mitch was winning their games against ASU, was taking those little advantages they had and not getting too over aggressive.
Yeah, and you just have to take the little wins. You don't have to go, for everything. You don't have to go for the second kill, the third kill.
Definitely gonna have a fight over here in the jungle as Kamazot's find themselves in their jungle. Gonna be attacking onto the Thor. The Ravana ult coming onto the Thor. Thor's gonna now ult out. Kamazot's gonna ult out. This is what those ults allow them to do, is they allow them to buy some time so that the Scylla and Athena can rotate over. The Scylla ult through the wall is gonna find Agni here.
Yeah, Scylla popping off right there. Agni does go down. But it
huge ult kill from that Scylla to get that kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that Scylla ult, man, she gains the movement speed, and then, she has all the range in the world to eat you.
That's one of the reasons why Scylla gets banned here, and I'm surprised she wasn't banned early. She gets picked up, but she's gonna look like she's paying off. She's 2-1 right now, and she's gonna probably get a level advantage on that Agni. Wukong and Kamazot's here, and this Thor's gonna stay in lane. Thor uses ult last time. He's not gonna have it to retreat now. He's gonna
he's gonna get stunned.
And again, GSU looks playing over aggressive here in the lanes. I'm not sure that they knew that there was 3 players there from Umich.
Yeah, and you see that Agni coming into play.
Kamazot stays alive. So like I said, Umich doesn't try to get too over aggressive. They take the wins they can. Asilla tries to 1v Agni here in mid lane. Not gonna find that kill. Ymir shows up, just gonna back off. And Umich again, they're getting players weak, but they know that they took the advantage they had, and they're gonna back off and regen, take that a small little advantage just over time. They have a 2K gold league now. They're just taking the small wins. Let's see if that pays off for them in the long run here.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, University of Michigan is just finding a way to catch GSU overcommitting a little bit here, and is just able to get these kills off. They're 4-1 right now over GSU.
Yep. GSU can still get back into this game. They're only down less than 2K gold, so they just gotta make sure they're playing for the advantages they have on the map and make sure that they're knowing where players are from UMich, and they're able to win those small fights like UMich is doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like a little bit of some poking in the mid here, just kind of feeling each other out. Agni rotating with the Ravana, who just took that mid XP camp there. It looks like they might go and try to gank on Honor, who is he's kind of caught right now between the Dons and the Emir. So
I think they're gonna back off here.
yeah, Ravana did opt to recall instead.
So Umich playing right now for GSU to make mistakes on the map. So GSU has to be sure they're being sharp with their decision making and their ops in the team fight. Looks like Umich is going to collapse on the store here. We have 4 in the left jungle here. Ymir is rotating over. Ravana's trying to get there. So Umich now seeing the level advantage they have, and they're not really playing for kills right here. They're trying to invade camps. Notice how Umich goes in, gets that purple buff, and they're back out. They're not trying to do anything they don't need to do. And that's going to pay off huge to them, I think, in the long run in this game.
Yeah, they're just, and I think with GSU, they try to play it safe so they don't have to, and they don't take those engagements. But, University of Michigan is almost playing it kind of the same way here. They're just diving in, taking what they want, and getting out.
Still able to get out there. They did have that Ymir weak, but Scylla missed her ult, got hit by that Ravana from behind, so not really any trades there. As On here pushes Dons back into his tower.
Yeah, and kind of stimulating right now here. Nothing too much going on.
Pretty solid play from both ADCs here. You see them both 0-0-0. They're pretty much just doing their thing, farming up lanes. None of them really getting too crazy over there.
Yeah, for sure. Both teams just kind of farming out, doing their thing. It looks like Scylla did try to go and get some of that XP in mid there. Now you have Athena and Scylla in mid against that Agni and that Ymir here.
You're going to see Athena's level 7 or that level 5 Ymir. If she can keep this lead up, that could come in like game team fights where she is keeping it across the map, but she's going to have a small level advantage there, able to take more damage. So we'll see how that plays.
All right, and it looks like they are going to be setting up trying to taking down Goldfury here. Or no, I'm sorry.
You're going to get that Scorpion, yep, and get the Ymir come over there.
Yeah, they took down Oracles, and then they just took down that Greater Scorpion.
And again, that Scylla coming in huge. She's able to get the damage, and Don's going to come in to try to help, but I'm going to be able to get out. And you see Athena TP in. And that's something that GSU was doing to people yesterday, was the Athena coming in to help clean up fights, as they're going to happen to them today, as they don't have that Athena on their side this time.
Yeah, and Scylla was able to make it out before the Ravana could get there. Right
Agni
now
already
you have
used the
Honor.
dash. The camera's off. Yep. And there goes down Agni. And that's 3 down for GSU, as no one down for Umich.
Yeah, Ravana kind of pushing in here, trying to get through so he can get back to his side. Athena on her and Scylla trying to put on that pressure, but not being able to
Sun Wukong
find
and door
anything.
fighting over here. Looks like Sun Wukong's going to have to use his ult to get out, and he's going to find that kill on 4. And that's 4 down. That's a 0-4 for Umich right there, which is pretty huge, as they get it now over 2K Gold League.
Yeah, and you have to think about how much XP they just earned off of that whole encounter too. These guys are going to be a little bit beefier than GSU right now. Yeah, as the XP, it shot up to almost 4K, so you're looking at almost a 4,000 XP lead as well.
Like I said, Umich just taking the advantage of stuff they have on the map. The decision making is top tier, but Scylla does find herself out, and she's definitely going to go down here. So a good pick there from GSU to able to be in mid lane, able to catch that Scylla off guard and get that free kill.
Yeah, and they definitely needed it too. As that Scylla goes on her streak, they're going to get more and more out of taking her out. So that was definitely a needed kill on GSU's end.
You're going to see On here, they're going 12 around the 11-15 mark. They're pinging. Umich looking to push them off here. They might try to push them off and come back for Gold Fury if I was to guess. And that looks like what they're going to do. Don's is chilling over in the ADC lane, but I don't think he's going to rotate in. And this might be a Gold Fury for Umich. Ymir's gonna come try and steal. Sun Wukong trying to hold him off. And GSU does steal the Gold Fury. That's unfortunate for Yumich, but the team fight going down here. A lot of players one-shot. Kamazatsu does find that ult.
Yeah, Scylla also looking like she was fishing to get a hit in.
Thor's
It looks
all
like
in.
yeah, Sun Wukong might go down here. Kamazat's just trying to clean out the Thor before his teammates get hurt. Kama was taunted, so he nothing really could have done there.
Don's gonna be weak as well. Kamazatsu is definitely gonna chase him. Kamazatsu gets a stun off. Ymir's there though, and they do find Kamazatsu. Sun Wukong might go down as well. He's gonna try to get that Don. Scylla finds the kill on Agni. Sun
And he
Wukong
will
finds
get
the
it.
kill.
Yeah, so right now it was almost an even trade. It was a 3-2 trade here in favor of
Honor is still
University.
up, and the gold period did go down in order for GSU, but you see G-Mitch does win that trade, but does kind of get GSU back into that gold, as they're down a little bit over 1k gold now.
Yeah, and that's huge, taking out mid tower there. Yeah, so probably see, yep, there's going to be going Greater Scorpion. They're going to try and get that Fire Giant up here very shortly.
Yep.
Get the kill on Scorpion, you know, get those buffs in your camps enhanced.
Again, that Scylla pick coming in huge here for you, Mitch. Does find Scylla though. Kamazat's probably not going to be able to get a stun off here. There's no way Scylla makes it out of there. The taunt from Athena pulls Ravana, and Ravana's going to be dead now. And again, that Athena coming in strong there, pulling that taunt and getting that Ravana off, but Thor able to find Sun Wukong. Now Scylla's going to try to come back and help. Scylla's going to miss the ult there. Thor does get the hammer off and kill Scylla. And this is not a good fight here for you, Mitch, as Kamazat's might go down as well.
Yeah, Kama just trying to survive, trying to get on the tower to get away from Thor. Thor teleporting on a hammer.
He's gonna tower dive for it. He does
Ooh.
get punished. And you see the over aggression from GSU. This is what Umich does so well, is that when Umich gets kills and they don't need to aggress anymore, they back off. GSU over aggresses into the team jungle and they pay for it there. Mid lane for solo, not a bad trade for GSU, but they still could have left up.
Yeah, absolutely. Donsborough weak, trying to get away. Athena's gonna. Well, it looked like she was gonna try to track him down, but now with the Ravana there, it's hard to say.
Definitely see the Ravana there. They're probably gonna back off that. And you see on her and Don's, they're just going back and forth over there in the duo lane. They're both pretty even right now. They're just doing their thing, doing their job for the team, and yeah, that could be a key to this game. This is gonna win out of that duo lane right now.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a convergence here in mid. You might see a little bit of a team skirmish going on.
Yep.
Scylla now there.
Out of this fight though, Don's is pushing up. They do decide to convert. On her is not going to be there. Don's is backing though.
Yeah, and you see the ping there for Pyromancer, so it looks like University of Michigan's going to be making that push to Pyromancer. Might try to force the push on Fire Giant.
I think they're going to try and push the Thor out here. Thor does have his ult though, so they're gonna have to force Thor to use his ult. But they're not gonna use it in time. That's a free kill over in the solo lane. As GSU decides to come over and fight this instead of going over, they could probably phase Gold Fury up. No, Gold Fury's down. So
yeah, they're probably going to be looking to push probably Fire Giant here. You know. Yeah, so red team, there goes Pyromancer, University of Michigan taking it. Probably going to hang around Fire Giant there for a sec, see what they can force here.
Umich again, just reading the map, taking advantage of players on the map. They find Thor out, and they're up 15-6 in kills right now.
Yeah, and you notice that gold lead is only getting bigger. Yeah, gold difference. They're at a about a 3.5k gold lead here.
You see, something to point out here is that Scylla's now 5-3 by Agni 0-4, not able to find any kills. He does have 5 assists though, so he's getting involved in the action. But Scylla at 5-4 has been involved with 9 of the 15 kills for Umich here.
Yeah, and on her, just trying to make some plays. He does try to leap out. Ymir walls him up. Athena coming in to help out. On her does pop ult. Ymir also pops ult. There does go on her. On her goes down in this team fight. Kama pops ult. Trying to dodge the Donza ult. Does find Danzagoro.
You get Donza. And that stun there from Agni was huge.
Yeah, that Agni ult.
The Scylla coming in changes the fight though. She's gonna Ravana using his ult wisely, or that's not his ult. Ravana using his ability wisely to dodge that Scylla damage. That's
Yeah,
a good
and it
pick,
looks
guys. GSU, yep, they're hopping the Oni Fury.
Yep, Oni Fury is gonna go down here. We'll see. We'll see if University of Michigan can jump in and steal this, though. We'll find out. Oh, and he
Scylla
just
picks up
mistimed
the
it.
kill though.
Yeah, Scylla does take out the Thor. Agni trying to get away here. We'll have
Also
to see.
Ravana again dodging the damage, and that Ravana ability is so good to get out of that Scylla combo.
Yeah, definitely for sure. It looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a team push here on the dual lane tower.
See on the map, Camazot's and on her completely out of this fight.
Yeah, Kama is just trying to. Looks like he's going for damage right now. Rotating down into mid. We'll see what the call is.
17-8, only a 2K gold league here for UMich, so GSU is still right in this game despite the kill difference. But you see, UMich has all the tier 1 towers down now for GSU.
Yeah, University of Michigan is going to be looking to apply as much pressure as they can. If they would have gotten that Oni Fury, the buffed up minions would have helped here tremendously. But unfortunately, GSU was just able to secure it.
Looks like GSU is trying to make a play over into the lane. Nope, never mind. It has
like
3
that's-
stacked over here.
Yeah, it looks like that Syl is a little bit pushed out. Yeah, Syl is about to find herself caught up there in that mid lane. 1v3, it looks like 1v4.
I'm not sure. Scylla does get the TP off. I'm not sure it's going to be enough for that Thor ult coming in. Yep,
Yeah.
Scylla does get picked off there.
Yeah, Thor does get taken out.
Agni with another kill, and GSU fighting its way back into this game. All players at pretty much full health here as they're dominating this team fight right now. And this is one of the spots where UMich would have backed off and hit this fire giant in the situation. And GSU is going to keep aggressing. We'll see if it pays off for him at all. Athena definitely going to go down. On her does find the Agni though. Don's going to all onto that Wukong here. He should, the Thor wall to get him. He couldn't get back into Phoenix. A nice wall.
Yeah, it looks like Honor is also going to fall. This is that's huge.
A huge team fight there. Astoria's gonna have to.
Yeah, notice how GSU just flipped the script here. They just had a huge comeback that's gonna put them right back in this game.
Despite being up, despite being down, sorry, despite GSU being down 13-18, they're actually up in the gold count by almost 1,000 gold.
Yeah, that deicide there will do a lot for them. So, you know, definitely they're now much more of a threat here to the University of Michigan, and they're going to have to start looking to play more passively.
University of Michigan using those University of Michigan finding those early game kills and trying to get aggression because they had the lead now, and that whole playstyle is gone. University of Michigan has to find their way to get back as aggressors in this game and maybe get advantage of another objective.
Yeah, they're definitely going to. They're going to have to definitely think about that because, you know, if they take another one of those deicides, it could spell disaster here for the University of Michigan. It looks like people are eyeing Fire Giant here. We might see maybe a Pyromancer move.
And GSU kind of flocking over there as well as UMich. Don's is completely out of this fight. Starts, and they're gonna start another fight. We're just gonna back up and wall. I don't think either team can decide really what they want to do right here. They're gonna hit that Scorpion. UMich is gonna try to be a little bit aggressive. It looks like. The Ymir blink into the stun. but nothing to really follow it up there, Jake. As the global ult comes in, Onher's going to go down pretty easily. Sun Wukong's going to go down. Oh, Sun Wukong ulted, my bad. These team fights are being dominated by GSU right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, GSU's turned up the heat now, so you know, University of Michigan has to find a way to answer, but they just can't seem to pump out the same damage.
Could be another deicide.
Yeah, with Kevin being the only one left, he's going to try to make a stand on Phoenix, but, you know, with all the CC, on.
They're going to get the beads. They're going to get this tier 2 tower. And GSU making a huge turnaround right there against you, Mitch, as you can just see the health bars across for GSU. There is no one really weak in that fight.
Yeah, you had Ymir who was down a little bit, but I mean, you know, with Ymir being the Guardian, you know, it takes a lot of damage anyways, and you'd rather lose your Guardian than you would lose your ADC carry. Yeah, blue team taking out Pyromancer here too. That's going to be big.
Yeah, we see Ymir being so strong with that blink, initiating the fight, blinking in, getting his freeze off, popping his ult. Really being that initiator there for GSU to get that fight going. Thor comes in with the global ult, Don's with his ult. It's a lot of damage that came in for GSU there, and it's hard to fight that for Michigan right now, this late in the game. Scylla being one of their only really strong damaging characters right now.
Yeah, you know, Honor was trying to find something to do there, you know, trying to make use of those basics, but you know, it's just not going in the way that University of Michigan needs it to. They were doing, you know, very well. They were very ahead. And if you just take a look at how everything has shifted, you know, there's almost a 4K gold difference, and now there's a 4,500 XP difference, and that's in favor of GSU.
And Sun Wukong actually leads Umich in player damage, and despite being 2 and 5 and 9 here, Agni actually leads GSU in player damage. So Agni doing what he needs to do as a mage, really zoning players and getting that damage off. Is there going to be another team fight here?
Yeah, man, they have to be careful of that Agni ult. That Agni ult hurts a lot, especially since it's in 4 pieces.
We see the Ymir blink into the freeze again. They're going to find Sun Wukong here. They're going to back off now and try to dive their backline. It's still going to be Dove. She's trying to escape out, but she's getting chased by Thor. And Scylla's now pushed out of the fight. A lot of the damage pushed out now. Thor's probably going to go down there. Athena is one shot trying to get out as well. Sun Wukong floating out, trying to find someone weak. Can't find him. Going to go back to his team. On her, going to find himself now. One shot dead. Kima's ult gets a kill. Agni gets a kill.
Yeah, so far it's tied
Scylla
right now.
finds the kill. Kima's tried to kill, and that's a win for you, Mitch. As they're probably going to find Ymir as well, and that's going to be a deicide probably.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be trying to find him. You know,
Ymir's just
Ymir
going
is
to be playing for time, trying to give his team as much time to get back up as he can, but...
Yeah, but now that the whole team's there, yep, Ymir's going to be going down here.
Yeah, with the support, Kanazats and Scylla being up, they're probably going to try to find this Fire Giant.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be able to take this out, especially with Athena still being up.
And you see the aggression from GSU as most of these fights coming late game have been forced in Umich's jungle, and aggression without the objective. See if it pays off here for Umich as they got the Fire Giant off of that team fight. Someone needs
Yeah,
to
you know, I think they're waiting for everybody to. Yeah, they were waiting for more players to spawn before they could, you know, safely destroy it.
Unfortunately, Sun Wukong did not get the buff, but all of the players on the team get that buff, and that's going to be huge for Umich, and a good call by their IGL right there to make them wait to get that Fire Giant.
Yeah, I was almost scared though with that Thor right there and ult and toe. You know, if he would have ulted right on that Fire Giant, that would have spelled disaster for Umich.
See, pretty much, the gold is pretty much tied right now. As red team's barely up by a couple, like 20 or 30 gold.
Alright, so
It looks like GSU is going to be hopping onto this gold free here. And they're probably going to get it, it looks like. Unless Athena can steal this maybe from them. He's not going to get an ability off, and GSU pretty much gets a free gold for you there as UMich unable to rotate in time.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like people are going to be opting to recall, go back, probably finish out some last items, and get ready, you know, for this last team fight or this last 2 team fights.
Yep. What's not talked about before the game started was the key for GSU was going to be able to come in and get those objectives, help win their game. And that's the second gold for you they got, and they stole the first one. And you can see it paid off on the scoreboard there as they're down 24-19 in kills, but they are winning in gold right now.
Yeah, you know, and it's important to, you know, think about those resources outside of just the kill counter, you know, being able to hit those camps and being able to take gold fear, you know, it keeps them alive and it keeps them in this game.
We're going to see a
Looks
lot
like
of GSU players on one side of the map here. Don's is backing, but Thor is definitely by himself. He's probably calming all the players that are hitting it. And we're getting split pushes right now as you see Ravana, Ymir, and nope, they're all choosing the back. So they're all going to back and play defense. That tier 2 tower is definitely going down for UMich.
Yeah, they're trying to put as much pressure on GSU right now as they can. They definitely need it after these team fights that they've been having.
Looks like another team fight might go down here as this fight over mid tower ensues.
Yeah, that TT tower will go down, so 2 Phoenixes are open for the University of Michigan to take out here.
Yep. And you see University of Michigan is really matching GSU's aggression here because I feel like GSU has been the one kind of aggressing all the team fights, and UMich is really playing for the objectives more, trying to get control of the map, and GSU is trying to force team fights, and UMich is responding well to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and now that, you know, it's down to Phoenixes, so GSU has to be careful on which approach that these guys decide they want to take.
And you see again, UMich here aggressively on to GSU side of the map. They take their tier 2 towers and they back off.
Yeah, University of Michigan is definitely, they know when that they've overstayed their welcome and when it's time to, you know, back out. So they're not getting caught just kind of out and about by themselves. They're able to stay together as a team.
Let's see some late game farming here from both teams as pretty much everybody's level 20 now. We're trying to finish their builds off. Still needs one more item. Looks like everybody on GSU is pretty much full build. Just trying to get their starter items up.
Yeah, it looks like just a little bit of farming stuff going on. Surprised they haven't taken out Greater Scorpion, but, you know, probably at this point they don't really feel the need for it. Red team taking out Pyromancer.
They could possibly wait on this Fire Giant to come back up.
Yeah, you know, I think since they've played so patiently this whole game, they know that they can't afford to make any mistakes, and whichever team gets Fire Giant could very well be the team that closes out the victory here for game 1.
Yep, you see both teams kind of converging into this lane here as Ymir and Agni try to get back into this. And it's looking like we're probably going to have another team fight here. Poke from Sun Wukong, the freeze from Ymir. I'm poking back and forth to see who wants to initiate this first. Past couple fights, it's been the Ymir Blink that has initiated a lot of it. We'll see if that plays out here as well. It looks like Honor is going to try to solo the Fire Giant as they force a team fight. Sun Wukong gets absolutely deleted by GSU here, and that is not good for UMich.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, Fire Giant still throwing hits. Athena going for the global all here, trying to get to
Honor's
her
going
team.
to go down to the Kamazot's ult. The Kamazot's is going to go down immediately after he gets out of there. Tries to get out with his dash. He does heal off the minions, though. He could potentially stay alive as he tries to run from the Ymir. And he is going to run from the Ymir and keep his life. He's back. Is he going to back?
Yeah, Athena coming in to help the Syl out here, trying to secure the Thor. Knowing that she's not going to be able to do much, decides to back out though.
They're
And
gonna convert a
GSU
fire giant.
Yeah, I think GSU is going to close out Fire Giant, but it's hard to tell. It's still early here.
Agni pops his beads there to get away from that Scylla 1, and Camazot's running towards GSU side right now. He is pulling them off of the Fire Giant, but this kill could result in GSU hopping the Fire Giant.
Yeah, you know, Camo with that lifesteal, his ability to keep himself fed, you know, is almost unparalleled here. He's just trying to stay alive as much as he can.
He's doing a great job at that. It's just staying alive and keeping GSU running around.
Yeah, and you know, you will see him, you know, taking out these XP's camps as he's going along, and he's almost full health again.
Absolutely brilliant play from Camazot's there to stay alive. He went from 1 HP all the way back to full, was able to stay and keep farming, keep putting pressure on GSU. And a pretty even team fight there for both teams, but it started out bad for you, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and Kama just has that ability to get out of there if he needs to, hit some camps, and then come back. He does not have to go back at all.
Yep. He's going to use his ult there to escape that one. See him looking around, trying to find a mini camp he can hit right now. They're going to hit this Fire Giant. They're going to try to get this. Obviously, GSU is going to try to deny this, but we'll see what they try to do here.
Yeah, if they can secure this Fire Giant, you know, that's really what they need right now.
Yep. And they're going to hop off it to take this team fight. Sun Wukong's definitely going to go down there. And again, you see in these team fights, it always starts off with GSU. Like, look at their health bars. They're all up in the green right now.
Yeah, definitely. Camazot's going down. Oh, I can't speak either today. Camazot's going down. Wukong.
Scylla's using her ult as an escape right here. But you see everybody's going to back off. Honor's definitely dead here. I don't think he has his leap up.
Yeah, I don't think Honor's going to be getting out.
Yeah, Honor's definitely not getting out there. And you see a 0-2 in favor of GSU right there. They're probably going to aggress mid tower off that.
Yeah, it'll definitely be mid tower down. They might take the other towers, or they might just take the push into Phoenix, which is looking like what the option's going to be. They're looking to end the game here.
Probably a good play. They have 15 seconds for that Sun Wukong comes up, but they have all 5 players still up for GSU. As they're going to back off, probably going to go maybe towards Fire Giant here. Let's see how they decide to play this.
Yeah, it looks like they just opted to take out the T2 Phoenix, or the Phoenix. But yeah, probably going back to Fire Giant here. And it's getting harder and harder to talk as this goes, huh?
Yeah, you see Ymir had the back because he was so low on HP, but... And the decision here from GSU to back off this Fire Giant is probably the right play as people are rotating in for you, Mitch. They're just going to wait on this Ymir. Thor's backing for some mana. Thor does his ult up though. Everyone has their ults up again.
Yeah, I think this might be the final push that we're going to see here. This is going to be the last battle over Fire Giant to see who's going to secure this game to win game 1.
Yep. That's what you see the last 2 times. Umich just initiated the Fire Giant. Got about half health, but had to back off because GSU aggressed onto them so hard. And Sun Wukong's going to find himself out, and he might die from this. He's going to have to pop his ult to stay alive. I'm not sure
he's
he
going
gets
to
out
have
of
to
this.
jump back towards his team.
Yep, here comes the Thor ult. Thor's probably going to land here in the middle of the fight. Yep, and there comes in on the Athena, though. So Wukong got a little bit of health back, trying to get back into this. Downs with the kill on Athena. Some results happen to off to get out. On her going to go down. Don's going to get a kill there. Don's going to get another kill. Thor going to get the kill. Scylla definitely going down here. The TP is not going to be enough. He does take the Ravana down with him, but I'm not sure it's going to matter as they still have Don's Ymir up. This is probably it for you, Mitch, there.
Yeah, this would definitely be game. The only person they're missing is Ravana. They still have the Agni, Thor, and the Donza, so yeah, I think we're looking at game here for sure.
Hope the Ymir can tank this. Don's going to melt this Titan right now, so... Exciting game 1 here, 29-26. I believe that's the highest kill count today, so we had an exciting game. GSU played really aggressive here, and it paid off for them in the long run.
Yeah. And now, so we're going to be looking at game 1 here going to GSU. There's still the game 2. So University of Michigan could still make a comeback here. We'll just have to see what they decide to do.
Yep, that was a good, exciting game 1 there. As Michigan actually led most of the game in kills, but you seen coming late in the game, it was GSU who was able to pull out the team fights and pull out the really big wins to collapse on the Titan at the end there to get that win. So, what are your thoughts after game 1 there, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like it was going to be, a really good performance from University of Michigan, and it was in that beginning, but, as time went on, GSU just flipped the tables. They were coming out, winning team fights, just slaying out, and, just winning those team fights is what really put them back on the map. The 2 Gold Furies definitely helped with their gold, the gold loss that they had, but, I think GSU just showed why they're some of the top competitors we have here.
And I think early in the game, Jake, if GSU doesn't get that gold for you still, that's a big change in the pace of the game of how UMich would have furthered their lead and been an advantage. And I think it really turned the game around whenever they're able to steal that gold fury from them.
Yeah, it definitely helped. And it's one of those things where GSU just seems to be able to, flip a switch. They can go from being down to dominating. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what goes into these next picks and bans and how University of Michigan is going to answer back to that game 1.
It was really the aggression for GSU as they were able to come out. Like I said, most of those team fights going down in inside of UMich's jungle because GSU was aggressing out past the Fire Giant, really initiating those fights, getting things done. And it was just that aggression for GSU was able to get them to win those late game team fights and push back and end up eventually getting their Titan. Because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and get into pick and bans here for game 2, and we'll see if UMich can make some corrections and further capitalize on the lead they had in that game and get some wins here. We are back here. We're going to get into game 2, picks and bans here pretty shortly. And yeah, I think that game 1 is pretty exciting. So hopefully we can match that same energy going into game 2. And Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, it was a really good game, and it's so hard to tell, just based off of, how GSU plays, what they're thinking, what they're wanting to do. I think that the University of Michigan is just going to have to watch out for the late game team fights. That's just going to have to be what they're going to be thinking about when doing these picks.
I agree with you, Jake. Let's hop into picks and bans here. We see a Morgan ban instantly and a Knox ban instantly. Pretty much same bans as last time. So what do you think, going to picks and bans, what do you think the goal for University of Michigan should be here to improve on how they played last game?
Well, I think the University of Michigan, again, we just saw that when it came to those team fights at the end of the game, they just weren't. It just almost seemed like they weren't able to put in the same kind of damage output that GSU was able to do. So, maybe the University of Michigan decides, let's find gods that maybe are more late game, because GSU doesn't come alive until the later part of the games anyways. or
I
so
think
it seems.
I'd agree with you, Jake. And I think if Bologna doesn't get banned here, I think uh, University of Michigan has to pick that Bologna up over that Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong played well that game, and he was taking a lot of damage and dishing it out. But I think a Bologna pick here might be good for University of Michigan.
Yeah, University of Michigan, they just have to have an answer for late game GSU because GSU just attacks and they really enforce, they they exert their pressure into these late games. So I think that University of Michigan just has to find a way to answer that late game pressure.
And University of Michigan, kind of thought Don's band. Don's Burrow obviously played really well last game for GSU, and so University of Michigan's like, yeah, we're not doing it again. You're not playing Don's. Scylla going to be picked again here as she isn't banned, and Scylla started out the game really strong, getting that early kill on Agni. She get picked off later, but she started off really strong, and then she started to die down late game, which is usually the opposite of what Scylla happens, but she did find herself usually towards the last 5 during those team fights at the end there, and so I think Scylla going into late game, see how University of Michigan changes their team comp to get that late game damage going a little bit better.
Yeah, and there we see the Drums of Death Raijin comes out for GSU.
Yeah, Rajan pick going to be big here for GSU. I think he got banned last round, I believe. And they do see the Ravana. I wonder if that would be Ravana jungle or solo. Probably Ravana jungle. But we'll see what they decide to do here.
Yeah, I would say based off of what we saw, probably Ravana jungle again. Yeah, we'll just have to see. We're going to have a Cupid coming in for University of Michigan here.
Looks like University of Michigan is going to change how they approach this game as GSU takes a Sun Wukong. In the past couple games they played, I've seen them pick more of the like the Kamazots, Ratatasker, those kind of guys to be able to maneuver the map a lot more quickly. And with that Ravana pick, he does have his ult, but other than that, his mobility as far as abilities go is not that high.
Yeah, and take a notice here, they haven't banned Rat yet, so we might see Ratatasker make a come out here. Ratatasker, you can build him as a tank, and he can do pretty well as a more tankier character.
Definitely, we'll see how they want to play this. Interesting. University of Michigan does ban on her, so we'll see what Georgia State decides to play here.
Yeah, and the ban for Rat coming from the University of Michigan themselves.
Yep, interesting play. I like I said, I think they're approaching the second game a little bit differently than they have the past 3 games they've played, as they do pick up that Ravana probably in the jungle, so probably going to be a different change of speed here. Probably not going to opt to choose the Rat. I'm curious to see. Probably not going to get Athena Guardian again. I think they're going to opt to go something a little better, maybe like a Kepri or maybe a Cousin Bow.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna have to see, exactly what they decide to pick up and how they decide to approach the second game. It's hard to say what they want to do here, because the University of Michigan, like we've been saying, they have to answer GSU late game. They have to be able to do it.
My bad. Cannot see there. Did not look at the full bans. Kepri is banned, so obviously Michigan will not be picking up a Kepri.
It's all right. We all make mistakes. I would be the one to know, but we're going to keep looking at what's going on around here. So Rama picked up.
Michigan going to be stepping into their last 2 picks here. And they do need probably a solo lane and a Guardian. We'll see if they decide to go with here. Could go Fafnir here maybe.
Yeah, they could go Fafnir here. Rama is definitely a pretty strong choice here. It looks like, GSU wants to keep pressure going, and we will see that Bologna, so you were right there.
Like I said, the Bologna, I think it's going to be a big improvement there for Michigan if they decide to lock that in.
Yeah, and we'll see who else they decide. They decide to pick up a Ganesh, which is honestly, it's a strong option. That silence ability would just really be able to shut people
They
out.
are going to opt for the Chalk over the Bologna.
Oh. Chalk still able to do just kind of the same job as Baloney. You know, Chalk has that built-in blink where he can throw his axe and teleport to it. So,
Yep.
it's definitely still an interesting play here. We'll see. We'll see who we pick up last, and it will be a Hunbats.
So we're gonna get a Humbat Shango here from GSU, and I think both teams have pretty strong team comps right now. Rama has that ultimate ability where he can get up into the sky, he can deal some damage, he can get out of the fight if he needs to. So that's gonna play huge here for GSU going into this game.
Yeah, for sure. So, gonna be getting loaded in here. But yeah, that man, that Scylla Cupid combo is probably going to put a lot of pressure here on GSU. GSU gonna have to find some kind of way to answer that, and I think they're gonna do it with a Rama. You know, the Rama ult is it's a very strong ult, especially to counter some of what University of Michigan's bringing out.
Yep. Again, though, the only thing I'm worried about here for University of Michigan is their amount of damage output going into the late game. As it looks like their plan is that if they pop that chalk ult and they get the Cupid ult down, they have a lot of AOE to work with there going into team fights. Still can pop her ult as well, but as far as damage goes, I'm curious to see how University of Michigan stacks up here.
Yeah, we know. As we saw, the Sun Wukong, you know, is able to tank a little bit, but I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing, you know, as much damage from GSU with that Sun Wukong. Ymir, you know, Ymir does put in damage, but you know, as far as output goes, there are other gods that could definitely hit a little harder than Ymir. But you know, that Raijin being a very strong mage, and you know, we've talked about him before. You know, he hurts. So, you know, we'll see what GSU brings. Hunbat's obviously a very good damage output along with that Rama. But if that Ganesh is able to silence these guys and just keep them from doing that damage as long as possible, you know, University of Michigan might have an answer to it.
For sure, Jake, and hopefully we see the same game kind of like last time. We're getting a lot of fights going back and forth. Really seeing that aggression from GSU. We'll just see how University of Michigan really adapts with this picks and bans and the gods they pick to see how they want to play this now against GSU going into game 2.
Yeah, for sure. So just kind of waiting to load in. But yeah, I'm definitely expecting you know, that similar aggressive play style here. We're gonna see if GSU with all this, you know, they are bringing some good damage, but with that Ganesh, we'll have to see if, you know, these guys decide to rush down the Ganesh and take him out so he's not there to be a nuisance, or what they're gonna decide to plan.
Yep, and hopefully, I think a focus for University of Michigan when they get into this late game is they need to focus on keeping Syl in that back line and keeping that back line. I think Onher went 2-8 or 2-7 last game, so he was really finding himself like in the middle of the fight where he does not want to be as the hunter, and so hopefully they can adapt and get some stuff changed to be able to make a better push in the late game going forward. And going into the losers bracket, Wildcat Gaming does defeat Full Sail 2-0, so they're going to advance the loser bracket. Full Sail is going to be knocked out of the tournament, so GG's to those guys. Thank you guys for playing, obviously, and thanks for coming out. So we're loading this game here. Everybody's getting loaded in. Yeah. Think you got any thoughts or comments going forward?
I'm going to say also to note here, SSU is currently 1-0 over that ASU team, so let's see some work, Shawnee boys.
Yep, SSU, if they're able to win that against ASU, we will have a SSU Wildcat Gaming rematch in the losers bracket.
All right, yeah. So getting in, obviously, as we said before, it's just going to be the normal start here. Everyone just getting into lanes. But what are your expectations for the second game compared to the first one?
I expect both teams to make adjustments in the spot that they were kind of lacking in the first game. I thought their Agni played really well going into late game, but early game I thought their Agni was struggling against that Scylla, which is kind of weird because Scylla's more of a late game mage. So I think early game this Raijin is going to put a lot of pressure on Scylla, going to try to get Scylla to fall into mistakes, and GSU is going to try to force the mistakes that University of Michigan forced on GSU in the first half of the last game.
Yeah, for sure. So with minions spawning in, people are just waiting on their camps to pop up before they rotate in the lane here. But yeah, I definitely agree. You know, I think that I think this Raijin is going to be a lot harder of a matchup than Agni was for Scylla.
Yep, I think University of Michigan's goal right here, honestly, is to imitate the first game.
Yeah, I think they'll probably try to go for a similar game plan, but you know, hopefully they're thinking about, you know, what they're going to be doing late game to try to win out these fights.
You see already in the mid lane, Scylla hits her 2, and that poke on Raijin is already at half health. If Scylla can hit 2 and get her stun right there, she can stun out that Raijin and hit her 2. She does miss her 1 though, but does still hit the 2 on the Raijin as she poked him out of the lane. That's a huge early game for Scylla.
Yeah, and you see Amir and Rama really putting pressure onto the Cupid and the Ganesh over in duo.
Ymir does find himself kind of weak over here.
Ymir blinking up with the
Ymir
freeze.
blink into the 2. How many times did we see that last game where Ymir blink into 2 initiate fights? That was a really good starter for his team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and and obviously they're going to communicate that, so they're going to be able to make the play off of it. You know, Ymir gets good damage from it, and gets his teammates a chance to come in uninterrupted without taking damage.
Over in the solo lane, mid lane actually here, we have a fight picking up. Raijin's going to TP into this fight though. If Scylla can get her 1 up and get the stun off on Raijin, they might get a kill here. Raijin hits the stun. Scylla does find that kill on Raijin. That is huge for the mid laner here.
Yeah, that too, man. That Scylla 2 is too dangerous to be messing around with.
Wukong rotating in here as Chalk looks like he is he got some extra farm here in the solo lane. Sun Wukong thought he was gonna rotate in to gank the mid lane, but Scylla gonna stay in lane there and able to get some back pressure, and Sun Wukong has to go back and did miss farm, and now he's kinda down on that Chalk.
Yeah, and and it's one of those calls that you have to make as a team as with your solos is, do you bring them in to help with the gank or to help survive an attack, or do you let them, stay out and just get that farm so when their enemy solo comes back, Chalk can be, better suited against him.
This mid lane poke right here from Scylla is just huge as her 2 is hitting Raijin so hard.
Yeah, the Raijin has to be able to, compete with the Scylla, and right now, Raijin's just kind of getting bullied in mid lane here by the Scylla.
Really is. That's his second back, so he's been back to the fountain twice already. I'm not sure if Scylla's back yet or not. Let's look at the builder quick. So Scylla has not back yet at all. And that's Raijin's second back. So Scylla could hit level 5 pretty soon here as Raijin approaches level 4.
Yeah, Chalk going down though.
We do find that Chalk over in the solo lane, but Ravana going to be over there trying to pick up 2. Can he win this 2v1 though? Again, Hubots and Sun Wukong. And he cannot, as they are both absolute one-shot, and he's probably devastated over that one as he had a chance to win that 2v1.
Yeah, I think, one hit from his one, and I think he would have sealed it, but unfortunately, I just don't think he could have gotten it out in time.
Unfortunate here. Scylla is already level 5, so that's huge for her team. Sun Wukong does hit 6, so we see Sun Wukong's kind of getting that early game pressure, although he did rotate early and gave Chalk that extra farm. Chalk is now level 4 as Sun Wukong hits 6, so keep an eye on that and see how that plays out. I think Scylla's going to finish off this mid lane here. And the Raijin ult comes in on the Scylla, but Scylla dodged almost all of Raijin's ult, and Scylla's gonna hit the 2. And if Scylla could have got her stun off there, might have got that kill on the Raijin, but Raijin's not gonna escape as Ravana tracks him down. And Hubots. We see those kills go down the duo lane as Hubots ganks, and I I don't know if they didn't have wards down, if they got caught out, but that's both dual lanes down for University of Michigan.
Yeah, and that's going to cost him big time. That was a 1-for-3 trade there, so
Ends up being a 2-for-3 trade as Chalk actually able to get that Sun Wukong in the solo lane. He soloed him out, still has good health, so a good win there by Chalk there.
yeah, it definitely helps mitigate the damage from GSU getting these kills so early.
And again, you see GSU's playstyle picking these aggressive mages as they pick a Raijin who usually uses most of his abilities to TP on the characters and put out that huge damage output with his ult, his other abilities. So we'll see if GSU keeps that pressure going.
Yeah, mid lane being cleared out pretty quick there by the Syl and the Ganesh. Looks like there is a gank going on though on the Chalk in that solo lane there. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it out of this.
Yep, Chalk gonna be getting ganked there. I'm not sure he makes it out. He's gonna make it out, and they're probably gonna clean the. Ravana comes, and they're gonna clean this up there pretty easily. As Ymir now made a presence, but he's gonna quickly back up as he realizes that he cannot fight that. And Michigan ties it at 2-2, and they're gonna take the gold league.
Yeah, and that is something that University of Michigan needs. They have to be able to, pick these out and being able to punish the dives on towers for these solo kills.
You see GSU again getting over aggressive in the early game, leads to them losing some early game fights, and this is what happened back in game 1. Although it was not tied on kills, Michigan was finding kills in their own jungle because GSU was getting over aggressive.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see how, once it hits into late game, once we hit that, 10-15 minute mark, how the tides start to turn and if University of Michigan can, keep it up.
We're going to see Raijin backing again here. Syl's going to get more farm. I think over time, Syl's going to eventually out-farm Raijin here once the team fight goes down, which it does. Syl does hit her all. Ymir is going to go down. And slowly we're seeing an early game being replicated here by Michigan as they're just finding pretty much free, easy kills here.
Yeah, they're able to single these guys out.
Again, they're going to rotate under the Sun Wukong again.
Yeah, and Wukong is stuck in that Ganesh ult right now. It looks like he doesn't have his transformations.
He has nowhere to dive off of. You see him spread out waiting for the leap, and he does leap over here. And he's going to fly out of there, but I'm not sure he can mix it out. The team fight probably is going to be forced here.
It looks like he will make it out. It looks like they, decided to let go of the Sun Wukong and just take their mana instead.
And I talked about it last game. The decision making from University of Michigan is not aggressive at all. They don't want to aggress in spots of the map they don't want to be in, and I think it's a good play call by them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Ganesh here is leaking a little bit here. Raijin trying to do something, but doesn't quite get there. Ravana looking to get revenge on the Hunbats. Ymir freezes him though.
Yep, and you see GSU again getting over aggressive. Thought they had the ability to attack there, and they're going to go 2 down again. This is what happened last game. GSU got over aggressive in spots on the map where Michigan was really trying to give it up. Michigan was not trying to fight that there, and GSU got over aggressive and they got punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see Greater Scorpion go down here on Gold Fury, so we're going to see that University of Michigan wants to start setting up for that.
Yep. You're going to see Michigan is again dominating in this early game. Not dominating, but they're pretty much controlling the map right now in this early game, I would say. And that's something they wanted to do, but will they be able to improve their late game from the last game?
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be something that we find out here, but right now University of Michigan with that with about a 3k gold lead right now, we'll have to see if they can keep it.
Still hits that level 10 there. She's getting that damage buff. I believe she gets that at 9 though. But you do see Raijin kind of trying to play it safe here. He's 1-3 right now against Asilla, who's 1-1. The Ravana is 6-1 right now. Scylla has 6 assists, so she's been dealing out pretty heavy damage, and Nirvana's cleaning it up, and that's exactly how you want your mid lane and jungle to play.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like Wukong might get caught here. Chalk trying to come up and assist, but opting to back out instead.
Let's see if we see GSU over aggressor again as. Well, not over aggressor. They found Ganesha out by herself here, so that's not over aggression. That's a good call by GSU here to pick out this Ganesh, and that's a free kill. That's a good kill by GSU there. Take the aggression, and they're just gonna drop back and play it safe after that kill.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Chalk's still over here and solo and kind of battling out with the Wukong. You know, it's at this point, I don't know if the Wukong can compete with Chalk right now, even though they're the same level. Chalk is just keeping himself, you know, well healthy above the Wukong here.
And pings are gonna come through there for University of Michigan to let that keeper know that Ymir's trying to gank, and he does back up, and so that's a good call there from Michigan.
Yeah, Rama kind of playing it safe. He is going to opt to take Void Camp here.
See some slow invasion into the other team's jungle here by Scylla and Ganesha. And University of Michigan might be looking to clear out some map control on the side to get the Oni Fury. Or the Gold Fury. The Gold Fury, my bad.
Yeah, and we see Totem go down. Some Wukong knocking out Totem.
And here it is again, the Ymir blink onto the Cupid pops his ult, Rama's gonna go up into the sky. And that's how big the Rama ult is there. Cupid pops his ult, good Rama countered it with his, and Cupid's gonna go down pretty easily there from Hoombots.
Yeah, Ganesh trying to was trying to find something there, but you know, they're gonna get away. Ravana, Scylla rotate over, so maybe they're gonna look for a trade here.
This is where you see teams adapting to how the game is being played. As GSU last game and the early game, they would have aggressed onto more kills there, but this time they choose to back off and they choose to play it safe. And we'll see that should pay off for them later in the game. They're going to try to get this Rama, who's trying to back it, and Rama does get the back off, so they're not going to get that kill. Let me see a less than 1k gold league here from University of Michigan.
Yeah, you know, again, GSU, they're just really good at closing any kind of deficit that they have and turning it around. So, gonna have to see if, you know, University of Michigan can re-widen that gap and continue getting the advantage, or if they're just going to, you know, they're just going to let GSU catch up.
Minutes in here, the greatest scorpion for the fire giant is still up. See Chalk and Sun Wukong over there fighting for that totem.
Yeah, a lot of converging over on that left side there for the for GSU. So we'll see. Yeah, if maybe they're trying to set something up. It does look like Gold Fury is up right now.
You see a lot of teams, a lot of the players right now just kind of waiting for an opportunity to do something.
Oh, but it looks like there will be an opportunity. There is a gank going on over in that dual lane. The entirety of GSU is trying to get over there right now.
And again, that Rama I talked about before the game, they use it to get out of the fight there. He still goes down, but he's able to buy some time for his team as they do find Nirvana as well. And GSU probably going to try to grab this gold fury here. Scylla's chilling in the middle. And they're not going for the gold fury. Scylla's hitting it. I think she's just trying to bait people over to rotate. And GSU again, they're finding those kills and backing off.
Yeah, and now with it being tied 9-9, gold is pretty much even, so there isn't really a real disadvantage here. even in terms of experience, it's actually more favored now towards the side of GSU.
This is kind of what we've seen last game, Jake, as University of Michigan came out strong in the early game, and then towards the late game, they started losing some of their team fights and wasn't getting the trades they needed to get in order to keep that lead increasing. The back here from Ganesh is going to leave the gold period pretty open right now, unless Cupid recognizes it early enough to rotate over. If Cupid does calm the gold period, and they're going to drop it. Again, another passive play here. The passive play by GSU to drop the gold fury. Now they're going to aggress onto this team fight that they want to take now.
Yeah, and Chalk not entirely in it yet, so they don't want to commit into the team fight just yet, not until that Chalk can get there. And then once he gets there, I think they're going to try to push this through.
And Michigan now going to hop this gold fury, and looks like GSU is going to try to get this trade here. Michigan does end up getting the gold period.
Yeah, we will see that Raijin ult. Cupid ult is down.
Definitely going to go down. Raijin gets that kill. Scylla gets the trade on Ymir. Rama's going to get the kill on Ravana. And now does GSU advance here? Do they back off and take what they have? Right, they're going to take an advantage here. They're going to hop on Scylla. Scylla does not have her TP. She's probably going to get found here, and she does indeed. Chalk is probably going to go down as well. Chalk getting that hit off is going to matter. And I believe that's going to be 5 down for University of Michigan unless Cupid just back.
That was 5 down. I think, yeah, Cupid just respawned. So Cupid and Ganesh are back now, and then waiting for everybody else to come back.
So we're going to see GSU coming out super aggressive there again. Better decision making though to aggress, take the kills. Now they're back in the objectives, they're back on their lanes, farming up again. And now they're going to get this advantage over University of Michigan right now. Well, the gold count's pretty close for GSU right now. The experience advantage is pretty favored in GSU as they have 2 16s and a 17, and GSU just has 1 level 16. Not GSU, I'm sorry. Michigan has 1 level 16.
Yeah, it's interesting to note now too that Pyromancer and Fire Giant are both up, so we'll see. The next fight should be over these 2 objectives here. So it looks like we are going to see people start to converge around those points. Hunbats going for the Scylla. Scylla weak. Scylla having to back out.
Ganesh coming in to help. She's going to be super tanky there, as I don't think GSU is going to come away with the kill, but they are going to get some map control. Ravana hitting a drive, and Ravana wins that 1v1 on Raijin pretty easily. Good job by Ravana there to read the backline and make that dive and get that kill.
Yeah, and with full health too, and just about a quarter of mana missing, you know, that's exactly the kind of trade you want to take for that Raijin.
You see the annoying Ymir wall there to keep Ganesha from rotating over. Still and Ravana are going to try to hit this Pyro, but no, they're out of the fight. They're going to come back. Looks like GSU trying to make an aggression here in the mid lane. He's going to find himself kind of weak here. And GSU again opting to back off. This is something we did not see in the first game from GSU, as they were full throttle in the game trying to win these team fights. But now they opt to back off, or play a little bit slower. It's a good adjustment from them.
Yeah, definitely. And you notice that they're all still just kind of gathered around that Pyromancer and that Fire Giant. You know, both teams are really wanting to secure this because this could, you know, this will kind of set up who is going to be, you know, the deciding victor here.
See Rama over there. He's kind of backdooring their tier 2 tower, and Cooper's trying to rotate over, but he's not going to make it in time to do anything. As Rama gets the tier 1 tower, tier 1 tower pretty free.
Yeah, and it looks like GSU about to be taking out Pyromancer here. Uncontested, it looks like.
GSU actually gets the tier 1 tower and the Pyromancer right there. Bana trying to find Rama out by himself. Rama does not have his ult up to escape.
Yeah, Ganesh looking like he's going to be eating some damage here. You know, going to be trying their best to get out, but I don't think it's not going to be enough, unfortunately.
Scylla does clean up that Ymir there, but Bots does die to Scylla. Cupid's probably not going to get out of this one. His dash is down. He's going to ult, try to get Bots off. Bots uses his beads there. He's going to find that kill. This could be 4 down. It is 4 down.
Yeah, 4
that's
down.
not
Only
good
one
for
left is Chalk.
University of Michigan. That's a free Oni Fury. And Chalk had to back, so.
Yeah, it's definitely not what you want to see, you know. That's pretty free, and then they could even rotate to Fire Giant, which they might, and they could take out Fire Giant.
Yep, finding the late kills on Cupid and Scylla right there. They're not going to have a lot to contest Fire Giant, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, with Scylla back up now, I think they're just going to wait for their opportunity, try to get the next team fight, and if they can slay them out again, then I think GSU is going to secure Fire Giant to try to clean this out.
This is exactly where GSU wants to be. When they're playing ahead and they have the level advantage, they can get really aggressive here, and that's how they want. That's how they've been playing. That's how they want to play. They're going to find Ganesha and Chalk kind of here by himself. Ganesha caught by herself again. And that kill is probably going to be pretty free right now. That's another time Ganesha is found completely by herself.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ganesh because that is going to leave a hole in the defense of University of Michigan. They don't have that silence to make use of. So we're probably going to see a Fire Giant here.
This is something GSU did last game, but now that they're up, it could be a good play and a Rama snipe. Rama ult, snipe the Scylla out of her ult. That's going to be a huge play, and they definitely get this Fire Giant right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're looking at the end of this series here. You know, I think they're going to secure this, probably rush these guys down, and they might even end it.
Rama finds the kill on Nirvana as well, and Jake, it's just not looking good here for Michigan as they're kind of replicating how their mid to late game went last time as they were losing some of these team fights and getting picked off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they can just tank these shots, so they don't really have to be too worried about, you know, tower damage.
So that's going to be tower down, and Ganesha realizes that they're going for the Phoenix, so she's going to back. But, again, with the level advantage right now for GSU, I think they want to take this team fight here in the Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's going to be working out. It looks like there was a belt pop, but I don't think belt is going to save them too much here.
Rama's going to focus that Phoenix. They're going to get that Phoenix down. And if a couple players go down for Michigan here, it could be the end of the game. They're going to pull Titan 2 down for... GSU has no one down at the moment.
Yeah, that's 3 down.
Yep.
4 for that, yep.
And that's going to be a game for GSU as they're just too dominant coming into this game too. Their pressures, they would have won in that game again.
Yeah, and that is going to be the end of that. So GSU is going to be moving on to our finals, and University of Michigan looks like is going to be dropped down into losers finals. So we will have to see what comes out of whoever wins the ASU SSU game. They will be facing the Wildcats, and then from there, we'll see who will be facing the University of Michigan.
And that was just a good adaptation there for GSU, as it was pretty clear that the first game GSU got over aggressive in the early game and allowed them to give Michigan that lead they had to fight back from. But this time around, GSU is pretty easily they're backing off. They're making the right plays, and that game was honestly not even close going into the mid to late game, as they pretty much won every single team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just GSU was able to do it. They were able to, even that early game sustain that we've known them for didn't work out as well as it had before. They were able to just switch gears, and instead of playing that passiveness, they opted for, just those aggressive pushes. They were able to win out those team fights. They got the XP lead, they got the gold lead, and they just pressured University of Michigan from there into breaking.
Yeah, Jake, I'd agree with you. I think it's what made this game not as close as the last one, is that GSU was able to make those changes for the early game so they could get that advantage going into late game, that they were already dominating Michigan in the late game. They just needed to fix the early game. They were able to do that, and then they were able to win the second game pretty easily. And Michigan was unable to make those adjustments to prepare for the late game.
Yeah, for sure. Well, say we're going to call a break here, but when we come back, we're going to be getting into the finals and stuff. So almost there. We're going to be seeing who's going to be winning these sweet, sweet keyboard and mice coming up.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
All right. So with me here, we got basically again returning for another interview. I'll
Hello,
let you
hello.
guys go ahead and say something about yourselves. Introduce yourselves here.
I'll go ahead and captain support for GSU. You've heard me before. The muscles, the big man, two-time world champion. I could give you guys my resume if you really wanted, but you know enough about me.
I'm Braden. I'm the coach for the Georgia State varsity SMITE team. Played the game for a little while, but I mean, all these guys are better than me, so I just sit back on the sidelines and let them do their job.
Well, it's great to have you guys again. Well, so let's just jump right in and talk about what was going on. So game one. So at the start there, game one, there was a little bit of pressure from University of Michigan on you guys.
Yeah, the biggest thing is our jungle mid synergy is a bit new. You may have heard it last interview, I guess. But Bob Ming Chang, he's a kind of relatively new pickup. We subbed out our old jungler, put our mid laner into jungle, and then put him in mid. So it's been a bit of a transitioning process between getting those two on the same page. So having them kind of just communicate is a bit rough. They were really just pressuring the mid rotation into the backs, which is just very tough to do without really good communication. But as the game went into late, we were able to stimmy that and keep everything going as usual.
Something I was going to point out is either of you guys can comment on this, but the first game, it seemed like early game you guys were getting kind of picked off, kind of being over aggressive. A lot of the kills coming through from Michigan were in Michigan's own jungle side, and then you seen a transition into the second game where you guys would get kills, but you guys went over aggressive to Michigan's jungle. You guys would take the kills and get out and refarm. And so I just want to see what you guys thought about that, and if that was something you guys talked about in between games or during the second game, or what was going through your guys' heads.
Yeah. As a player, I can comment, and Braden here can probably comment from a third person perspective. But as a player, a lot of the time, it's very hard to switch the tempo of a game midway through, right? So we knew we were getting picked. We were playing dirty, and we were getting down in the dirt. We were making some real sloppy joes out on the battlefield. But that's kind of just what you have to do. There was one just big transition in our gameplay, and I think that was when we caught a Ganesha out in game 2. That was when it all like fully clicked. We caught the Ganesha out. We put him in a box with a Ymir wall, the Hun Bat Salt, and we just yelled at each other, "Yeah, just fuck this guy up." Excuse me. We said mess this guy up a little bit, but and once we were all on the same page, it's drop everything, get the kill, and just use everything to get out. And that was a big transition. That was in game 2. In game 1, we were playing very sloppy. It was very we were mad at them for aggressing on us, so we wanted to aggress on them. So it was kind of just hopefully we win. Fingers crossed we win game 2. We wanted it more calculated. We wanted more 100%. That's how we played it.
Right, like Billy said, they're pretty aware of the mistakes they're making during the game. They're commenting on it pretty much the entire time. But like you said, tempo shifts are hard to make mid-game, but it's a good thing to be able to talk about in between games to try and focus up and work on a specific thing for the next game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you guys were able to very effectively make that switch because, University of Michigan was, I mean, they were playing, very well at the start, just finding you guys out, picking out. But as you said, you guys recovered in the second half of it, and you guys were just able to, make that comeback and secure it. And then game 2 was, just a different animal. You guys picked out the Ganesha a lot, like you had said, and it was a lot slower paced. You guys were more calculated in what you're picking out. So definitely saw the tempo switch. So props to you guys on that change.
Going into these games against University of Michigan, you guys insta-banned Knox the first and second game. So going into picks and bans, what were your guys' thoughts on that?
We played them yesterday, and I forget if it was game 1 or game 2 we played against them. It was a 2-game win just like we had today. But They pulled out the Nox in game 2, and oh my goodness, is that an annoying pick? I swear to goodness, that guy that guy should play Arena more often because he will climb the elo range because of how well he can use those silences. I know for a fact I was playing the Guan Yu, and I said I'm playing Guan Yu so I can horse this guy every 50 seconds it's up. That was not the case. I got so many silences during Italo Assault, and I saw him play it in the games earlier, so I said, you know what, we're gonna force this guy on something else. Literally any other, we will give him Scylla 2 games in a row because we fear the Nox more than the Scylla, and that was very very intentional. We do not want him on Scylla. I mean, excuse me, Nox.
So going into the picks and bans, what was your guys' goal for like trying to figure out who you guys wanted to play going into the game and who you guys wanted, kind of your strategy going into picking your gods?
Yeah. So, Braden may be able to comment this a bit more effectively on how we do it, but typically what I always look for, I'm kind of the captain, so I pilot picks and bans. I would always say, what are we looking for, guys? Are we feeling anything? That's the first step. If we're feeling anything, give it to them. You saw game 1, the Thor solo, that was a very early. He was like, I want Thor solo, so we pick it early. It's a flex, guys. Haha, it's a flex. It's not going but either or right now. Now it's going solo. It's what he wanted, so we get that for him. Other than that, we try to pressure picks, get very high pressure picks. That's kind of our play style, is high pressure, in your face, very smash mouth style of gaming. So Ymir is very valuable to us. Apollo, Danza, you've seen earlier, we do value the double hunter jungles. So we're very, not only do we value that pressure, but we also have a lot of high tier picks that are just being able to be thrown around the map. You know, when we're in picks and bans, it's our goal to confuse the enemy and they're not able to fully pinpoint, you know, exactly what our comp's going to be, because we want to draft into them, give them a false sense of security. You know, the biggest thing for us going into it was that we knew what their backline, their damage, their DPS, we knew what that was going to be when we drafted our dive. So we picked Sun Wukong because it's an easy dive character, and we hold off on our jungle pick so we can have an effective character to dive whoever they're going to pick in their next picks. And that's typically how we go about it. Today, I said I'm playing Ymir because I was feeling the Ymir, and I played Ymir, and I played it pretty well. Kind of the win condition. Don't know if you guys were ever going to get into that, but I do want to say I was the win condition. Brayden, if you want to comment from a coach's perspective.
I mean, yeah, I pretty much just let them do their own thing during picks and bans. I don't have a whole lot of input because they know what they're feeling that day. They know what they're comfortable on, and they're usually pretty studied up on what the opponent likes to play and what they like to do. So I just let them do their own thing, and it's usually kind of a little bit of a jumbled conversation. There's a lot of gods being thrown around, but that's probably about normal. You just kind of throwing out ideas, seeing what sticks, and until you find something that you feel like playing into the enemy team.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that game 1. I think later in the game, over in the Fire Giant, I think 2 times in a row, you initiated both team fights with a blink into the Ymir freeze and the Ymir ult. I think that's you guys won both those team fights, so I think that was a big turnaround for you guys to come back against Michigan there.
Oh yeah, I mean, realistically, Ymir is, I think every pro has said this, Ymir, if played perfectly, is the best support because of the valuable wall that he can throw up, you know, force people into different situations, create different space. And since I'm the perfect player, it's, you know, kind of hand in hand with me and how valuable it is for our comp.
Yeah, I've seen a few times you're just being annoying with it. People trying to rotate into camps and stuff. You would wall off the lane, just have to stand there for a second. So stuff like that, I think you guys really utilized Ymir pretty well going into both those games.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think we're gonna go ahead and start getting set up here for these loser finals. But it was good having you guys again, and I'm sure we will see you guys in grand finals.
Yeah, very fun, very excited. Can't wait to tune in.
Gotta get those keyboards, mouse, RGB. Gotta get the RGB.
That's what we're playing for, man. Need some light in my room, personally.
We got to get Bob off that Walmart house.
You can probably put it on the wall.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so that was the fellas there. I personally thought I liked the perfect player Ymir. I thought that thought that was a good one. But yeah, they played very well. So props to those guys. They did very well. So we're going to be seeing them in grand finals. Who they will be versing is what we're going to find out here coming up. So yeah. So speaking of all those cool keyboards that we're trying to get Bob that new mouse. Let's go back and talk about this again. You want to give us another rundown on this, AC?
Yeah, so our sponsor, Almid, actually is going to give every person in the grand finals who wins, going to get a keyboard and a mouse. Harvard study has scientifically proven, the keyboard with the RGB, FPS boost, and the mouse, you pretty much hit every ability. That's a pretty much guaranteed. So you definitely want to be playing for this championship game. Definitely want to get that gear. And thanks to Almid for supplying those for our tournament today.
All right. Yeah, so with that said, guys, we're going to go ahead and cut to a little bit of a break here. Again, we'll be back, find out who is going to be going against GSU in these grand finals. So stay tuned, and we will be right back.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
Welcome back. We've been having, we're waiting to get into the losers semifinals. We are running a little bit slow. These games are dragging out. Good games always do. So we'll be back here after SSU and the Wildcats face off against each other. We'll be back here about 8 o'clock, and everyone can take a break. Go calm down, be ready, and then we'll be back with the losers final, like around 8.
Yes, we will. It'll be a sight to see whether or not it's U Michigan versus SSU or U Michigan versus Wildcat Gaming.
As we're just waiting, for this. We're gonna let SSU, University of Kentucky, play their game. We'll figure out who's gonna meet UMich in the losers final. We will be back with that one, and then after that, the finals to conclude this day of epic gameplay.
Absolutely, they're going to be good games to remember. Once again, for the prizing, we got 5 RGB mice and keyboard for the winning team to up your skills and just make you overall better at your craft in the gaming world.
Everyone knows the more colors on your gear, the better you are as a player. It's just natural science. All right, that'll be it for us. And like I said, 8 o'clock. See y'all then.
See you then.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
Keep it all. My fight is killing you, Mir.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like they're going to be shredding off that Wukong's protections. They're going to find the kill on him.
Doesn't even get his ult off in time.
Double kill. Triple kill so far coming off. They're going to be converging on mid tower, probably hunting for this.
I think Nox gets out of that. I don't think.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find it. Or not. Colleague coming in. Apollo, the only one standing for the University of being tripled. Here, Yatsuki is going to be finding himself going down. Yamoja and Morgan try to catch up, couldn't quite do it. Looks like they'll back out of it. Mullen getting some damage with an Amma, but looking to see that she's going to get away from it. Big fight in mid going on. Morgan being obliterated by the Erlong. Erlong getting out, half health with his life. Yeah, and by no means when it comes to late game will any of these guys be out. Looks like he's going to be trying to secure it. He's going to be running into the Sobek though on his way back. So to go back here. Alright, looks like we're going to be a little bit of a team fight going on. Looks like we got some dives.
tricky back and
Yeah,
forth.
they
As you
keep
see
fighting.
convergence.
Yeah, Kentucky finding that kill. Looks like they're fishing on the kill on the Poland as well here. Yeah, Poland's definitely safe here.
Definitely.
Oh, he's not safe. He pushed out. He should have just went ahead and went back, but he decided to stay, and it looks like he got caught.
Yep.
Hunbats, though, finding himself caught between a rock and a hard place, that hard place being Ymir, gets taken out.
Definitely.
Go back into their jungle and go back and get the objective. That's what they might do here.
Very true. Cupid finding a kill. He is level 20 now. This is in-game from him. Raijin, Wheat,
Kali's
Thor.
gonna pop the ult and maybe get the kill onto Ymir.
Yeah, Ymir going down. Athena going to be taking out this Wukong. The only one left now is Apollo again.
Yep.
Definitely.
And we're gonna see Kentucky solidify that. You know, they're gonna take that Gold Fury. Tsukiyomi weak at 1 health finally goes down to the Earl.
That Tsukiyomi ult was so
But Ama trying to find her way out of this right now. Morgan not wanting to let her go, but really no choice.
Yeah. The Emoji trying to just hit them in. They have the Ama, but Ama had a rest.
Yeah, she does not want to go down. She is getting away with a sliver of health.
That was definitely close for the Amaterasu, and very fortunate that she was able to make it out.
And recover. Now this is where the game changes. Will GSU decide to play passive? Because right now, as they're just trying to push, Kentucky is closing them out. Yeah, this is Kentucky's game. You know, Kentucky is just closing them out unless this Jinwei can pull something crazy. But you know, it's a 4-for-1 trade taken from these guys. Raijin having to back out and run away. Tsukiyomi finding the kill on the Sobek.
Pushing the Sobek out, but Raijin answers by taking the Tsukiyomi.
Morgan takes out the Raijin. Colin takes out the Ama. Right now, it is only the Erlong and the Danza left. Oh, but an answer back from the Erlong.
Definitely a 2-for-3 trade in the.
Athena all comes through again. Looks like they're gonna find that kill on Ymir as Athena just gets into the fight so quick. 'Cause they probably didn't even need her, but she was just there for support. No one else is gonna die because everyone's full health. It looks like he's gonna come back. The Sun Wukong's gonna try to tank. His ult is down. They're gonna find him as well, and this could be it.
Yeah, this is about a wrap. You know, they still have Kali up. Cupid is still up.
Ult's
Pretty
gonna
healthy.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough here, but Thor's able to keep you out with the hammers.
Yeah, Kali just hammering down on that Thor. Thor goes down. It's only Ymir left. Yeah, that is the game. Gee, see, Poland pushing the fight. We're gonna see 2 kills for Kentucky right now. They're looking to clean up. GSU has to be on the run right now. Jinwei being able to get out as good as she does. Colin diving on, taking out the Agni. We see Jinwei left with Ymir. Good pluck. We see Jinwei go down. The only person left is Ymir. If there is a time to push towers, this is the time that Kentucky needs. This is what it looks like. Ymir, Thor going to try to come in and make some plays here. Might try to steal it.
Thor ult's a little early though. He's gonna find the kill though.
Yeah, he will find the kill. Cupid is nowhere to be seen here in this fight.
And this could be a huge turnaround here for Michigan.
Yeah, it's a yeah, Cupid just trying to find his way.
Cupid ult. Might find his kill on Ymir.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they're going to be shredding off that Wukong's protections. They're going to find a kill on him.
Oh, doesn't he get his ult off in time?
Triple kill so far coming off. They're going to be converging on mid tower, probably punching
Nox has a dash. I think Nox gets out of that. I don't think.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find it. Or not. Collie coming in. Apollo, the only one standing for the University of Maine, tripled. Here, yeah, Suki is going to be finding himself going down. Yamoja and Morgan tried to catch up, couldn't quite do it. Looks like they'll back out of it. Colin getting some damage on the Ama, but looking to be that she's going to get away from it. Big fight in mid going on. Morgan being completely obliterated by the Erlong. Erlong getting out, half health with his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by no means when it comes to the late game will any of these guys be out. Finish camp. Looks like he's going to be trying to secure it. He's going to be running into the Sobek though on his way back. Alright, looks like we're going to be a little bit of a team fight going on. Looks like we got some dives. Yeah, big team fight. Yeah, Kentucky finding that kill. Looks like they're fishing on the kill on the full and the small here. But the Poland is looking. Yeah, Poland's definitely safe here.
Definitely.
Oh, he's not safe. He pushed out. Should have just went ahead and went back, but he decided to stay, and it looks like he got caught.
Yeah.
Hunbats, though, finding himself caught between a rock and a hard place. That hard place being near, gets taken out.
Definitely.
Go back into their jungle and go back and get to it. That's it. That's what they might do here.
Very true. You've been finding a kill. He is level 20 now. This is in game from him. Raijin is weak.
Cal's in top of all and maybe get the kill on Ymir.
Yeah, Ymir going down. Athena going to be taking out this Wukong. The only one left now is Apollo again.
Yep.
Definitely.
And we're gonna see Kentucky solidify that. You know, they're gonna take that Gold Fury. Tsukiyomi weak, 1 health, finally goes down to the Erlong.
That Tsukiyomi ult was so
by the Ama. Ama just trying to find her way out of this right now. Morgan not wanting to let her go, but really no choice.
Yeah. The Emoji trying to just get them in to take out the Ama, but Ama to rescue.
Yeah, she does not want to go down. She is getting away with a sliver of health.
That was definitely close for the Amaterasu, and very fortunate that she was able to make it out.
Recovering. Now this is where the game changes. Will GSU decide to play passive? Because right now, as they're just trying to push, Kentucky is closing them out. Yeah, this is Kentucky's game. You know, Kentucky is just closing them out unless this Jingwei can pull something crazy. But it's a 4-for-1 trade. Take it from these guys. Raijin having to back out and run away. Tsukiyomi finding the kill on the Sobek.
Just pushing the Sobek out, but Raijin answers by taking the Tsukiyomi.
Morgan takes out the Raijin. Kukola takes out the Ama. Right now, it is only the Erlong and the Danza left. But an answer back from the Erlong.
Definitely a 2-for-3 trade in the.
If it all comes through again, looks like they're gonna find that kill on Ymir as the team just gets into the fight so quick. They probably didn't even need her, but she was just there for support. No one else is gonna die. It looks well. It looks like it's gonna come back. The Sun Wukong's gonna try to tank. His ult is down. They're gonna find him as well. This could be it.
Yeah, this is about a wrap. You know, they still have Kali up. Cupid is still on. Pretty healthy.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough here, but Thor's able to PB out with the hammer.
Yeah, Kali just hammering down on that Thor. Thor goes down. It's only Ymir left.
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, that
point.
is game. G. See, Colin pushing the fight. We're gonna see 2 kills for Kentucky right now. They're looking to clean up. GSU has to be on the run right now. Jingwei being able to get out as good as she does. Colin diving on, taking out the Agni. We see Jingwei left with Ymir. Good pluck. We see Jingwei go down. The only person left is Ymir. If there is a time to push towers, this is the time that Kentucky needs. This is what it looks like. Ymir, Thor going to try to come in and make some plays here. He might try to steal it.
Thor ult's a little early though. He's gonna find the kill though.
Yeah, he will find the kill. Cupid is nowhere to be seen here in this fight.
And this could be a huge turnaround here for Michigan.
Yeah, it's a huge yeah, Cupid just trying to find his way.
Cupid ult. Might find his kill in the mirror.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like they're going to be shredding off that Wukong's protection. They're going to find a kill on him.
Oh, doesn't even get his ult off in time.
Triple kill so far coming off. They're going to be converging on mid tower, probably hunting for this.
I think Nox gets out of that. I don't think.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find it. Or not.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee's nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.
Keep it all. My fight is
Yeah.
killing you, Mir.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like they're going to be shredding off that Wukong's protections. They're going to find the kill on him.
Doesn't even get his ult off in time.
Double kill. Triple kill so far coming off. They're going to be converging on mid tower, probably hunting for this.
Dash. I think Nox gets out of that. I don't think.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find it. Or not. Kali coming in. Apollo, the only one standing for the University of thing, tripled. Here, yeah, Suki is going to be finding himself going down. Yamoja and Morgan try to catch up, couldn't quite do it. Looks like they'll back out of it. Poland getting some damage with an ammo. Looking to see that she's going to get away from it. Big fight mid going on. Morgan being obliterated by the Erlong. Erlong getting out, half health with his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by no means when it comes to late game will any of these guys be out. Looks like he's going to be trying to secure it. He's going to be running into the Sobek though on his way back. So, to go back here. Alright, looks like we're going to be a little bit of a team fight going on. Looks like we got some dives.
Bit of a pokey back and forth.
Yeah, big
As you
team
see,
fight.
convergence.
Yeah, Kentucky finding that kill. Looks like they're fishing on the kill on the Poland as well here. Yeah, Poland's definitely safe here.
Definitely.
Oh, he's not safe. He pushed out. He should have just went ahead and went back, but he decided to stay, and it looks like he got caught.
Yeah.
Hunbats, though, finding himself caught between a rock and a hard place, that hard place being Ymir, gets taken out.
Definitely.
Go back into their jungle and go back and get the objective. That's what they might do here.
Very true. Cupid finding a kill. He is level 20 now. This is in game from him. Raijin is weak.
Kali's gonna pop the ult and maybe get the kill onto Ymir.
Yeah, Ymir going down. Athena going to be taking out this Wukong. The only one left now is Apollo again.
Yep.
Definitely.
And we're gonna see Kentucky solidify that. You know, they're gonna take that Gold Fury. Tsukiyomi weak at 1 health finally goes down to the Earl.
That Tsukiyomi ult was so
But I'm trying to find her way out of this right now. Morgan not wanting to let her go, but really no choice.
yeah. The Emos are trying to just get them in to take out the Ama, but Ama to rest.
Yeah, she does not want to go down. She is getting away with a sliver of health.
That was definitely close for the Amaterasu, and very fortunate that she was able to make it out.
And recovering. Now this is where the game changes. Will GSU decide to play passive? Because right now, as they're just trying to push, Kentucky is closing them out. Yeah, this is Kentucky's game. You know, Kentucky is just closing them out unless this Jingwei can pull something crazy. But you know, it's a 4-for-1 trade taken from these guys. Raijin having to back out and run away. Tsukiyomi finding the kill on the Sobek.
Pushing the Sobek out, but Raijin answers by taking the Tsukiyomi.
Morgan takes out the Raijin. Colin takes out the Ama. Right now, it is only the Erlong and the Danza left. Oh, but it answered back from the Erlong.
Definitely a 2-for-3 trade in the.
Athena all comes through again. Looks like they're gonna find that kill on Ymir as Athena just gets into the fight so quick. They probably didn't even need her, but she was just there for support. No one else is gonna die because everyone's full health. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna come back. The Sun Wukong's gonna try to tank. His ult is down. They're gonna find him as well, and this could be it.
Yeah, this is about a wrap. You know, they still have Kali up. Cupid is still up. Pretty healthy.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough here, but Thor's able to keep you out with the hammers.
Yeah, Kali just hammering down on that Thor. Thor goes down. It's only Ymir left. Yeah, that is the game. Roland pushing the fight. We're going to see 2 kills for Kentucky right now. They're looking to clean up. GSU has to be on the run right now. Jingwei being able to get out as good as she does. Colin diving on, taking out the Agni. We see Jingwei left with Ymir. Good pluck. We see Jingwei go down. The only person left is Ymir. If there is a time to push towers, this is the time that Kentucky needs. This is what looks like Ymir. Thor going to try to come in and make some plays here. Might try to steal it.
Thor ult's a little early though. He's gonna find the kill though.
Yeah, he will find the kill. Cupid is nowhere to be seen here in this fight.
And this could be a huge turnaround here for Michigan.
Yeah, it's a huge yeah, Cupid just trying to find his way.
Cupid ult. Might find his kill in here.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like they're going to be shredding off that Wukong's protections. They're going to find the kill on him.
Doesn't he get his ult off in time?
Let's go. Triple kill so far coming off. They're going to be converging on mid tower, probably punching
out of dash. I think Nox gets out of that. I don't think.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find it. Or not. Kali coming in. Apollo, the only one standing to the University and tripled. Here, Yatsuki is going to be finding himself going down. Yamoja and Morgan tried to catch up, couldn't quite do it. Looks like they'll back out of it. Colin getting some damage on the Ama, but looking to be that she's going to get away from it. Big fight in mid going on. Morgan being really obliterated by the Erlong. Erlong getting out, half health with his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by no means when it comes to late game will any of these guys be out. Finish camp. Looks like he's going to be trying to secure it. He's going to be running into the Sobek though on his way back. looks like we're gonna be a little bit of a team fight going on. Looks like we got some dives.
A bit of pokey back and
Yeah,
forth.
big
as we
team
see,
fight.
convergence.
Yeah, Kentucky finding that kill. Looks like they're fishing on the kill on the full end as well here. But the colon is looking. Yeah, colon is definitely safe here.
Definitely.
Oh, he's not safe. He pushed out. Should have just went ahead and went back, but he decided to stay, and it looks like he got caught.
Yeah.
Hunbats, though, finding himself caught between a rock and a hard place. That hard place being engineered, gets taken out.
Definitely.
Go back into their jungle and go back and get the objective. That's what they might do here.
He's been finding a kill. He is level 20 now. This is in game from him. Raichu beat
How's
Thor.
gonna pop the ult and maybe get the kill on Ymir?
Yeah, Ymir going down. Athena going to be taking out this Wukong. The only one left now is Apollo again.
Yep.
Definitely.
And we're gonna see Kentucky solidify that. You know, they're gonna take that Gold Fury. Tsukiyomi, weak, 1 health, finally goes down to the Erlong.
That Tsukiyomi ult was so
by the Ama. Ama just trying to find her way out of this right now. Morgan not wanting to let her go, but really no choice.
Yeah. The Emoji trying to just get them in to take out the Ama, but Ama to rest.
Yeah, she
No
does not
help.
want to go down. She is getting away with a sliver of health.
That was definitely close with Amaterasu, and very fortunate that she was able to make it out.
Recover. Now this is where the game changes. Will GSU decide to play passive? Because right now, as they're just trying to push, Kentucky is closing them out. Yeah, this is Kentucky's game. You know, Kentucky is just closing them out unless this Jinwei can pull something crazy. But it's a 4-for-1 trade.
I grew up making games, so I wanted to make a career out of that. Shawnee being a small school was the thing that drew me to it. Shawnee is nationally ranked in the Princeton list for game design. A lot of the professors own their own businesses. That kind of prompted me to start my own business. I started a game studio. I don't think that would have been possible if the school were bigger, and Shawnee put that all together for me. I'm Dalton, and I invite you to discover Shawnee State University for yourself. Please visit discover.shawnee.edu.